by Russia.
On the 24th, everyone just came together and demonstrated that we really are one nation and that we don't want it.
This a full-scale invasion of Ukraine and 9-year-olds who died defending their country is running out of space. A few days ago, U.S. President Joseph Biden came here to pay tribute to Ukrainian sacrifice. Russia is trying to, but though, as the war drags on and evidence of Russian war crimes in liberated, committed to victory and the liberation of their occupied territories, were determined to defend Ukraine.
There is on refugee watch in the border town of Przemysl, Poland.
When Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine border.
Hearing programs somewhere in Poland. The first time I came here, I was quite afraid to tell people that I'm Russian because I realized that
the charity Russians for Ukraine runs a refugee shelter in this building close to the Ukrainian border. Among those staying here is Anna Sulmia and her family, who fled to Poland from Dnipro, not far.
That they're Russian. In every nation, every population, there are some who are not good.
77-year-old wage war on Ukraine of Russia's
want to eradicate
as long as they are needed. But for
recently I got a message, a letter saying that I can be a national threat to Poland, and that's why probably they're not going to give me what to do, because right now I cannot go to Russia because probably I will be in jail.
Krychkova says she will apply for political as one of choice, not survival. But like the Ukrainian refugees, she and thousands of other Russians are also fleeing the regime.
A year after Russia invaded Ukraine, the aftershocks are still reverberating around the world, from commodity markets to local markets. COVID-19 pandemic tops the record WFP set in 2020. One factor spilling in supplied a significant chunk of global markets before the war. That's the first factor. A lot of the world's staples come from just a few places.
Less than 10 countries hold like 80-90% of. We feel the pain around the world.
One thing that happened before the war was bad weather change on February 24th, 2022.
The surges in food prices we saw starting February last year.
Energy markets also had a surge. The war shook up oil and gas markets because Russia is a major producer. That raises food prices. The process takes a lot, and Belarus were top suppliers.
Increase significantly the prices,
dragging out the impacts of the war into the war's effects from Ukraine.
An indirect consequence of the increasing price of fertilizers because of the war.
Growing rice uses a lot of fertilizer. Rice prices are rising because
fertilizer use is as low as in Africa.
Many governments in sub-Saharan Africa subsidize farmers' fertilizer costs.
That buffers being
their countries. High fertilizer costs fuel, reaching the breaking point. More than half of the world's low-income countries are on the brink of default or have already done so. The value of their currency.
If you have high debt, if you happen to import your food, fuel, and fertilizer, you're still in big trouble.
And the effects radiate out to prices in local markets, making food harder to afford. The fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is leaving people hungry far from the thousand or close to famine. Prices have backed off a bit from last year's record highs, but there's little comfort in that.
Yes, prices are coming down at the global level, but no, it doesn't mean that life has been sorted out and everything is great in the countries where we work. We are definitely not out of the woods.
Bilateral cooperation. Both countries were among the 32 that abstained from a non-binding UN resolution calling for Russia to immediately withdraw from Ukraine. Another abstention, Pakistan. The import-dependent country is facing soaring domestic prices while maintaining trade with Moscow for cheap energy. VOA Islamabad Bureau Chief Sara Zaman explains the diplomatic tightrope Pakistan is trying to walk.
Hasnain was among hundreds of Pakistani students who fled Ukraine when Russian tanks rolled in.
I am not in touch with anyone in Ukraine because of the conditions there. I applied for admission to med school in Pakistan too, but could not succeed due to the high grades required here.
Russia's war put Vladimir Putin in Moscow on the day Russian forces entered Ukraine, embarrassed Islamabad. As supply disruptions pushed up food and fuel prices around the world, Pakistan's import-dependent economy, already beleaguered by the COVID-19 pandemic, devastating floods, and mounting debt, faced increasing pressure. Despite calling for peace, Pakistan, like a few dozen other countries, continued to abstain from voting on US-led UN resolutions that condemned Russian aggression.
I think the broader dynamic was the text of US-China competition, but I think the point was well made that we want to have good ties with US, with China, but also with Russia and all other powers.
Driven by growing food insecurity, Pakistan increased wheat imports from Russia. As its neighbor and arch-rival India ramped up cheap energy imports from Moscow to a record high, Pakistan pushed for discounted Russian oil and gas as well. The two sides may reach a formal deal late in March, while doing business with Russia is
to the fact that in doing business with Russia, it may support waging war through oil money.
Ukraine, a major supplier of wheat to Pakistan, saw bilateral trade drop 73% as its export.
It becomes a puppet of the West that may be position of a sovereign state.
Chaudhry says Pakistan is exercising autonomy but not taking sides. With Ali Furqan and Getiara Anis, Sara Zaman, VOA.
Ukrainian ballet dancers fled over the past year of war, finding their way to the Netherlands to form a ballet company in exile. Maria Ulyanovska caught up with them during a performance here in Washington.
These 6 dancers from Ukraine were forced to leave their homeland after Russia invaded. Today they make their home in the Netherlands, where they formed the United Ukrainian Ballet Company, and then embarked on a world tour that included a stop in Washington.
I had to grow up very fast. Back in Kiev, I lived with my parents, and when I had to leave, getting used to it.
For a month, we lived work. The theater wasn't working then.
With the National Opera of Ukraine. After Russia invaded, he traveled west from Kiev on foot.
We decided to just walk towards Khmelnytsky. It was pure survival.
Entry into one company came from Dutch ballerina Igona de Jong.
At the time I was dancing with 2 Ukrainians. Through them I heard all these stories of their colleagues and friends in these horrible situations. And then I thought, I want to try and help as many people as I can.
And go on world tours.
To go to France for a tour. I didn't take anything with me, just some winter clothes.
Despite never having worked together, dancers say they come together with something in common.
They all, and myself and my wife, our families are in Ukraine, so it's constant worry. Every morning starts with checking the news, just to make sure that your loved ones are okay. It's hard.
And no words speak louder than the beauty and sincerity of the ballet that these different artists with one shared story made happen. For Maria Ulyanovska, NRI's VOA News.
That's all for now. Stay up to date with all the news at voanews.com. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. And follow me on Twitter at CarolynVOA. Catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA Plus. For all those behind the inside story.
Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Temilade Akim and...
You brought Ademola Safiu. What happened?
Yes, he denied me access to be accessible to my children.
Ademola,
Ma,
what do you have to say to that?
I did not deny her to see her children. Because since when she left March 2021, I'm not allowed to see the children like 1 year.
She left 2021
2021
with the children?
March, yes, with the children.
Okay.
March 2021. And since when I left, like 9 months, the children have not been in school. She had to go and drop the children at their mother place. She left.
She took the children
to her mother place
and dropped them at her mother's place.
She now left. It's my uncle and my sister, my senior sister and my senior brother that left to their children mother. Because this is the 4th time that she left home. This is the 4th time that I don't do anything with her. I don't beat her. I don't treat her bad. But when my sister now said that you can't put any matter about this man purpose that she used to leave home, this is the 4th. If she like, she will come back. But about the 2 children.
When did you get married?
Yes, ma. December 15, 16, 17, 2016.
You got married in 2016.
Yeah.
And
we did our court marriage December 15, and engagement and church wedding December 16, 17, 2016.
Okay.
And I left March 30, 2022.
It's March. The one that is left last, the 4th time, is March 30, 2021. March 30, 2021, ma. The last one that she left last. After then, my brother and my sister left to her mother, so that you don't have any issue about the marriage, about the children to go into school. The mother and senior brother, mother senior brother, said that you have a right to come and pay the school fees, about the school fees. And I went there, I paid the school fees. I want to go and find the school fees, the school at the area there. Their mother don't allow me to go any school. The one that, and anything that they ask for me, when the children have, maybe they are not feel fine, I'll go and pay for the drugs. Later, the teacher at the school called me that these students are not feeling well. Say that I should, okay, I'll be paying the teacher extra money that should be feeding the children. Later, her mother called me. She called my sister, my senior sister, that I should come and pack my children from our place. I say, my sister, don't worry. Later, her mother herself called me back by herself that I should come and pack my children by myself. If I don't come and pack it this today, anything that happened to the children, nothing that it can do again. I say, okay, problem. And I tell my boss that, ma, sir, the teacher will pack my children. And I went there that day. I go and pack my children. When I took the children there, I took to my sister, my senior sister. The children is there. Since then, since when she left March 2021, she's not call me. I don't saw her call at all. When my children, and I go and pick my children myself, I go and drop to my sister's place. Our mother called my sister that she wants to hear about the children. My sister said, okay, the children is not with her now. She's at her father's place. They used to come on weekend day, they used to come to my place because I'm alone. She now said that, okay, my sister told her that she should call me. The children is with me. Her mother should not be shouting that, why that I want to hear? The children is not with her. You should call me. Her mother did not call me. When I'm at work, Temilade called me, said that she's the one that allowed me. She's the one that allow her mother to give me the children. If you don't allow me, I can't pack the children. Say that why my sister just be talking nonsense, and I say that next time if that you don't have approach a manner that you can talk to me normal, It's just to say that my sister is not half sense. It's just talking about mother nonsense. I said, okay, if you, I can't come down from the box. Just, if you don't have respect, so if you don't have how do you don't talk to someone, don't call this number again. Since that then, till on the 11th, I now saw the message from this place that you should come to this place, man.
The plaintiff, Timilade Akim, alleges that her husband blocked her phone line and prevented her from accessing her children. The defendant, Ademola Safiu, claims that his wife has deserted their matrimonial home 4 times and abandoned the children with their grandmother, who called on him to come for his children. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
So what I can gather here is like, you claim that initially when she left with the children, you were not giving access to the children.
He's in the school.
Boarding house?
No.
You were seeing them in school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right then.
And I'm the one that paying the school fees, ma'am.
Okay. Then you said, since the children have been with you, she has never asked to see the children. The last time she called, she was only insulting me on phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you told her that she should not call again.
Yes, ma'am.
At first, the children were staying with her, and you were doing the needful.
Yes,
but they are the one that called you to come and pick the children.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the summary of everything you have said. Okay, now, where do you stay?
I'm staying at Ishaga.
Ishaga?
Yes, ma'am.
Temilade, where do you stay?
I stay at Ibadan, ma'am. No, I'm not in Lagos. I stay between Ibadan and Abeokuta. That's where I work. I work in Abeokuta. Then I used to come home sometimes to rest in Ibadan. Presently, I'm in Ibadan.
So, right now, it's not as if you are living permanently in Ibadan or Abeokuta.
I want to relocate back to Ibadan because of my business, because of life.
You want to relocate, okay. So, in the meantime, you want access to the children. The children are with you?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So, you give her access to the children. Let her see the children in school for now. Okay?
Okay.
So you disclose which school? What's the name of the school?
Sorry, ma. I'm sorry, ma. The children is staying with my sister at Ojuore. They used to come to my place in weekend day.
So if they are with your sister and the two of you, you are comfortable with them being with your sister, right? All you are asking for is just to be able to be seeing them. Answer me, Temilade. Yes, so let her see them in school. Anytime she wants to see them in school, you have to find a time to come to Lagos. You take them, you as the father, will take them to the school. Because first of all, they have no business being with your sister. Do you understand me? They ought, with the age 7 and 5, they ought to be with her. But she said she wants them to have good relationship. Do you understand? They are with you. The two of you don't have issues with that. The two of you don't have any problem with the children being with your sister. But according to her, she's not having access to the children. So which school are the children right now? Which area is the school?
At Ojuore, ma. Ojuore. At Songo, at Ogun State, ma.
Songo, in Ogun State. So the children are not even in Lagos too?
Yeah, not in Lagos.
Okay, she's in Ogun State. You said you are sometimes in Ogun State. Temilade?
Yes, ma'am. I want to locate back to Ibadan.
But right now you are in Ogun State. The children are in Ogun State as well.
Yes.
From what? You know where the children are. Do you know the school?
You know my sister's place. She know that.
She doesn't have any business with your sister. The business she has is with her children in school. That's where you bring in conflict. What did you say?
Ma, actually, sorry, ma. The complaint I laid was I want to have access to my children. But right now, I think after you messaged him, after I saw your message, he unblocked me and my sister and everybody. So with the pictures and everything I'm seeing, I think like now I want to have the children to myself, and I'm not going to deny him access to come and be checking on his children. But I want the children to be with me. He's not taking care of them.
Let me tell you the way it works. With the age of the children, yes, they should be with you. But these children have been with their father for some time. Listen to me and stop interrupting me.
Yes, ma'am.
These children,
yes, ma'am. Thank you. Sorry,
they've stabilized somewhere for a while. You have to first bond with you. We can't just move them like that. And the session is on. The school session is on. Do you understand what I'm saying? And
yes, I understand.
Now you are moving to Ibadan. The children are in Ogun State. They are going to school already.
Yes, ma'am.
In Ogun State. So, for now, you check them in school. Let her have the access to them in school. Which date do you think you can take her to the school, to introduce her to the school as a biological mother?
But on the 30th.
30th of this month?
Yes, ma'am.
Temilade, which, is it a Wednesday or Thursday? Which day of the week is that?
Thursday.
Thursday.
That's Thursday.
Is 30th, Thursday 30th of this month convenient for you?
Okay.
All right.
Anytime is okay for me.
Okay.
Then the next holiday you are going to have is Easter period. So during Easter period, you share the holiday period equally. Let her have the first half of the holiday. Then you have the second half of the holiday because they will resume. You have to prepare them for school. Do you understand me?
Okay.
Do they come around to spend time with you?
No.
They don't. So how often do you see them?
Her?
You. From your sister's place?
Yes, no.
How often do they come around?
They used to come to my place.
On weekends?
Yes, they used to come every weekend. I used to go and pick them every weekend.
Every weekend you
Yes,
pick
ma'am.
them. Okay, so you are bonding with them. So, this Easter period,
yes, ma'am.
You have them. How many days? Usually Friday to Monday for Easter.
Yes, ma'am.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
It will be Friday to Monday. They will resume on Tuesday.
Can she have them for the Easter period? Then they come back to you to resume school. All right?
Okay, ma'am.
It's okay.
But, ma, sorry, ma.
Okay.
How did I show that the children is safe with her? Because when she left, she just dropped the children with her mom. She don't look back. 9 months, those children don't go to school.
You know we're talking about just 4 days now.
Ma, I understand, ma. I'm the one when the children sick. I know how much I spend to the children, ma.
You see, let me explain something to you. And that's the problem that is encountered most times. When couples have issues, you use the children as pawn. Do you understand? The children under the law have equal rights of access to father and mother.
I know.
If she's the one that is trying to deny you access to the children, the same thing I'm telling you now is what I will tell her. There are only few exceptions where the law will say the children should not live with the mother when they are of this age. By her consent, as you had it earlier on, if she's insane, she's not, the state of mind cannot, extreme things like that. Do you understand? And when such is being alleged to, you'll be able to prove it, maybe with medical report and so on. Easter period, Temilade, you have the children from Friday till Monday. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We keep them and return them by Monday to him so that they'll continue. You drop them off, the way you drop them off with your sister so that they can resume school. Then you keep on having them on the weekends as you agreed. Then when the session is over, that is July, right? Then I want the two of you to come back for review. I have reports on, because you still share that long vacation equally. Do you understand me? But I don't want to grant anything on that because I want a report on the Easter period from you.
I think something, ma. You say that I'm not judging, ma. I'm sorry, ma, because you're a mother to me too, ma. If you say that how she left 2 children, I'm not responsible father, how the children want to feel now?
that they are having their mother back in their life?
Yes, ma'am. Because she just dropped the children.
I want to ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
If your mother had abandoned you when you were young, and even in, let's not say now, she comes around to see you, will you still drive her away? You want to first ask for why she did what she did? And if at the end of the day, you are not happy, you will tell her that what she did was very wrong. Is that not so?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that stop her from still being your mother?
No, ma'am.
There are some things that can't be changed. The same thing with a father. And that's why I always try to balance it, because they will become an adult one day and they will try to start apportion blame. I don't want to say someone will say, okay, if she had allowed us to have access to our mother, maybe this would not have happened to us. You are not living with them where they are right now, are you? But if they're under your roof, it's a different thing. If they're under our roof, it's a different thing. You are the two of you are directly responsible for their welfare. You brought them into the world. They are not supposed to be where they are. That's the honest truth. So, is there another thing you want to?
Okay. And how do I don't know how, when I release the children for her, how the children will be safe for her. But I love my children so much.
How they will be staying? They will live. They will stay wherever she's staying. So they will be with her for 4 days. Pardon?
Safe. Safe. Safe.
Safe. They will be safe. Temilade, you guarantee the children will be safe with you?
Of course, my children will be safe.
Churchfumi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Churchfumi rules.
You know what? You know why? The way you are feeling, do you know how she's feeling towards the fact that the children are not with you and with your sister too?
Ma?
You don't know how she's feeling.
Ma?
That the children are with your own sister.
Ma?
It's 4 days. Give it a test run. Keep an open mind.
No problem, ma.
It's 4 days.
I know that it's safe.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And they're back with you.
Thank you very much.
So you're okay, Auntie Milade. So that's my ruling for now.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Arise.
All right.
Thank you.
You may leave.
Today on the Justice Court, the plaintiff is suing a baby daddy for denying the paternity of their child.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Funmi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Aduwale Olatunde and Tajudeen Ukwe, defendant absent.
Olatunde Adewumi. The respondent is not here. Tajudeen Saka Ukwe.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you have to say?
Thank you, my lord. Since I came to Lagos 2022 November, he's the one that took my virginity. But later he called me that I brought menstruation, that he claimed to come and marry me from Ekiti, that he came to come and marry his Idijin, that I don't know that I'm a nonsense guy, I'm a rubbish guy. He has been spoiling my name since that time. Okay, I went to hospital, I didn't confirm that maybe I am pregnant or not. I went to hospital to do 4 different types of tests. I did malaria test, typhoid, fever, and pregnancy test, which at the end of the show, my pregnancy test was positive, and I sent him everything. He said fake results, that I should wait for, that we should wait for DNA test. Even I have the printout here, sir, ma. So everything is here with me. Since that time, I don't have a sake. He has been spoiling my name everywhere in Ekiti because I'm well known to his family. They know me as wife to be. So, but me, I don't have a sake. It's just spoiling my name. And I'm trying to explain, you have been begging me for a while. We have been moving for almost 4 years before I decided to marry you. And even I didn't tell him that I'm a virgin, because I want to know whether he really wants me or he wants to have fun with me. That if truly you want to marry me, you wait till the last day that I say, okay, oh yeah. So I didn't declare to him, but I just want to surprise him that I'm not anyhow lady. But unfortunately, it destabilized my efforts. Yes, and he started spoiling my name everywhere. I'm well known to his family. All his friends know me. His mother knows me.
Okay. Well, his claim is that he believes that considering the period you met, the likelihood is very slim that will be the one responsible for the pregnancy. Please, can we have the result of the DNA, the paternity test?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Akin. Lee's DNA Laboratories, DNA Diagnostic Center, DDC test results, certificate of analysis. This is to certify that the result of DNA test conducted Tajuddin Opeyemi Saka and the minor child Godwin Tajuddin has been perfectly analyzed as concisely summarized below. Name: alleged father, Tajuddin Opeyemi Saka. Child, male, Godwin Tajuddin. DNA analysis, positive. The above result summary shows that Tajuddin Opeyemi Saka is the biological father of the tested male child, Godwin Tajuddin, as plainly expressed on the DTC result test sheet overview. And what you have here is probability of paternity is 99.99998%.
Adewumi alleges that Tajuddin is virgin and got her pregnant. Tajuddin denies being responsible for Adewumi's pregnancy because they have only been in relationship for a short period. The DNA paternity test has confirmed that Tajuddin Opeyemi is the biological father of the child. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
The alleged father, that's Tajuddin Opeyemi, but with the DNA result, is the father. So what do you have to say?
My Lord, I'm so happy for the results. I don't have anything to say again. I'm just happy.
Yeah.
Just happy.
It's good the way it is. But you know, at times.
Order.
I'm personally of the opinion that you don't go for it until you are ready. And you take your time to study the spouse. Either the man studied the woman studied the man. Do you understand what that is? And let it be an agreement between the two of you. If you are planning for marriage, then go ahead with it. Then you have your children. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So, and well, that's it. DNA results. That's all you came for. DNA result. Thank you.
All right, hold on.
Oh.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland.
Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually had to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in prayers and blood.
It was a revolution!
I was one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of ESO and U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Good morning, you're welcome to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rume Paulson. It's Friday, the 7th of February, 2025. How are you doing this morning? On today's breakfast show, we'll be looking at several hot topics, one of which is impact of public debt on economic growth. Much later in the show, we'll be discussing the fact that UNICEF calls for digital technology to boost basic education. We'll also be taking global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies, as well as some top trending stories. But first, let's see our quote of the day. And our quote says, the big lesson in life is never be scared of anyone or anything. And that's according to Frank Sinatra. Now, Frank Sinatra was an American singer and actor, nicknamed the chairman of the board and the Old Blue Eyes. He's regarded as one of the most popular entertainers of the 20th century. And he says this morning, the big lesson in life is never be scared of anyone or anything. This basically just tells you that you can do anything. Do not be scared. Fear is the only thing stopping you from your goal. Fear is the only thing that is stopping you from achieving that beautiful life that you want for yourself. And if you want to really succeed in life, is to dispel fear, take fear away and say, yes, I can do it. It's better to have that can-do attitude, that I can achieve anything that I want to achieve, and I'm not going to be scared of anything, no matter the circumstances in front of me, no matter the hurdles that I have to jump past. I can still do it. So the big lesson in life, basically, as Frank Sinatra said this morning, is never to be scared of anything or anyone, because fear would stop you. But if you have that belief in yourself, then you'll be able to go far. All right, that's it for our quote of the day. We'll move over to our top trending stories. And the first one says, INEC fails to present witnesses in Edo 2024 election tribunal. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has sparked controversy by closing its case without presenting any witnesses at the ongoing Edo 2024 governorship election tribunal. Legal experts warned that this move could weaken INEC's defense, which now relies on cross-examinations and arguments from the All Progressive Congress, APC, and Governor Monday Okpebholo's legal teams. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, challenging the election results, claim INEC manipulated the process to favor the APC candidate. The PDP's case is based on provisions for the 2022 Electoral Act, emphasizing documentary evidence, including the BVAS data and irregularities in the voting process. Independent election monitors alongside witnesses have testified to discrepancies in the results, further fueling doubts about INEC's handling of the election. By not calling witnesses, INEC has left its defense in the hands of the APC's legal team. The tribunal has already admitted key BVAS machines into evidence, which the PDP argues contradicts the declared results. The case has gained further attention from an undercover investigation alleging that INEC inflated votes for APC. And the final verdict could be influenced by this ongoing silence from INEC. You know how they say silence is consent. So if you're not saying anything, that means you consent to it. That means whatever anyone alleges is true. And in this case, this is what you expect INEC to be able to come forward and say, we conducted this election in a free and fair manner, and these are the results. But if there's still some things that you're not able to come out with and say, we're going to bring witnesses that were there, and we know that this happened, then what are you really saying? The truth is, with our electoral system in Nigeria, a lot of people have lost faith, with INEC. And now you always see that immediately after the election, everyone goes to court. Why is everybody going to court? Because nobody believes in INEC anymore. Nobody believes that INEC can conduct a free and fair election. And I mean, their name stands for Independent National Electoral Commission. What is independent about it? Because if you are an INEC officer, what you're supposed to do is, regardless of what party it is, regardless of your favorite, regardless of whoever it might be, you want to be independent, because at the end of the day, it's the people that would determine who their leaders would be. Not you inflating any votes, not you, doing anything to just tweak it a little bit in someone's favor. If you are independent, you are independent. And that's what we expect from an electoral body. You can't be an electoral body and we don't know where you stand, or we cannot even trust anything that you do. We talk about BVAS, we talk about IREV, we talk about uploading results. A lot of times people will tell you that, these were the results in my own constituency, but when it comes to what INEC is putting out there, is something else, something entirely different. So where do we draw the line when it comes to free and fair elections in Nigeria? In fact, a lot of people will tell you that the only free and fair election we've ever had was MKO's election, MKO Abiola's election, and over the span of how many years, we haven't seen anything like that again in Nigeria. How do we move forward? How do we, elect the right leaders if the people's voices are not going to be heard? If the people's choice isn't going to be reflected, with every election that is being conducted? And in this case, so many people spoke about the Edo election, and there were a lot of discrepancies. Now, with the election tribunal, you would expect that, everything should be according to order. Everything, if you have to bring witnesses, you bring witnesses, whatever it is, so that we can get to the root of the matter. We can get to the bottom of the matter. And it's just so sad that INEC isn't doing their best, because this is the time you have to start to build public trust. 2027 is around the corner. If you're not going to get your act right in 2024, because obviously this election was conducted in 2024, and now they have to have an election tribunal in 2025. But if we're still seeing all of these things happen, then what are we expecting in 2027? And this is where you just want INEC to get their act right. If you are supposed to be independent, please be independent. If you're supposed to conduct a free and fair election, please do that. Don't say you're conducting a free and fair election in the guise of doing or manipulating other things. Now, it is alleged, but still, we expect you to do it right. We expect you to allow the people's voices to be heard, and that should reflect in the leaders that they vote in. And that's just what we need. Moving over to another top trending story that still talks about INEC, it says, INEC Senate terminates appointment of 3 suspended RECs, so that's RECs. The Senate has officially terminated the appointment of 3 resident electoral commissioners, RECs, following a request from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The termination invoked under Section 157, subsection 1 of the 1999 Constitution affects Dr. Nura Ali from Sokoto, Barrister Hudu Yunusa Ari from Adamawa, and Professor Ikemefuna Chijoke Uzochukwu from Abia, who had been suspended in 2023 for electoral misconduct. The National Security Advisor and Department of State Services DSS security reports revealed serious allegations against the officials. Dr. Nura Ali was accused of receiving $150,000 for election compromise. Barrister Yunusa Ari unlawfully declared a governorship result, and Professor Uzochukwu mismanaged election logistics, leading to a lack of proper election conduct. The Senate voted a 2/3 majority to approve their dismissal, directing the clerk to formally inform President Tinubu for implementation. The constitutional provision allows the removal of officials based on incompetence or misconduct. And this is what we want to hear. So if someone is going to be incompetent in their job, if they're going to manipulate certain results or declare someone a winner when they're not, they should be suspended. They should be removed. They should be able to face the justice system, because elections are so important. When an election is conducted, what that means is the people have their rights to vote. And when they have their rights to vote, it's also important that you understand that their choices, no matter what it is, no matter whoever the winner is, needs to be seen, it needs to be implemented, it needs to reflect that. And if anyone is going to manipulate it, if anyone is going to, thwart it in any way or form, then that person needs to face the justice system like this. And in this case, is the termination of these resident electoral officers. Imagine, receiving $150,000, I beg your pardon, for, just manipulating something. Why? Why would you even do that? Because at the end of the day, your children are going to live here, your family lives here, everyone is from here. This is your root. So if this place is not going to be developed, then are you really doing anything for yourself? How much is $150,000 going to take you? It's a whole lot of money, let's be honest. That's like almost 250 or almost 300 million naira, right? But it's just for a short period of time. And what does that do to your conscience? So it's okay to sell out people. It's okay to sell out the choices of the people just because you want to make money for yourself. It's quite sad and it's quite unfortunate that someone would even do that. But I love the fact that the president is taking action. So if you're caught doing anything, if you're caught on the other side of the law, well, I'm sorry. You have to face it. You have to face the law. And in this case, it's the termination. And I hope it's not even just termination, because this is bribery and corruption. We needed to go a step further. Why are we not saying, okay, you have to be arrested, or you have to, first, we need to confiscate that money, that $150,000, it has to go back into the government coffers. It's just that sometimes you wonder, even when it goes back to the government coffers, who's going to use the money? Is it going to be used for the development of that constituency? But that aside, because we want this to stand as a warning to people that you cannot take bribe, you cannot be corrupt, and you think it's okay. So this is a clear case of bribery and corruption. This person definitely needs to go to the prison for a while. Maybe 6 months, maybe 1 year, whatever the law states. And that way people will be scared when it comes to things like this, because what this would do is serve as a precedent that, oh, no matter what, and we see that a lot. We see vote buying. In fact, sometimes you go to some constituencies, people sell their votes for as low as 5,000 naira. What can 5,000 naira do for you in Nigeria at the moment? But people will sell their votes for that. And we want it to come from the top. if we start to eliminate this level of corruption from the top, it will trickle down, you know, even to the grassroots. And you let people know that it is your choice. Your choice is your choice. If you're going to vote leaders in, vote the best leaders for you, for your family, for your community, and that's it. And we want INEC to be able to be independent, even when it comes to people having the right to vote their own candidates into leadership. All right, we'll move over to another top trending story. This says Dogara warns of secessionist movements and nation-building failure. Former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Yakubu Dogara, has expressed concern that Nigeria has not learned from the lessons of its civil war, which has led to the rise of secessionist movements. Speaking at the World Interfaith Harmony Week conference at the University of Ibadan, Dogara noted that the failure to build a united nation since independence has allowed groups such as IPOB, AMEND, and the Oduduwa People's Congress to emerge, advocating for secession. He also highlighted Nigeria's escalating insecurity, which has worsened since the return to democracy in 1999. Dogara cited the Boko Haram insurgency and increasing banditry, kidnappings, and ethnic violence as evidence of the state's failure to tackle underlying issues. He pointed to poor governance, ineffective responses to regional grievances as major contributors to the growing discontent. Dogara stressed the importance of religion in nation building, asserting that Christianity and Islam can help promote unity and peace if their values are harnessed properly. However, he warned that without addressing the root causes of conflict, Nigeria will continue facing insecurity, disunity, and calls for secession. He concluded that true peace and development are possible only if the country takes responsibility for fostering unity. I think, to be honest, this is not far from the truth. In Nigeria, we have 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. And in 36 of those states, we have so many local governments, so many tribes, and in a way that could cause some level of disunity because everyone sees the other person as, oh no, you're not my tribesman, you're an outsider. But the first thing you need to think about is, am I a Nigerian? If you go outside of the shores, of this land, and someone asks you, where are you from? Or who are you? You would say, I'm a Nigerian. You would not just say, oh, I'm an Orobo lady, because they might not even know what that is. But when you say I'm a Nigerian, you can easily be identified. And so that's how we need to look at our brothers and our sisters. So regardless of, whatever tribe I'm from or whatever state I'm from, I'm a Nigerian. The other person is a Nigerian. We are in this country together. And what we need to be doing is looking for ways to grow together. What we need to be doing is looking for harmony, regardless of, my ethnic group, regardless of my religion, whatever it is, or even how I look. It should be that this next person is my brother, this next person is my sister. And of course, when there's unity, all of these things, insurgency, insecurity, banditry, kidnappings, they won't be at an all-time high because you're looking out for your neighbor. You have to look out for your neighbor. Imagine, going up north and seeing how much people there are suffering. Farmers cannot go to their farmlands. People are being moved away from their homes. You can even just be in your home and, these bandits will just come and raise down your community. It is disunity. And we need to find ways to harmonize people. Obviously, our religious leaders have a role to play, but even the government have a role to play because, to be honest, sometimes, especially during campaign season, the election season, these government officials or these candidates who are looking for positions, they try to pit us against each other. They use ethnic groups, they use tribes, they use religion just to pit yourself. And then most times, you want to elect someone into office and you say, oh, I would not elect that person because he's not Yoruba. Or I would not elect that person because he's not a Muslim. I'm a Muslim and I only can accept someone who's a Muslim, or I'm a Christian and that's the reason why. But does that change what the person can do? Does that change the person's capabilities? Not necessarily. And you need to understand that we are all Nigerians, and what we want to do is ensure that this nation grows together. What we want is that this nation flourishes, and we can only do that when we're united as a people. But if you start to think of the things, the differences that we have, then where is the strength in unity? And we want to be stronger. We want to be a nation. We're so blessed. But the thing is, the fact that we cannot get our heads past our religious and ethnicity and the differences that we have, if we can put that aside and if we can love one another, I'm telling you, Nigeria would be a formidable force, would be unstoppable. And that's what we expect to see. The civil war happened. We need to be able to learn our lessons, move forward, see things that we can do better. That's what we need in Nigeria. Moving over to our final top trending story. This says House of Reps proposes creation of 31 new states. The House of Representatives Committee on the 1999 Constitution Review has proposed the creation of 31 additional states in Nigeria. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu read the proposal during Thursday's plenary in Abuja, stating that if approved, Nigeria's total number of states will increase to 67. The proposed states include Okun, Okora, and Confluence in Kogi, Benue, Ala, and Apa in Benue, Amana in Adamawa, Katugum in Bauchi, Savannah in Borno, New Kaduna and Gwara in Kaduna, Tiga and Ari from Kanu, Etiti, Orashi, and Aba from the southeast, Ogoja from Cross River, Warri from Delta, Ibadan from Oyo, and Lagoon, Lagos, and Ogun, among others. The proposal also includes creating FCT states and several new local governments. If passed, this will significantly reshape Nigeria's political and administrative structure, with each new state gaining legislative and executive powers. Whew. Okay, we're still dealing with 36 states. We're still dealing with, the development not being so great. And now there's the proposal of 31 new states. The truth is, it doesn't even matter how many states we are or how many states we have. If we're looking towards development, then that's what our focus should be on. In America, how many states do they have? Have you seen the land mass? Have you seen how big America is? Have you seen how big Canada is? But how many states do they have? Are they saying, oh, we want to, because guess what? We're saying 36 states, let's, increase the number, additional 31, which would now make it 37. But at some point, you would still want to come back and say, oh, let's still break it even further. And let's be looking at 100 and something, 120 something states. What is the point? Is this what we should be thinking of right now in Nigeria? Creation of new states, when we have so much that we're going through, when petrol is still very expensive that people can barely afford, when electricity tariff has been increased for Band A customers and others might join into that tariff hike, when telecoms operators are looking for 50% additional increase for their tariff, when the cost of transportation is ridiculous, when food inflation is just something that people have had to deal with, but it still doesn't make sense because our minimum wage is 70,000 naira a month and it can barely do anything because how much is a bag of rice? And how much can I use to feed myself and my family? I can barely put, even not 3 square meals anymore, 2 square meals, I can barely put that on the table. When I still need to think of housing because the government isn't doing so much when it comes to that. When we're still thinking of fees because how many government schools are working? How can you even send your kids to government schools right now, knowing the fact that you might not get the quality education that you expect? When I still need to think of my health, because what are we doing with our healthcare system? When whatever car I'm driving is always breaking down every single day because of the road and because we have poor infrastructure in Nigeria. There are so many things that I can talk about right now, but our problem seems to be the creation of 31 new states. Sometimes I just wonder what we're doing. And if we want to move forward as a nation, we need to think, we need critical thinking. We need transformational leaders. I say this every single time because that's the only way we can do better. That's the only way we can develop. We've been a developing nation for as long as possible. And at some point, you start to retrogress because are we going to say we're a developing nation at this point? It seemed things were better 10, 20 years ago. In the beginning, when we first came into democracy in 1999, things seemed better than where we are now. And yet, we're still thinking of 31 new states. Well, I can never understand it. I just think that I hope it doesn't see the light of day, because that's not our problem in Nigeria. Let us face the real issues that we have and look for ways to ensure that we're developing our nation, and that's it. All right, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather. When we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to look at the stories that have made it to the front pages of our national dailies. And joining us this morning is Jide Johnson. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to greet you. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. All right, so we begin with The Punch this morning, and this is just riding off one of our top trending stories. The Punch leads with ex-National Assembly members, groups fault reps 31 new states proposal. The writer here says, Senator insists focus should be on states' viability. Afenifere Pandef call for true federalism. And in fact, on The Nation is also one of the leading stories here. It says there's 2 proposals for new states before House of Reps panel, and North Central says to be 7, Northeast 4, Northwest 5, Southeast 5, South 4, and Southwest 7. What is your take on this? Because sometimes I just don't understand why we focus on the things that are less important. There's so many things that's going on in Nigeria right now that we're having to deal with. But yet, our House of Reps members are just thinking that maybe 31 new states would be something that would just help us and take all the problems away. So the moment we create these 31 new states, all of our issues when it comes to inflation, when it comes to tariffs, when it comes to housing, education, whatever it is, it will all go away, because what we need right now is 31 new states. What's your take, please?
Yeah, well, the implication of it is far-reaching. First, those guys that are behind this are just creating empire for themselves. They are just trying to create fiefdom which they can use to contest election to be the governor of the state. It's not only that these states you have governors, they have state house of assembly, so they have speakers, they have commissioners, and at the same time they also have representation in the National Assembly. So they are going to have 3 senators times 31 states will give you about 93 senators. 93 senators plus the existing 109 will give you 212 senators. Well, we are going to pay for it, minus the fact that they are also going to create a state house of assembly, create house of reps. So it's just fiefdom. Instead of them to look at the imbalances we have with respect to the local government structure and trying to assuage the feelings, because the government that is closest to the people is the local government. We should look at ways to reform the local government, devolve power more to the local government, create more local government where and when necessary, and address those imbalances so that the various subnationals can have some measure of representation at the local level, which they have control over other than creating states. And these guys have embarked on a jamboree to create an empire for themselves through which they will contest. As far as I'm concerned, I will not see the light of the day. They are just wasting my time in my own understanding and explanation, because it's quite, I will divide existing Kogi state into 3. Even if you look at the list, it's even more confusing. With the list which they have provided, this one in some of the lists there seems to be duplication. So as far as I'm concerned, like you said in your opening monologue, there are serious issues that needed attention other than for them to be looking at state creation. They should come together and solve our economic problem rather than be looking for providing political offices through which people can seek public offices and then have access to public fund and dip their hand in the cookie jar. So I'm sure this is going to receive a lot of resistance from so many people. Look at one of the biggest states in Nigeria. Let's even talk about it. Let's even look at it constructively. One of the biggest states with one of the largest landmass in Nigeria is Niger State. Niger State was not even touched. So, women, they are just a stock shop that leads to nowhere.
It just beats my imagination that we have other problems. And imagine for a country that is owing so much debt, a country that doesn't have as much money, and we're going to be spending so much, because we keep talking about the cost of governance, right? And we're saying how much they're spending, but like you just rightly pointed out, all of these states will have governors, commissioners, representation in the National Assembly, and that's a whole lot of money. So where is that money going to come from? If at this point we're already crying out that Nigerians are suffering, we don't even have, we can barely put food on our table.
Texas is bigger than the whole of Nigeria. Yet it's just one state.
Yeah.
And United States has 50 states. Nigeria wants to have 60.
Exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. Because I spoke about the landmass of America, even Canada. And how many states do they have that we're looking at for? Well, our landmass is not that big of a nation compared to some others. So why are we thinking that 60-something new states, 31 new states, so a total of 67, would just help us? And I'm wondering what way. If maybe peradventure in some other realm, some multiverse, how would that even help us? Does creation of new states help the development of a country?
Some of these states, it's only their state capital that has some semblance of presence of government, government presence. If you go beyond the state capital, there's nothing which you can show for, even with the revenues they've collected from federal allocation since their creation. So it's let's look at it. There's no, I'm talking because this is the part I'm from. So there's no two between Osun State and Ondo State. There's no four lanes connecting the states. There's no where you want to get to Ekiti State, that through Ondo or through Osun, whichever way you want to go, that you see 4 lanes or 6 lanes connecting expressway connecting the states. So despite the fact that it's been created since 1996. So these people, they know way to distract us. They know way to distract us from the reality of what we are. You see, if you check other headlines which you are going to read, you see that this is just a major distraction from the economic hardship that Nigerians are going through.
Yeah. I think we need to focus, to be honest. We need to know what we're doing and focus on that. There's so many things that we should be looking at as a country. That's what we should place our focus, not having to create new states. All right, another story here on The Punch says, Tinubu Mbeki, that's the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, Gowon advocates homegrown solutions to Africa's challenges. So in fact, there was a summit, and speaking, we're like, oh, you know what? Well, let's stop looking at foreign blueprints and start to look at homegrown solutions for Africa to address the challenges that we have. For you, what do you think that our leaders need to start to do when it comes to wielding policies and transforming the African continent? Because it seems that like all of the solutions that they bring are things the World Bank will tell them, the things the IMF will tell them, and whatever has been written on paper. So, but sometimes because of our peculiarities, it just doesn't work. What are some homegrown solutions that you think we need to start to implement in Nigeria, in Africa as a whole?
One of the homegrown solutions is for our presidents and leaders not to travel outside of Nigeria, to place an embargo on foreign travel for themselves and some top bureaucrats. It's also for them not to seek medical tourism abroad. It's also for them not to send their children to go to school abroad. And it's also not for them to repatriate our money abroad. Those are the areas in which there is homegrown solutions. And it's also for them not to reduce their taste for foreign goods, foreign foods, foreign cars, and all of that. So they should use homegrown cars. And that's leadership by example. Beyond that, all of that is just pure rhetoric. As far as I'm concerned, if Africa, there must be Pan-African nationalism. Africa must know how to trade with themselves. Africa must do an integrated transportation system that requires me to go to Morocco or to go to direct without having to do connecting flight with Paris and coming back either to Senegal or the rest of it. So all of this we need to put in place for us to be talking about homegrown solution. All of these people that are talking, they've ever said, you remember Gowon said that the problem of Nigeria was not money, but how to spend the money. Thabo Mbeki was vice president and later he became president of South Africa. So what did he do? Now we have our own president joining this particular jamboree. He's been president for almost 2 years now. He's traveled to France more than I can count in my single finger. And then they are looking for homegrown solutions. What type of homegrown solutions? When they are not even setting the right agenda with respect to homegrown solutions.
Yeah, I totally agree with you with that, because if, for instance, they know that they cannot just go on medical tourism, they cannot just send their kids abroad or, just live outside the shores, then they have no choice but to start to develop our nation. They have no choice but to ensure that we have good schools for our children, because they know that their own children would also go to those schools. They have to know that our healthcare system is important, because if something happens, and to be honest, I tell people this, like if an emergency was to happen right now, no matter the money that you have, you might not just make it in Nigeria. And that's just 1,000,001 ways to die in Nigeria, because what do we have with our emergency response system? What do we have with the ambulance? Nothing. We don't really have a healthcare system that works. So even before you're thinking of traveling abroad, if you have just limited time, you might just go in that time. And we want our leaders to be able to say, you know what, let's develop our nation. Let's have a heart for the African continent, because this is something that we've seen that's not just happening in Nigeria, but even in other African countries. And we need to find those solutions for us, because if Africa comes together, we're going to be really, really strong, and we're going to transform the world. We have so many things, we're blessed with so many things, and that's what we need to be looking at right now. But let's look at another story. So this talks about the Nigerian Ports Authority and NPA, obviously. Fresh price hike looms as NPA plans 15% tariff increase. In fact, they were saying that they need an upward review. That last time this review was done was in 1993. But I know that with the import duty, you always hear because of the dollar, the inflation, it rises all the time. But what do you think about this 15% tariff hike again on top of all of that?
It's just tax us to death. That's just it. You recall that Donald Trump wanted to use it. Donald Trump used the tariff as a means of political diplomacy in order to get Canada, Mexico to provide security at both the northern and the southern border of America. And then you saw the use and price that surrounded America slapping the 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada, and then the tariff was removed by the president. As far as I'm concerned, I think the goal of this administration is just about pure revenue generation. That's my thing. You look at the various hikes that we have had in tariff, telecom tariff, electricity tariff, removal of educational subsidy. You can go on and on and on and on and on and on. Taxation does not grow the economy. Taxation, when you take away a lot of money from the disposable income of the people, you can't grow the economy, because levels of investment, which is the lowest level of investment, is savings. And in view of the pressure on the disposable income of Nigeria that they can't even use to survive, there's nobody that is saving anything. So I can't forget this cartoon. Then Obasanjo was the head of state then, and there was this cartoon either in Daily Times or Sketch newspaper then. And then, then they used to, these military people used to use belt around their waist. So this cartoonist used the belt in Obasanjo's, Obasanjo has some measure of tummy, and used the belt to almost split him into half. The sense was perfect visual communication that sends the message across. Look, it's clear that we have had different economic policy. I remember when Babangida brought his own structural adjustment policy, they said which will bring about economic transformation. I remember the word that came out of it, we have been sapped. Energy, life has been sapped out of Nigeria. So if they want to hike us off the mountain, let them hike off with tariff of the mountain. At least at the end of the day, all our heads will be correct, and people that refuse to go to the poll will go to the poll in the next electoral cycle, and they will make demands for what the government is going to do with respect to their lives, with respect to the economic policy and the rest of it. Not that people will go to stadium, they start clapping their hand, and then we begin to talk on the basis of our ethnicity, on the basis of religion, and all those primordial interests will guide our decision making when it comes to electing leaders. Let's go through it. Until we go through it together, people's head will not be correct, and they won't take informed decision.
All right. So finally on the Punch, well, so there's a story here that says Ogbaibena GHL file appeal against favorable High Court ruling. So I'm sure you might be familiar with these stories. Also on The Nation, Ogbaibena GHL appeal against favorable ruling. So of course their assets have been frozen, and that's Ndụka Ogbaibena and some other, I think about 3 other people, they've expressed dissatisfaction with the ruling. What's your take on this story?
Well, it's very simple. Where it's their right to approach the court, and they have the right to get to the Supreme Court to make a determination concerning whether their case is valid, or their case or the allegations leveled against them is valid. So it's their right. But as far as I am concerned, it's bad optics. And these are the people. One of the principal character in all of these things was the one whose organization gave award, whose organization gave award as the best governor as this. I have said it. Media organization should not look. The watchdog should not be a reward dog. It's out of place for media organization to be given award. How can somebody that is meant to ensure compliance be the one that is rewarding those that is meant to watch over? It's an anomaly. Mm-hmm. So, and this character which you are talking about is the one that said he's going to deliver the one for the president in Nasarawa. And this is somebody whose asset, alleged by the court presently, has been frozen. So all you need to do is just to grab popcorn and sit by the sideline and enjoy the drama, which is called Nigeria, and look at the players and the actors. They remain the same. It's just that every 4 years they change their clothes like chameleon, and they put on the reigning. The reign is like players making transfer. You see, the transfer season has begun. Some people that were elected on that one platform, they've gone to and they've dropped the jersey of PDP of Labour. They are now putting on the jersey of APC. So in 2027, so it's not that of place for you to see new teams come in and then people dropping their jersey and hanging them. They are all the same. And it's becoming clearer to you and I about the rot within the system locally, and about the rot in the system globally with what is happening in United States of America. So you see that the role that we should play as the compliance regulator, as the watchdog, can only be played when we are independent and when we don't get enmeshed in the mess of the cookie jar. But the economics of the media sometimes put pressure on the media to do that.
Yeah. All right. On the Nigerian Tribune, it leads with MAN, that's the Manufacturing Association of Nigeria, TUC, the trade union Congress, won over proposed hike in electricity tariff, and MAN has said that the planned increase may lead to closure of more businesses, ill-timed, deliberate act of economic oppression against Nigerians. That's according to the TUC. And this story is also on the Business NG as well. It says, MAN slams electricity tariff hikes, hurting manufacturers. So, of course, our manufacturing industry hasn't been the best lately because a lot of companies are leaving Nigeria, they're moving away. And with this now, because they need electricity, you need power to be able to do almost everything in Nigeria or almost everything in the world. What MAN is saying right now, that the planned increase may lead to closure of more businesses. What's your take on that? Knowing the fact that if we're even talking about taxation and we want to be able to generate revenue, we need these companies here doing their business and manufacturing these products, because that's the only way we can generate revenue. But if this electricity tariff hike would, affect them, then what do you think the government needs to start thinking of right now to ensure that these companies can still stay in business?
What value are we getting from the electricity distribution company? What value are we getting from the generating company? And what value are we getting from the transmission company? What value? As I'm speaking with you, I'm using natural light to project for what we are doing now. What value are people getting? And what value are those that are, and then what value are we getting when the government has a discriminatory policy of saying there's band A, there's band B, there's band C, there's band D, and the rest of it, disaggregating the citizen on the basic amenities that government is meant to provide. When they campaign, they say they will give us good roads, they will give us light, which electricity, and then they will give us housing and the rest of it. They are not providing that. And then what type of incentive are you providing for industrial areas? I recall in those days, there has to be industrial areas. In those industrial areas, you galvanize electricity for them, because once you have the production sector, the manufacturing sector working, one, you create employment. Two, you grow your economy, and three, you improve the standard of living of your people, and then you contribute to your gross domestic product, which makes you to compete competitively in the international market, and you're able to export your excess production to other countries that needs it. So it's clear, it's basic economics. But the bottom line is that when these people are contesting for election, they don't talk about economic issues. They always look at issues that divide us on religion, on ethnicity, on zoning. Those are the things they talk about. And they knew quite all right that most of human decisions are propelled by emotions. And so they play on those emotional appeal, and people get carried away, and they forget that emotional appeal will only work with you during the period of the election. Emotional appeal will not sustain you for the next 4 years of the administration. And so that's the reason why we have found ourselves. What justification does this government or previous government have in increasing the electricity tariff, in increasing telecom tariff? I just want to know the justification that they have. Yeah. Is it in terms of service delivery? Is it in terms of optimal service delivery? Are we getting optimal service delivery? Are we even getting value for our money?
All right, sir.
Are we even getting value, to be honest, for our life as a citizen of this country, despite all that we give to them, the comfort, the comfort we provide?
I can understand your frustration. Yeah, I can understand how you feel and how passionate you are speaking about this. It's just quite sad. And just like, TUC has said, this is ill-timed. Knowing what we're going through as Nigerians at the moment, I think there's something, just give it space, give it time, or don't bamboozle us with so many things. But sadly, this is where we are. I don't know what's going to happen with this. We'll just keep watching. Anyways, Jide, we want to say thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure having you on our program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a wonderful weekend. You too, sir. All right, so we're speaking with Jide Johnson. He's a public affairs analyst, and we've just been looking at the stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies. We'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic, so please stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Right now, we'll be discussing the impact of public debt on economic growth. Vice President Kashim Shettima has called for a strategic approach to public debt, urging Nigeria to view it as a tool for economic growth rather than a burden. Speaking at the inauguration of the Supervisory Board of the Debt Management Office, DMO, in Abuja, he emphasized the need for prudent debt management to support infrastructure development and poverty reduction. As board chair, Shettima tasked members with formulating effective policies to ensure long-term debt sustainability, in line with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda. He stressed that responsible borrowing can drive economic stability and national growth when properly managed. Reaffirming the government's commitment to fiscal discipline, Shettima maintained that Nigeria's debt strategy must prioritize development and sustainability. He insisted that with the right policies, debt can be a catalyst for progress rather than a financial liability. Joining us this morning is Gbolahan Olujede. He's a finance expert. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. Nice to be on the program.
Yeah. All right. I think let's start with what your take is on the Vice President's statement, because, of course, we as Nigerians know how much we're owing. We're owing a whole lot of money. And every other month or every other year, we're looking at getting new loans. In fact, I think just last month, we still try to get secure more loans as well. But what he's saying is we can look at it as, a catalyst for growth, economic growth, rather than financial liability. What's your take on that?
Okay. Whether your loan will be a liability and will burden you, or whether it will be an asset and a tool for transformation, depends on what you use the loan for. And that is at the heart of it. If you borrow money and you deploy it into wasteful segments of your economy, or you just disperse it anyhow, then you're not going to get anything from it. But if you borrow money and you invest it in assets that will earn, assets that will transform the business space, asset that will transform the way the people live their lives, then you are converting that liability, or you're making use of that liability to create a valuable asset. I think probably that is what the Vice President is trying to say, and that is ease, right, and the money right there. All the countries in the world that we look up to, that we like to compare ourselves with, they do some borrowing. But borrowing recklessly, borrowing without considering repayment plans, borrowing without allocating it to the right project and ensuring we make the best out of those projects is what is a problem. Borrowing in itself is not a problem.
I like the fact that you said that with that, saying it depends on what you do with this. So if you want it to be an asset, or if you want it to be a liability, it depends on maybe the projects that you're using the money for. But sadly, we've seen that in this case in Nigeria, most times they're borrowing just to splurge on certain things. So we're not really seeing the development here right now. But for you, what are some things that you think they need to be looking at, especially if they want to move forward, or if we want to move forward as a nation and develop our nation? What are some ways that you think even the DMO, because they're the ones who are managing this, how can they balance borrowing and economic stability?
Well, DMO is an agency of government managing the debt. But you see, when government comes to DMO and says, I need more money, or I need money, DMO can only advise and say, look, this is what we already borrowed. These are the interest implications. This is the burden. Therefore, I will advise to do this or to do that. But you see, that is just an advice, and it still behoves on the government to want to take that advice on, or to just give a matching order and say, okay, just go out there and get me some money, and he has no option. He has to go out there and get money. However, we all have to be involved in one way or the other. Because you see these borrowings, number one, they are approved by the representatives of the people. The National Assembly are theoretically the representatives of the people. The debt, the borrowing are presented before them. They are meant to review it and ask the necessary questions. Some of the important questions are, number one, should we even borrow this particular amount we want to borrow? Which means, is there another way of funding what we want to fund? That is a fundamental question. Number two, if we must borrow, where should this particular borrowing stand on the list of our priorities? Who should we borrow from? What is this borrowing meant to be deployed to? What is the interest rate on this borrowing? The commercial borrowing, the grant? It is at that level that all those questions are asked before these borrowing plans are approved. So when borrowings are at those levels, we also have a duty as citizens, as civil society organizations, to find a way to be part of those discussions, to raise issues that are our concern, and ensure that the representative of the people will not approve a loan that we believe is not in the best interest of this country. We've had loans that have been deployed properly. The Lagos-Ibadan rail, for example, and the rail is there, it's working. Some of the other rail projects as well, Abuja, Kaduna, and the rest of them, were low. They were deployed. The projects are there and they're working. There are some that are properly done and are delivering on dividends to the people. There are also those that were more like you borrow money, you carry it on a chopper, and then you start spraying it from the chopper. Whoever can grab whatever they can grab. We also have those kind of loans. So it is in the place of getting more involved by the people, by their representative and civil liberty organizations, civil society organizations, individuals, at those points when those loans are being approved by the people.
So you said some of them have worked. For instance, the railway project to Ibadan, Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna. But if we look at the ratio, to the ones that you put it on a chopper, you start to, just spray it around. Where do you think Nigeria stands with our own debt management at the moment?
I have some, what I might call a conspiracy theory about some of the people that we borrow from. I believe that some of the people that we even borrow money from, they don't want us to be able to repay the money, which is why they are not bothered about what you use the money for. They just want to give you money. So they know that you are owing them. You will pay anyway. So they don't care whether what you use the money for eventually pay off for you or not. They know that you can't run away. You will still have to pay them their money. That is why it is in that place of querying or questioning the purposes for which this money are being used. I don't think we have done well enough in it. I have reviewed borrowing plans in the past, and I've seen items that I'm asking myself, why must we borrow to do this and to do that and to do that? So it means that some of the items on those lists are not things we should borrow for. And come to think of it, you have instances in which some lenders will say, come and collect this money. When you collect this money, just go and share it to the poor in the society. And people have been asking consistently, where is the database of these people that want to share the money? I'm not saying there is no database. My advocacy about database of the poor in Nigeria is that it should be independently validated. Independent validation can happen. There are institutions that could help us to say, look, this is 774 local government. These are the samples of some names from each of these local government, and they will validate it and ensure that, oh, this data is reliable. But where those things have not been done, and we are borrowing money and sharing it to people that we are not even so sure if some of these people exist or not. Anything whatsoever, any program that involves sharing cash requires transparency because it is cash we're talking about. Yeah. I don't think we have done well enough. So you can imagine borrowing money for such purposes. It is ridiculous, in my opinion, and we can do a follow.
Yeah. So you mentioned the fact that some of the people who even lend us the money, they are not bothered whether we pay back or not. But there have been they want you to pay back, but they don't care what you use the money for, as long as you're not running away from them. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So another concern that people have is the debt servicing costs. How do you think the government, because especially if they're borrowing for things like, sharing to the poor, there's obviously going to be some costs allocated to that. How do you think the government needs to manage these challenges, especially if we don't want our liability, or even though we're to look at it as assets, but we don't want that to be so high and that it gets to unsustainable levels?
We already have a huge burden because when you look at the debt service amount in our budget, it is contesting with the infrastructure, with the capital budget for the same year. So where capital budget is 100 naira, you also see debt servicing as 100 naira, probably even more sometimes. So it is telling that we are crossing the boundary and that a lot of money that should have gone into our development is being spent on debt service. Now, that space is not as straightforward as it could be. And the reason is because if you need money and there is no shortcut for you to get that money, the only thing you can do is to borrow. So we must take a medium to long-term perspective so that we can begin to amend and correct our ways as far as the burden of borrowing is concerned. Because in the short term, it is difficult to fix. But when you take a medium-term perspective and you understand, for example, that our revenues is tiny, let me share a piece of information with you, for example. The education budget of South Africa is an equivalent of 25 trillion naira. That is about half of our entire budget.
Yeah.
That is education. And you are talking of South Africa that is 60 million people. Nigeria, we are told we are over 200. So it tells you that our budget as it is today and our revenue level is extremely tiny. It is too tiny. So part of the reasoning that we must be considering right now is how we must grow that revenue level. When you grow your revenue level, it will also help you to reduce your borrowing and reduce the percentage of your spending that comes from borrowing.
I love that.
So,
yeah. So what are some strategies that you think we can use right now to, increase our revenue? Because if that's a huge factor, that's definitely what our focus should be on right now to help reduce the borrowing. So what are some strategies you think would come in handy at the moment?
Let's make the best of our natural resources. We are blessed with oil and gas immensely. But as we have all noted, we're not even producing enough. We are not able to meet our own quota
yeah.
Of those things. So we need to do better. We have more gas than oil. What are we making out of gas? Two. We have commercial quantities of lithium. Where is our 10-year, 20-year plan for lithium, which might eventually replace a chunk of the fossil fuel deployment to vehicles across the world? So where is our own plan? So that is on some of the natural resource issues. Then we must industrialize. I'm delighted about what has happened over the last couple of years in the refining of oil in Nigeria with the Dangote refiner. Hopefully, we can also have all those public refineries come into that place. That is on the industrialization side of things. We cannot continue to be a country that exports commodities. We must be able to do way beyond commodities by being able to add value. That is the space of industrialization. So our manufacturing, our industries must work. When they work, we are able to produce, we consume, government is able to take taxes. You can only tax income. You can't tax people if they are not able to make money. So industrializing, making the best out of our natural resources and making the best out of our human resources. When you think about countries like US, like China, like India, like Brazil, Indonesia, there is something common to all the business environment so that businesses can thrive. When businesses thrive, we cannot tax income. You can't tax businesses when they are not making money. So we need the businesses to do well so that government can also make revenues. For instance, the VAT income alone in South Africa is bigger than the retained revenue of FGN. So we have to, but then you can't just go there and be taxing folks. These people you're going to tax must be able to make money when they are good and they are doing well. Then you can come and say, "Oh God, give me little too," and then let's be able to use it to support what you're doing. That is how it works. Then we have a huge population and we should make it count. US has a large population, China, India, Indonesia, Brazil, all these places, they have huge population and they have been able to make their population to count for them. We must be able to move our own population from being a burden to being an asset. We have a huge young population, energy everywhere, mental energy, physical energy. How are we harvesting this energy and deploying them productively to grow this nation? That is at the heart of what we must also do. I remember some years ago, we suddenly found Mark Zuckerberg at Sabo in Lagos, entering cyber cafe to cyber. He didn't even go to Abuja to go and greet the president or the governor. You know, he went on the street because right where he was sitting, there are reports that show that certain things are happening in a part in Nigeria, and he wants to know what exactly is and how business could be done. I could tap into those opportunities. So what about us? We are the owners of the country where those activities are happening. What are we doing about those activities?
Yeah. So another issue that most Nigerians have is concerns over transparency, and I just wanted to touch on that. How do you think that the government can ensure accountability with whatever we're borrowing, the monies that we borrow? How can even the public, how can we know what we're borrowing? How can we understand it and track it? Because if there is no accountability, if there's no transparency, then we're always going to be in the dark. So how can we even track our borrowings and what they're being spent on?
Okay, I believe we need the civil society organizations. I know an organization like Budget that has been doing a lot in that space. We need to have more of those organizations who can help us to pick on budget heads and determine what has been done with those budget heads. And accountability, it makes accountability easy. There's a platform in Texas. I once lived in Texas. And what that platform does is that it places all the infrastructure projects. They are there on the platform. You can know if it has been awarded, what state it is, and all those things.
But yes, I think that's even a great way to land it. We just need to have that level of accountability and transparency with our borrowings, and hopefully, you know, we will start to see the dividends, because borrowing is one thing, but like Bola has rightly said, if it's going to be an asset or a liability, it depends on what you use it for. So I hope that even when we borrow, we're borrowing to develop our nation, not just to be frivolous with our spending. So let's look for ways to see how we can turn these borrowings, instead of them being a burden, they can become assets for economic growth in Nigeria. Anyways, we're speaking to Bola Olojede, he's a finance expert, and we've just been looking at the impact on public debt on economic growth. We'll go on a short break now. When we return, we'll be discussing the fact that UNICEF calls for digital technology to boost basic education. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. UNICEF calls for digital technology to boost basic education. UNICEF's Bauchi education specialist, Abdulrahman Ado, has urged greater use of digital technology in basic education. Speaking at the International Day of Education event, he called on philanthropists and corporate bodies to support digital learning through the Nigeria Learning Passport, NLP, and emphasized the need for proper monitoring and government ownership of provided gadgets. To enhance digital learning, Ado recommended developing local content, expanding NLP studios, and improving school infrastructure. He also stressed the importance of digital systems for teacher recruitment, and data collection, alongside better electricity and security to protect learning tools. Aishatu Aminu, a director at the Bauchi State Ministry of Education, confirmed that most schools across the state are enrolled in the NLP program, except for new students. The NLP provides national curriculum content and global resources to support students, teachers, and parents. Joining us this morning is Oludare Akinlaja, is a managing partner, OAR&D company. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. So digital learning pretty much. And this is something that UNICEF is definitely passionate about. But circling back to Nigeria, how important is this in, the education sector? And with the NLP, for a state like Bauchi State that has already embraced this, what has the impact been, and especially for other states who want to join?
Well, thank you. You will agree with me that on a global conversation, the power of technology and what it has done to just shift how our societies exist is very commendable. But I always like to say this, technology is not the message, technology is just an enabler. So we have to be careful about these conversations around technology. Because technology is just an enabler of what you already have on the ground. Technology just gives you a platform to be able to reach a wider audience or reach people who you will naturally not be able to reach. And secondly, it also eases other parts of learning, probably measuring learning, carrying out a proper assessment of whether learning is actually being optimized and all of that. So that's the advantage of technology. But we must also understand that in our environment, which is in Nigeria, there are other issues that must be correctly tackled before the drive and the conversations around technology reaches a height. Now, this conversation is also in two parts. Number one, Are we talking about people learning about it, or secondly, using it as a learning tool or like as a learning enabler? So we must always be clear about these distinctions. Apart from NLP, some schools in Lagos, for instance, and other environments in Nigeria are actually using technology to its maximum. I was in a particular school last week to pick up a child of a friend of mine, and you hear them say, oh, most of the assessments they do in the school is no longer handwritten. The children go on the computer, they get they do their exams, and the computer gives them their results instantly, grades them, tells them where they're weak and all of that. I think it was done by a particular top tech company in the partnership. So that's already happening. But if I'm going to take a cue from a project we did in an eastern part of Africa, for technology in Africa, it is really about being able to get learning to areas where learning is not happening, okay, and also to inspire learning. That's talking about the remote areas now, right? That's where it has really been tested, okay? Areas where you will naturally not have physical schools. Okay, let me give an instance. In a remote community, there's no school at all. And, you know, the government is, instead of us building schools, why don't we do a small learning pod, you know, like a caravan kind of thing, and put computers there, and children come there every day to interact with learning globally. You don't have to recruit multiple teachers. You don't have to recruit people to, you know. So we need to ask ourselves, at what point do we want technology? What is it solving? We have to have a clear framework as to the end-to-end of why we really need technology. Because just shouting technology is not enough. Technology is just an enabler. What is this technology going to be enabling?
Yeah. So I know that there's, especially with our education, many schools struggle with electricity, internet access, especially for the rural communities that you just spoke about. If they don't even have schools, then what are we going to say when it comes to electricity and internet access? And most times, these technologies that we want to use are dependent on that. So for most schools right now, how do you think those challenges are being addressed? And what other challenges do you think they face when it comes to digital learning?
So I think, first of all, I don't know, but off the top of my head, I'm thinking we should come up with a policy that helps power into critical segments of our community, of our country. Hospitals, schools. Maybe we should retweak how the power policy is focused on areas like this. I know you have heard the conversation about the hospital somewhere in Ibadan, where, you know, so power for critical segments of our nation. I don't know whether we can specifically create a policy or an energy policy for critical sectors like education and hospitals, because it's very important, right? Because these people literally pay the same amount of money that companies pay, you know, and all. And do they make as much money if you're having that kind of conversation? Or how do we exactly develop a policy to drive power and energy to our schools? That's a very, very critical conversation. Or do we allow some form of public-private partnership strictly for such critical segments of the economy? Or do we allow public people to, you know, we have to come up with a policy to make power generation easy, power generation, distribution, and supply easy for such segments of our communities. It's very, very, very important. Secondly, about digital inclusion. You know, we laugh about this, but I'm sure you must have heard many years ago, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, where it broke out in Nigeria, that we used to sing Sandalili.
Yes, instead of Standard Living, yes.
And guess what? Our teachers sang it with us, excitedly.
Taught us Sandalili even. That was what was taught to us.
They didn't know about. So I think it's important that in this digital conversation, do we have teachers who can really, because the teachers are the custodians of learning in that learning environment. Are they trained? Are they prepared to serve as intermediaries between children and this technology? It is very important. I know I've been trying not to mention them, but maybe I will. Microsoft and Google always does this educators training for digital and all of that for teachers. I think it's very, very important. And you see, we always focus on maybe Lagos, Abuja, or, you know, centers where we have some form of, I don't want to discriminate, but we need to begin to look far and wide. How do we train the teachers in my village to be able to use digital technology? We need to scale that training to be able to meet multiple frontiers in our environment.
All right. So with this now, what is the vision how do you think Nigeria can upskill? Because of course you just spoke about teachers as well, but even with corporate bodies, because the UNICEF has spoken about, philanthropists, corporate bodies coming to partner with this. How do you think we can upskill with because education is important? And like the last conversation I had with you, we're talking about having to reduce poverty because you give these kids a fighting chance to be able to reduce poverty. And in a world that has embraced technology as it is, they need to have that level playing field so that anywhere I find myself in the world, I can also compete. So how do you think philanthropists, corporate bodies, everybody, public, private, whatever partnership is there, how can we come together to ensure that this is a goal that is being achieved?
Well, so I'm going to say this to answer your question. Companies pay what they call education tax. I'm sure we know companies pay that.
Yeah.
And one of the things I found out is that because companies pay that, sometimes when you then go meet them for education issues, they're like, but we're doing this and paying this education tax, and it's kind of compulsory, and they pay. So, so any company that's really doing an extra in education issues is really just doing an extra, probably because of the love of probably the founder or the CEO or the board members who are interested in education. I think that education tax issue we need to recalibrate how the money is implemented and where it is implemented to, and all of that, because companies pay it. I'm sure if you check your organization, it is there, an education tax, and you must pay it. So after I'm done paying that, you then come again and tell me to sponsor education issues. You see, so that's really a challenge. So we need to rework that policy. I don't know how we're going to rework it to be able to say how can companies. I don't know. I'm not a policy designer, so I'm not going to. I'm a policy designer, but maybe when they call for my help, I'll be able to talk about that. But it's important. So, but other companies are trying. So I think we should also have more companies focus on it. And the issue too is that, for education, sometimes the rewards are not instantaneous. The rewards are not, you can't see the rewards tomorrow. You can't see the rewards today. It has to be somebody who has a heart for it and a heart for what it is. And whether you will like it or yes, education is very expensive. Critical infrastructure, end to end, it is expensive, and sometimes you might not be able to see the feedback for 5-10 years if you start today, as the case may be. So, but we need to speak more to companies and philanthropists to say, pay back into put back into education. Secondly, we need to start to get diaspora involvement. We need to get people in diaspora to invest more in education. I'll tell you this. Some of the things that stops diaspora people from investing in the education is having their fingers burnt at various moments. So they no longer want to do it. But I think we should speak more to diaspora and see how they can invest in it. I had this product at some point where I said, if everybody in diaspora, I always tease and say, I believe that everybody in diaspora has a village in Nigeria. Everybody in diaspora is in a village.
Yeah.
So I say, if you're in diaspora, if you focus on just your village, dust your village, I'm sure we can cover 75% of Nigeria rural areas. If people in diaspora focus on just their villages and see how they can invest in quality education in their villages. So I think it's important to also get diaspora engagement and see how we can begin to, I don't want to say cajole, but also speak to more companies to say, you can do more than the 2% education tax. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
And you see, invest more into education.
It can even be part of, the CSR thing that they do. But it's important that we really, really look at, because education is critical. It's a critical sector for every nation building. And so these are the leaders of tomorrow, like we like to say. So if we're not going to be investing in that tomorrow, then what's going to happen? But hopefully,
especially our early child education.
Yes.
1 to 6 year old or to 7. I can't understand how we're not in crisis mode for our early child education.
Anyways, this is where we have to wrap it up right now. Thank you so much, Dr. Oludare, for coming. It's always a pleasure having you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, and you too.
All right, so I'm speaking with Dr. Oludare Akinlaja. He's the managing partner at OAR&D Company, and we've just been speaking on the fact that UNICEF calls for technology to boost our basic education in Nigeria. This is where we have to wrap it up on the show today. Thank you so much for having the breakfast with me. My name is Rome Paulson. I'll see you again on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. Good morning.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission. And from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there's been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, I also feel it's me, number one. Like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job if the pay is not okay to me. Then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. Most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job, I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they're doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space, I do my thing, then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up, I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. But the most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people, like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move in Nigeria now, presently. I'm the only one. Though there are many people, there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I'll still teach them. So there'll still be a time whereby if I see that okay, they have gotten it up to that level, I know, I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again, I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program and they'll ask me to perform like 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. when it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, what do you do? I will say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, oh, dancer. I will say no, I'm a contortionist. And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. No, it's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists, which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met few of them in a competition, whereby if they see me, if they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing? But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Miss Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Trained. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He had a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. Will I say it's profitable? Okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful, and whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy, you're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that too. I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can furthermore there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
This is what basketball looked like a century ago. And here's what it looks like now. So, how did we get here? Well, it all started when a teacher named James Naismith wanted to make a fun game for his students. And boom, just like that, we got basketball. But at first, the game was complete garbage. I mean, they played with soccer balls and used wooden baskets as hoops. Yeah, it was literally basketball. And they couldn't even dribble. But the game quickly evolved. And by 1906, metal rims were introduced. They finally allowed dribbling, thank God. And the very first professional basketball league was formed, the NBL. But 12 years later, another league was created called the BAA, creating teams like the Celtics, the Lakers, the Knicks, and the Warriors. And by 1949, basketball was getting so popular that the BAA and the NBL were like, let's do it. So they merged, creating the NBA. But despite being the #1 basketball league in the world, most players in the NBA still had day jobs, like Norman Glick, who worked as a plumber. I'm not kidding. But in 1956, one of the greatest players of all time made his NBA debut, Celtics legend Bill Russell. I mean, he was so good that he won a championship in his first season and 10 more throughout his career. Yeah, 11 championships. The Celtics dominated the league for 13 years straight, but in 1959, Bill's biggest rival joined the league, Wilt Chamberlain, a man who could bench 500 pounds, sleep with 20,000 women, and score 100 points in a single game, a record he still holds to this day. By the way, none of those things were ever recorded on camera, so there's a bit of debate on whether any of it happened. The next 20 years were a dark era for the NBA. In fact, it was almost the death of it. In 1967, a rival league was formed called the ABA, creating teams like the Spurs, Nuggets, Nets, and Pacers. 2 different leagues with over 200 players, completely splitting the basketball fan base. Not only that, but 70% of NBA players were addicted to drugs, which was a big no-no. And by 1978, the NBA was down so bad, even most of the finals weren't aired on TV. Nobody cared about the NBA. But right before officially going bankrupt, the league was saved by 2 unlikely stars. This is Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. And in 1978, they were the 2 greatest players in college basketball history that just so happened to be playing at the exact same time, leading to one of the greatest rivalries ever. They talked smack, got physical, all while dropping 20 points on each other. It became the hottest thing on TV. I'm talking 40 million viewers for a single college game. Between 1978 and 1979, Bird and Magic officially declared for the league, with Bird going to the Boston Celtics and Magic to the Lakers. Meanwhile, the NBA absorbed the 4 remaining ABA teams, making the NBA the only professional basketball league. And oh yeah, in 1979, they finally added the iconic 3-point line. The NBA was suddenly bigger than ever. Hell, the league even started selling players' jerseys for the first time. And it was all led by Bird and Magic. But despite all that, the NBA had no clue what was about to hit them, because there was a kid from North Carolina about to change not only basketball, but the world forever. In 1982, a 19-year-old college player was averaging 13 points and 4 rebounds. Nothing special, but it was enough to help bring his team, the North Carolina Tar Heels, to the NCAA championship. And it was during that game that he made a name for himself, because in the final seconds, with his team down 1, he did this.
18. Shot. Jordan. It's over. North Carolina has won the 1982 NCAA championship.
Michael Jordan was ready to take over the basketball world. And in 1984, when Jordan was drafted by the Chicago Bulls, he instantly became a star, winning Rookie of the Year and looking like he'd be the face of the game for years to come. But at the start of his sophomore season, Jordan shattered his foot. Meanwhile, there was another player coming out of college, ready to take MJ's spot. This is Len Bias, And the kid was so good, scouts were saying he'd for sure be better than MJ. He was bigger, stronger, and a better rebounder. And in 1986, he was drafted by the Boston Celtics, a team that still had legends like Larry Bird, Bill Walton, and Danny Ainge. But just 2 days later, the NBA was hit with one of their worst tragedies.
Local success story took a tragic turn this morning. Len Bias, the Maryland University basketball star on his way to becoming a world champion Boston Celtic, died of an apparent heart attack today at Leland Memorial Hospital in Prince George's County.
He died of heart failure because he used cocaine. The medical examiner said the cocaine in Bias's body was virtually pure, while most found in Maryland is 60% diluted. He said Bias inhaled the powder. Within seconds, it was absorbed into the blood and quickly interrupted the electrical activity in his brain, and that produced an irregular heartbeat.
Len Bias tragically passed away, and with that, brought an end to the Celtics dynasty. But there was another dynasty right around the corner. Now, a few months later, Michael Jordan returned from injury and literally became the most famous person in the world. He won 3 championships in a row with the Bulls, released the most iconic shoes of all time, the Jordan 1s, and he was so famous, you could recognize an outline of him. Everyone wanted to be like Mike, and it brought worldwide attention. By 1992, the NBA started playing games in countries like China, Germany, and Russia. And for the first time ever, you had legends like Bird, Magic, and Jordan all playing for the USA Olympic team, forming the Dream Team, aka the greatest sports team ever assembled. At this point, basketball and the NBA was at its peak. It was so big, the league even added 2 teams to Canada, but it was all short-lived.
Last night, we began the show with the disappearance of Michael Jordan's father. Tonight, the worst fears have come true. James Jordan was found dead, victim of an apparent murder.
Jordan was devastated, and being unable to cope with the pain, he officially retired from the NBA in 1993. This left a massive hole in the league, and the Houston Rockets tried to fill it, even winning back-to-back championships. But it just wasn't MJ. So only 2 years after retiring, MJ shocked the world with 2 of the most iconic words in NBA history: "I'm back." But when Jordan returned, he would meet the Black Mamba for the first time. And that's only one of the 8 sections coming up, after a word from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. See, when you're as good at basketball as I am, you become a target on the court. So after I dropped my 69th point in the game, this dude that was guarding me got mad, blindsided me, and broke my ankle. And I didn't know what to do. I couldn't afford the cost of fixing my broken ankle. But after doing some digging, I found something that saved my life. An injury law firm that'll fight your case for completely free, unless you win. Yeah, Morgan & Morgan will fight to give you the best results. So if you ever have an injury, you can go to forthepeople.com and sign up for a free case evaluation to get started. Trust me, dog, you won't regret it. Well, look, we gotta get back to MJ, cause with the words "I'm back," he made his return to the NBA, where he and the Bulls went on to dominate the league again, winning 3 more championships in a row, including one on Father's Day, where MJ dedicated the win to his dad. It was truly beautiful. But as Jordan's career came to an end, a new era of players were ready to take over. Players like Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, and Allen Iverson. They all brought something the league had never seen before. AI redefined how you could dribble and move with the ball. Kobe brought his Mamba mentality, while no one could contain Shaq's size. But the changes went beyond just the court. By the early 2000s, you saw more players with tattoos, they were wearing chains and jewelry. The league had gotten a complete makeover. By the year 2003, Shaq and Kobe were dominating the league. They teamed up on the Lakers, and it won 3 championships in a row. It was a thing of beauty. That was, until their relationship fell apart. Kobe thought Shaq was being a lazy fat ass, and Shaq thought Kobe was mean, so the two ended up hating each other. But all eyes were on a much bigger story. See, there was a player in high school that was more famous than any NBA player. A player that was part Magic Johnson, part MJ, and part superhuman. I'm talking about LeBron James, the most exciting prospect basketball had ever seen. I mean, if the league accepted high schoolers, he would have been playing in the NBA at 16. He was that good. And in the 2003 draft, he was selected by his hometown team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, ready to claim his crown as the king of the NBA. But while everyone had their eyes on LeBron, something sinister was going on in the background. a referee by the name of Tim Donaghy was rigging games for the Mafia, telling them which teams to put money on. And it wasn't just a single game, or even one series. He was rigging games for 4 years straight. Tim was literally changing the history of the NBA with each game he reffed. But eventually, the FBI got involved. A 2-year investigation was conducted, and Tim went to jail for 11 months. But the 2000s weren't all bad. In 2007, the league saw the beginning of the super team era in the Boston Celtics, made up of 3 NBA legends, Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett, and Paul Pierce. And I know there were other super teams over the years, the 82 Sixers, the 96 Bulls, hell, even the 2003 Lakers. But for the first time in NBA history, teams were intentionally trading for 3 superstars to try and win it all. And in 2010, the Miami Heat pulled off the greatest super team the NBA had ever seen. Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and LeBron. I mean, they were so good, they made it all the way to the finals in their first year. By 2011, the league had hit one of its lowest points, going into a complete lockout. Basically, team owners wanted to pay their players less. Players said hell no, and the NBA shut down. So with nothing to do all day, stars like LeBron and KD went and dominated in local gyms. Some players like J.R. Smith went overseas to play, while others were forced to literally find a normal job. No one knew if this was the end of the NBA. But finally, after 161 days, everyone came to a new agreement. And this marked the beginning of the absolutely ridiculous NBA contracts we see today. I mean, dudes like Timothy Mozgov, who averaged 6 points a game, signed a $65 million contract, while stars like Kevin Durant were signing contracts for over $160 million. To put that into perspective, the most Bill Russell got paid at the height of his career was $100 grand per year. That is only $975,000 in today's money. With the NBA finally back, LeBron lived it up in Miami, going to 4 straight finals, winning 2 of them. Basketball was witnessing a new GOAT emerge, and the NBA was in the midst of its LeBron era. By 2014, LeBron returned to Cleveland, ready to win his hometown a ring, thinking it was going to be an endless flow of championships. But there was a team in the Bay Area with a player named Steph Curry, who was about to change the NBA forever. Steph Curry could shoot the ball from anywhere, and I mean anywhere. The league had never seen anything like it. 3-point shots used to just be, a normal part of the game, but now we saw Steph Curry making it the #1 option, from hitting more threes than any player in NBA history to taking home the MVP award that year and winning the 2015 NBA Finals. He broke boundaries and changed the way the league viewed shooting. So other teams started shooting threes like crazy, trying to find their own Steph Curry. But there was a problem. The dude was one of a kind. So from 2015 to 2018, it was the king of the league versus the greatest shooter of all time. And it made for some of the most memorable playoff series ever, like in 2016, when LeBron and the Cavs were down 3-1 to the Warriors in the finals. But somehow they came back and won it all, making it LeBron's greatest accomplishment. Meanwhile, international players started invading the league, like Joel Embiid, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Nikola Jokic, who account for the last 5 MVPs from 2019 to 2023. Suddenly, the league's best players weren't even American. It was like nothing the league had ever seen before. But what nobody saw coming was a worldwide pandemic.
A dangerous virus is spreading rapidly in China, and U.S. officials are very worried that it could come here.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S.
If I show up to an arena and ain't no fans in there, I ain't playing.
The NBA is suspending the season.
See, the NBA was forced to completely shut down for 4 months. Luckily though, the league was trying to cook up a plan to bring basketball back, and what they came up with seemed insane at first, because the NBA invited teams to Disney World, where they would come and play out the rest of the season while being stuck inside a bubble for 3 months. They couldn't leave, they couldn't bring anyone in, they couldn't even order food from outside restaurants. It was rough. But LeBron got his 4th ring out of it, and nobody got sick. By 2021, COVID was still around, but the fans were back, and we got to see one of the weirdest seasons ever. The Nets lost in the playoffs because KD's foot was too big. LeBron got eliminated in the first round for the first time in his career, and the Bucks won their first championship since 1971. In the 2022-23 season, we got to see a legendary Celtics vs. Warriors finals, where Steph took home his 4th ring. But I think it's more important to talk about where we are today. See, I feel like there's a problem that no one seems to be mentioning. The NBA's most popular players are getting really old, and I think we're about to witness the end of an era. I mean, the typical retirement age for an NBA player is 35. Meanwhile, Jimmy Butler, James Harden, D. Rose, and Westbrook are all 34. Steph and KD are 35, CP3 is 38, and the king of the NBA, LeBron James, is 38 years old too, which makes him the oldest player in the entire NBA. I mean, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? These dudes are about to retire, and the league is about to look a whole lot different very soon. Because with 30 teams at the moment, the league has plans to expand to 32 teams. And with how much the league's changed already, who knows what we could see in 20 more years. Like, there's already talks about a 4-point line, airless basketballs, and Toyota's developing a robot that might even play in the league. This really is the end of an era and the beginning of something new.
So bloating is abdominal disorder in the gastric tract. So when you have hair or gas locked up in the gastrointestinal tract, then you have bloating happening to an individual. You have the person bloated. So what you can do in that process is to either you can take a warm bath. If you're bloated, you can take a warm bath. You can put lemon in your water. But even before you... Lemon in your drinking water? Yes, lemon in your drinking water. But even before you even start, bloating could be very, very discomforting. It could cause your stomach walls to be tight. So you could have pains in your tummy. Then you could belch severely, and you can stop that by taking, you can control bloating by taking mint, things that have mint. You can take a warm bath. You can take a walk. You can take fruits like the citrus fruits. You know, lemon is equally in the family of citrus. You can take citrus fruits, you can take banana, you can take kiwi, you can take cantaloupe. You know, they're all good fruits for bloating. You can also take, I think I mentioned you taking mint. You can take anything with mint when you're bloated. Your normal fizzy drink, our everyday fizzy drink, alcohol, you know, causes bloating. Then there's some food that have gas, more gas than the others. So example is beans. So you tend to fart when you take beans. You, at times, lactose is another thing that causes bloating. So you fart, you're very uncomfortable when you take some of these fruits, then the cruciferous vegetables, example of cruciferous vegetables are lettuce, cabbage, and cauliflower. They're all in the family. They equally cause bloating. However, these are fruits very good to eat for the body because they are high in fiber. So when you take things that are high in fiber, you need to know how to take them so that you're not constipated. So some veggies that causes bloating, for example, your normal lettuce can make you bloated. Cauliflower, cabbage, you know, can make you bloated. While these vegetables are very good for the body, you need to know how to eat them in small portions. Like they always say, too much of everything is bad. So you take everything in little quantities. They are high in fiber. So you don't just concentrate on food that are very high in fiber and you say you're on a diet. No, that's not how it works. So you take a bit of fiber, you take a bit of protein, you take a bit of carbs, everything together, and you have a very good diet. When you eat too much, eating too much can cause bloating. Drinking too much. Really? You know when you're taking water and you're taking it with straw, at times you take it in with some air, so you can be bloated like that. You can take citrus. You can take add a bit of lemon into your water and drink to relieve you. You have your mint leaves. Put mint leaf in water. Take it as a tea. It's equally good. You have your kiwi. Take some kiwi. Chew on them. It will relieve you. You have your grapefruit, your berries. They're equally good. Apple, banana. They are good to combat bloating.
It's the unthinkable. Nearly 1 million Rohingya refugees have been driven out of their homes and villages in Myanmar into neighboring Bangladesh. It is by far one of the world's largest humanitarian crises today.
The Rohingya are descendants of the ancient Southeast Asian kingdom of Arakan. Its borders face the Bay of Bengal to its west, the Indian subcontinent to its north, and Burma proper to its east, isolated by the Arakan Mountains and accessible primarily by sea.
In the 8th century, Muslim traders brought Islam to Arakan, where the religion spread. In the 18th century, Arakan was conquered by the neighboring Burmese people.
Until recently, the descendants of the Arakan, now known as the Rohingya, lived isolated from the majority Buddhist population in what is now called the Rakhine state of Myanmar.
But Myanmar denied Rohingya the right to citizenship, their basic rights to study, work, or access to health services were severely restricted. Beginning in 2012, Western leaders started to take notice.
In Rakhine State, we see the danger of continued tensions there.
Then, in August 2017, tensions between the Rohingya and the Burmese boiled over. Rohingya rebels attacked Myanmar security forces. The military quickly counterattacked.
The violence against civilians has forced more than 500,000 people to flee for their lives.
Hundreds have been killed. At least 200 villages have been burned to the ground.
The word is genocide.
We must shine a spotlight on these accounts of ethnic cleansing.
This is the story behind the catastrophic humanitarian crisis affecting Southeast Asia, and the story of the people trying to help the Rohingya.
Look around me. This river, it's part of the border between the nation of Bangladesh and the nation of Myanmar. It's a short distance from the Rohingya refugee camps. And this is one of the border locations where many desperate Rohingya refugees, under the most unthinkable conditions, cross this river, fleeing for their lives. There are about 1 million Rohingyas here in Bangladesh. They're living in very tough conditions with very uncertain futures. Not every Rohingya was able to escape to Bangladesh. Many, numbers unknown, were murdered, slaughtered. The United Nations has identified these vicious acts as ethnic cleansing. You've heard the phrase, never again. But those words ring hollow here. It has happened again to the Rohingyas.
They came, one of the groups, to our village and then came to our markets, and they looted all of the expensive things, and then they set fire.
Also, they come into our village and shooting the everywhere, just firing like shooting the like this on fire. No meet, no discuss, no question, just shooting.
When Mohib Bullah's village was attacked, he traveled for 8 days to reach safety. I have heard that there was killings, shootings,
yes,
killings with machete,
yes,
rapes of women.
Yes.
Do you know anybody who was killed by machete, shot, or raped?
Yeah, a lot of people we know.
When they brought in our villages and the market, that time I saw with my own eyes.
Did you see anyone killed with your own eyes?
Yes, one of my villagers also killed on the way.
Running and got shot?
Yeah.
Kasim was a school teacher in his home village where he can trace his family history back at least 4 generations.
My family is also one of the brothers who were killed by the Burmese government.
So you're taking care of your brother's child, and sister-in-law, your brother's wife?
Yes.
How do you deal with this?
I love him very much. No, I am taking care of him. He is my daughter's child.
Why do you think that the Myanmar military did this?
The government trying the whole country to be Buddhist.
So this is a religious dispute?
Religious. It is the religious thing. They're trying to be Buddhist country. All will be Buddhist.
I heard several stories like this, claiming that the attacks were religiously motivated, Buddhist on Muslim, and calculated to drive out the Rohingya. No government confirms that story, but the Rohingya here believe it.
I had to leave my children in the midst of firing and chaos. What could I do?
So she was in her home when the military of Myanmar showed up. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
What happened to the village?
The village was burned. As the houses were set on fire, a lot of the people could not get out. Some were hacked to death, or their bodies were lit on fire. Little children were thrown away violently.
How did you get separated from your 2 children?
In Myanmar, our home was attacked suddenly by gunfire. That moment, I escaped through an open door, and I grabbed one of my children who was close to me. Soon I saw my whole house was on fire. I do not know what happened to the others. There was no way to know who was shot or who was butchered. I could not find out.
I just can't even imagine how hard this is. I almost don't know what to say to you. I'm at a loss for words.
My son was 5. My daughter 7.
What's her name, in case anyone is watching?
Shahida.
And what is your son's name?
Mahmoud Hassan.
So for now, the new home for the Rohingya is in neighboring Bangladesh, the Kutupalong refugee camp. What was once a lush forest is now a sprawling slum that reaches out for miles.
I had no idea how big it was going to be, so seeing just how huge the camp was, just on and on and on with all of the people, that was kind of my first impression was just the huge scope of it. Like, I'd heard about it, you see the statistics, you see the numbers, but to be here in person and seeing how extensive it is, that's something completely different. Like, once you get in, besides just looking at the physical stuff, looking at like the people, the feel of the camp when I walk through it, there's just this sense of a lot of people that are just kind of surviving, not really living, just kind of getting by day to day.
An initial settlement of refugees already existed here, but after the violence in August of 2017, the camp started to grow by enormous numbers. When they arrived, the Rohingya had no homes, no shelters, no source of heat for cooking. But what the land held was trees. And one by one, they were cut down. The trees that held the hillsides became campfires and shelters that now stretch to the horizon. Kaylin Briggs is an American who has worked in 5 countries in the last 5 years. She is now with World Vision, a relief agency which is active here. She has seen the growth.
When we had this massive population influx last August, we had to expand the area where those people were living. So what we're in now is called the expansion camp. So it's basically a much larger camp that's built sort of around the original site.
All right. Any idea what the population of the expanded camp is? About
it's over 600,000.
Of the expanded camp, that would include the original camp too?
That doesn't include the original camp. So,
oh, it does not?
No. So if you include the original camp and all of the little bits around it, we're up to around 900,000 people. So this is the largest refugee camp in the world.
But they are cut off. They cannot leave the camp. Officially, the Bangladesh government has even put restrictions on the sale of SIM cards to refugees for their cell phones, citing security precautions. Formal education is not allowed. Some organizations sponsor language lessons for children, but not in the local trade language, Bengali. Though there is little to do, there are few sources of entertainment. No television, limited internet, and only weak radio signals with little information in the Rohingya language. Since refugees don't have work permits, they are officially not allowed to have jobs. It's fertile ground for the breeding of extremists and terrorism.
We often say in these types of emergencies that idleness is one of the biggest threats. When people have too much time, when they don't have the opportunity to work or do things, that's when we start seeing risks go up in camps.
Kids are kids, and they try to keep busy. And while the Rohingya may not be able to fill proper jobs, it doesn't stop them from working. You do find some computers in use here and there, but I'm told that their usage also requires permission from authorities in the camps. So no work, no schooling, no movement, not much of a life. No one, not governments, not relief workers, and least of all the Rohingya themselves, knows how long they will be here and when or if they will ever be able to return home. And there's more. Another pressing, potentially disastrous enemy has come to the Rohingya. Here comes the rain.
Yeah, we can go there.
Can I get under your thing for a second? This is what the million people, the million Rohingyas in this refugee camp are having to put up with. This is the monsoon season. This is a crisis on top of a crisis. It is raining like crazy. It's not going to stop raining. This is no ordinary rain. This is a monsoon. And what's happening, what's already happened is there are mudslides, but that's not where it stops. I mean, look, here's a latrine, but the latrines are filthy. And what happens is they make the water filthy. There's water running all the way through. You can see the water underneath me. It just doesn't stop raining. And it's just a breeding ground for all sorts of diseases. You've got cholera and so many other diseases that come when you have filthy water. And that's just the beginning. But how can anyone expect these people to get food to live? How can you expect their structures to stand up? And now the structures are literally going to wash down upon each other. Bridges are washing away. This is what the spotlight needs to be put on, because these people are desperate. But it's only going to get worse.
The danger is clear to relief workers like May Sepan of Food for the Hungry and Medical Teams International.
Essentially, their settlements are built on what appears to be sand dunes because they're deforested lands that have no way of protecting the population against the monsoon rains. And so it's very likely that most of these settlements will get washed out as the rains increase and the storms become more intense.
We identified something like 200,000 people are at risk from landslides with this heavy monsoon. It's almost like a race against time.
Shelley Thackrow gave up a career as a journalist to work in crisis environments just like this one.
We've been trying to really move families as fast as we can to flatter, safer land, so relocated to a part of the camp which has been flattened, but also so that safer shelter can also be built.
I walked the camp with Rebecca Derry, the country representative for Samaritan's Purse, a U.S.-based Christian relief organization. Dozens of agencies from all over the world, including the United States, have sent teams to the camp to help the Rohingya. They're providing medical care, shelter materials, food, and dozens of other relief services. The camp is too large and the need too great for just one agency to handle it all. They've split Kuta Palong into a number of smaller camps where individual charities take responsibility.
What is this camp called? Where this is still the Camp 12?
Yes.
20,000 plus live here?
20,000 plus.
And you can see how all the houses or homes are built into this hilly terrain. So when the monsoon starts in earnest, it creates a horrible danger.
Absolutely.
So what's to protect these houses from pancaking on top of each other?
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
While I was in Camp 16, I met Fatima. When her family fled from Myanmar, her husband was killed. Her son lives in the camps, but is so traumatized that I'm told he just roams around aimlessly. She was helped by CARE.
When we first reached Bangladesh, we took shelter at the bank of a river, but there was land erosion. Then some representatives from CARE told us that there were some new shelters being built further inland. They advised us and then helped us move here.
But for every person like Fatima, there are dozens of others needing immediate help. The needs come flooding in every day, every hour, every minute.
Every single moment the crisis builds. This is interesting. Here comes an ambulance. Before I was talking about how dangerous it is, how do you get cars in to help people? This is an ambulance. Hello, sir. It's very dangerous up there. You might want to drive slow. I can go? I don't know if you can go or not. They say that, but I don't know. You'll be the first to go through, and it's pretty narrow. Why don't you get out of the car and go look at it?
I have patient already.
You have a patient in there? Do you have a patient in there?
Yeah. And I have a patient.
Where are you trying to get it to the patient to? To the hospital right there. We're up on the hill? See, this is what the danger is. This is an ambulance. And when I say something new happens every 5 minutes, before I was talking about how the road washed out, how dangerous it was. Now we've got a patient in an ambulance trying to get to the hospital up there. And this road is supposedly repaired, but even my own weight, I can push the soil down. Wait till the rain comes. I don't know what happens when heavy vehicles go through. Every time you turn around, there's another bigger crisis. And you wonder, how much more can these people endure? How much more? And it just doesn't stop.
For the refugees, it's a perfect storm. Persecution, mudslides, idleness, disease. While there is much that is good that is being done here, this camp has also become a target for those who would come to prey on the Rohingya. The Kutupalong refugee camp in Bangladesh is just across the river from the home of the Rohingya. The Myanmar military has driven nearly 1 million Rohingya to this camp.
Textbook ethnic cleansing.
The international community has condemned the government for the violence against Rohingya civilians that amounted to what the United Nations termed as ethnic cleansing.
Every woman or girl I spoke with reported having either endured or witnessed sexual violence.
It is imperative that the international community take decisive measures to address this grave crisis.
Most have little or nothing to go back to. Their homes and villages have been destroyed.
We are struggling. We need resources fast.
It's a humanitarian crisis, only made worse by the monsoon rains. The Rohingya here are caught in limbo. They cannot have jobs, there are no schools, there are few sources of information. They sit idle, unhappy, and largely dependent on aid supplied by international governmental and non-governmental organizations who have sent good people to help.
One child.
But besides those who bring relief, others are drawn to the camps to take advantage of the crisis. As so often happens, the victims are victimized a second time. Most vulnerable are women and young girls who are targeted by traffickers to be lured or taken and used for forced labor or sex.
I discovered traffickers after sunset. 5 o'clock, there is no foreigners and no locals allowed.
I met with a human rights activist in nearby Cox's Bazar. Ali Kabir had worked in agriculture his whole life. He says he could no longer remain silent while others were suffering at the hands of some Rohingya who themselves had fled years before.
Only old Rohingyas, those who are registered here since 1978, 1991, old Rohingyas, they are staying in Bangladesh. They know everything. They know every rules. They are very familiar with Bangladesh culture. Human traffickers hiding them. And they go inside the camp and talk with the families, convince them that they were going to provide a good job, better future, better life abroad, and better opportunities like this.
So the people that are involved in the trafficking are Rohingyas who have been here in Bangladesh long before the latest exodus of Rohingyas from Myanmar?
Yep.
So you're talking the population that's doing the trafficking are Rohingya who have been here in Bangladesh for a number of years.
Yes, they are become a broker of the big trafficking network.
How do they get the women out of the camps? Because the Bangladesh government won't let the Rohingyas leave the camps. I mean, the Rohingyas who came over from Myanmar in the last year and a half can't leave the camps. So how do the brokers get them out of the camps?
Well, ma'am, I tell you, here in Bangladesh have no system in checkpost. In checkpost, they check only Bangladesh NID card, national ID card, and human traffickers obtain fake national ID card.
He also showed me pictures of the women he says were victims.
So she's a Rohingya.
Yes.
From the refugee camp, and they were going to sell her or bring her out of the country.
Yes.
What was she getting paid? Do you know? And what was the offer?
Offer was providing her in a beauty parlor job abroad, Malaysia, Thailand, and providing her, in a job in a factory.
Did you ever speak to her parents or her family?
Yeah, I speak to her parents. They was very in shock after they learned a real story, real thing.
So they thought it was a legitimate deal that she was going overseas for this career?
Yes.
Did any of them get emotional?
They just requested me not to tell this thing to the other people because her future will be dark.
Future in terms of getting a husband or future employment?
Not husband.
Husband, really?
And, husband, and the community will not let them live in peace.
So it's a very much a cultural thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, the people were going to insult them, they will not get a well respect, and they will not get sitting with the other relatives. They're going to hate her. They will look at her in a very, in a bad eyes.
Are Rohingya families protesting about this or complaining? Are they seeing anything if a member of their family, goes off into some sex trade?
Well, ma'am, where they're going to protest? There is no any proper place where they can go submit a complaint, where they can go seek a legal process, where they can go seek justice, where they can go.
I was in a forced marriage for 8 months. I was told the army could take me away by force. It would be better if I got married in order to save my honor. Since my mother is blind, she agreed to marry me off. We had just arrived in Bangladesh for the first time. We didn't know anything about the place. We didn't know the laws or the rules. We came here with a lot of fear from all the violence.
They are very helpless, hopeless. There was no police. They're in the camp, nothing, and there was, in a fair, and they given the daughter to him.
So she goes with him. Was she crying or screaming or upset or agreeable? I mean,
she don't want it to him.
I was so fearful. I'm just a teenager. But they grabbed my neck and I was so scared. That's why I was crying a lot. I was so upset. My mom said God has not given permission. But those people said it was God's will to get married to that man. My mom turned to me and told me to just accept my fate.
And where he can go ask protection. And the parents say, I'm sorry, we are helpless. He is going to kill us and we have to give my daughter to him.
This man came and took her, and I guess took her, is that for sex?
Marry her.
Or this would be wife number 3.
Yeah, marry her. Later, when the first wife pressuring him, he let her.
So he let her go?
Let her go. This Rohingya girl have no value.
No value?
No value.
Because she's Rohingya?
Yes.
0.
0.
And there's something else the Rohingya here don't talk about. When the Burmese military attacked, they didn't just kill and set houses on fire. They raped. And the victims of those rapes are here now. They face a terrible stain that their own culture puts on them and on their newborns.
We're seeing a lot of women that are coming in right about now that have voiced to us that the babies are a result of rape.
Sarah Rawlings is a nurse from Seattle, Washington. She both treats and counsels the victims. The challenges she faces are heartbreaking.
It's a really hard one. We've seen some pretty dire things happen as a result of unwanted pregnancies.
Are the women having babies in their homes?
Yeah. Many of the women are having babies in their homes. I'd say the majority are having babies in their homes and are not coming in here. Just the other week, one of our community health workers found a baby that had been left in a latrine, was still alive, but covered in feces. They've been actually trying to track down and find the woman, but since the baby has been taken in to another organization and they're feeding the baby and trying to offer support and find community members that can help raise the child.
So they expect this child to survive that was found in the feces in the latrine?
I believe the child right now is at a Doctors Without Borders hospital.
Is that an unusual situation? Are you finding other situations where women are trying to either terminate their pregnancies or having difficult births, or are you finding more of that?
We're seeing more and more, and we've had several, probably 20 plus women that I've spoken with since I've been here that have told me they want to terminate their pregnancy and that they don't want the child and that the child is a result of rape.
Rohingya culture is very complicated. Even the rape victims, those who have been raped by Myanmar military, you know what they say? Oh, she have a evil in her belly. Stay away from her.
If you've been raped by the Myanmar
military, they were saying evil in her belly. Stay away from her. I want to talk with one pregnant from the rape. Other Rohingyas advising me, sir, please don't talk to her. She have an evil in her belly.
What happens after the baby's born?
She have no place in the society of Rohingya.
Zero, none.
Zero, yes. Her life is dark, and everybody comes to know. A lot of Rohingya girls, those who have been raped by the Myanmar military, they're hiding. They're hiding, they're suffering quietly, silently. They don't want to expose, they don't want to say, they don't want to say nothing.
So what do we do? What can we do? What's next for the 1 million people who seem to want little more than to go home? More than a year after this crisis began, there's a lot that seems normal in the Kuta Palong refugee camp. You see it best when the rain stops and the sun comes out. There's now something of an economy here and a social structure familiar to the Rohingya. Because communication with the outside is so difficult, when news comes in, it spreads like wildfire from person to person. It's not always 100% accurate, but it's a way for the Rohingya to believe they are not being forgotten. The one nation that is focused on the Rohingya is the host country, Bangladesh. But even though the country is devoting resources and energy, it seems clear Bangladesh does not want the Rohingya to remain. In fact, the Bangladesh government only reluctantly calls them Rohingya, preferring the term forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. That's a reminder that this is all temporary. Myanmar says it will welcome back the refugees, but in refugee camps, not their villages. And even if that occurs, the government of Aung San Suu Kyi says they will still be denied citizenship and officially remain stateless under the Myanmar Constitution. They will still be stigmatized. People here doubt that without international intervention, they will ever see their home villages again.
When you talk to people in the camp, they say they want to go home. They are absolutely clear about that, but they will tell you, we want to go home when it's safe to do so and when we are able to access our rights in Myanmar. And so far, we haven't seen much progress, and they tell us that they haven't seen much progress in seeing conditions improve for them. And so I think that's, from our point of view, where we really do need to see governments like the US stepping up, not just the financial assistance, but also the diplomatic engagement to try to come up with a solution to this crisis that enables people to eventually be able to return to their homes in a safe and voluntary way.
If there's any sort of silver lining in this cloud, is that you really are inspired by the people who are here, who are really trying to help so many who are in desperate need. But this is a task that, frankly, no matter how much people want to help, there's not enough.
So we feed more than 850,000 people a month. It costs more than $20 million a month to feed families. So that's urgent. It's still important that we don't forget this community. It's still important that we support this community and that we make sure that women and children and those who are most vulnerable get the life-saving food that they need.
And so for many of the groups that are here, there's just not enough funding to meet the needs that we have.
We've got a lot of skin infections, skin and disease, a lot of dehydration, diarrheal diseases. We've had a huge kind of mumps outbreak, and then diphtheria. Diphtheria is on the tail end coming down, but really malnutrition, then also a lot of kind of obstetrical needs.
Americans are generous, people are generous all over the world, so tell me, what do you need?
What do we need?
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
What do you need? Do you need, like, if here's your chance. Is there something,
yeah.
What would you like? What do you need here?
This is going to be here a long time, so I think more people is,
volunteers and
yeah.
people are in?
Yeah.
Do you see people with malnutrition coming into
Oh, for sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, food, for sure, funding, always.
So this is where Dr. Collin will make a decision about what kind of treatment this child needs. And if it's treatment that we can provide here, we will make him an inpatient. So this is where all the decisions are made about what kind of treatment the child needs.
Who's organizing all of this?
It's a multi-group organization. We are connected with Doctors Without Borders, the Turkish Field Hospital, other organizations that are providing care. We all connect and talk and decide which patients should go where.
I mean, it's incredible, all these organizations here working, because there are almost 1 million people in all these camps.
Absolutely.
We've hiked into the inner part of the refugee camp, at least this particular one, through all the mud up and down the hill. It's very slippery, and the reason we've come to this home is that one of the children in this home was treated at Samaritan's Purse, treated for diphtheria, and they thought the child was not going to make it. But this is one of those good stories.
So this child came in very sick with diphtheria. He was having respiratory distress. We had to work several hours with him to get the antitoxin into him. So he was really struggling to breathe, and we really thought we were going to lose him for a few moments there. Actually, for a while, we thought we'd lose him.
How old is he?
He is 2.5.
Did you have to intubate him?
We did intubate him.
Which is, you put something in his mouth, it goes down his throat, and then you use like a bladder because you don't have enough. We're not here in the United States at some hospital. You've explained this to me, is that it's a field hospital, is that you have to keep pumping. How long did someone have to keep pumping that?
Hours.
Hours and hours to help him breathe.
Yes.
And you saved him.
We did.
What a great story. Oh, he's got the boots
And
on.
here he is.
Oh, he's got his boots on. Oh, he's not happy though. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear.
And there he goes.
It's daunting some days, but I think we're making progress. Things like providing education to adolescents, providing livelihoods opportunities, providing skills training, and just things to occupy people's time is something that's really important. If we can get that recognition that this will be a longer-term crisis, and we can get permission to start implementing some of those types of activities like the formal education, that we can help to sort of counterbalance some of the idleness that comes with displacement.
In the area known as Camp 13, I met a boy whose name we've changed because of concerns for his safety if he returns home. Hamid has been drawing about his life. He has seen and gone through things a child should never have to experience.
He did this artwork?
he did this.
Did all by himself. It says My Worlds, but can you explain it?
These are the places where I lived.
So, what's this?
This house was burned to the ground.
And that's his house.
Yes, this was my home.
What's the hand for?
I saw a hand that had been cut off of someone, and there was blood.
So this represents a hand that he saw where? In the ground, just on the ground?
People were slaughtered, and there were dead bodies on the ground.
So now there's a line. Why did he draw a line down the middle? This is his new life?
One side is for my life in Myanmar, the other side is for my life in Bangladesh.
What's this?
That's the boat we used to cross the border.
Who are these, like, people?
The teachers are teaching the children.
And this?
Thank you. That is an owl.
Oh, it's an owl? What's the noise the owl makes? No? All right, well, I'm not going to do it for you. Tell him I hope that he continues to do his art. How do you say thank you? What is it?
Shukriya.
Shukriya. He laughed. I'm not very good at Shukriya. Is that like what? Like not so good? Oh well, I tried, right? Shukriya. I tried.
I think when you look at the number of Rohingya refugees in the camps, it's a daunting figure. But when you break down those figures and you are in the camps engaging with these individuals, you realize they're just like you and me.
Hi, hello. Hello. Where'd you learn that? Bye-bye.
They are mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, sons and daughters. I I mean, their hopes and dreams are no different from our own hopes and dreams for our children and our communities.
I want to be a teacher. I want to be able to provide for my family.
It's quite heartbreaking to be here and see the catastrophe that could happen to these people, and knowing that much of the world doesn't care or doesn't know about it. So it's devastating to me to see this entire people group who have such great needs not being shown in the public, not being broadcast in the United States. No one really knows about it, and it's really hard to see that.
Recently, I was in the camp a couple days ago, and there was a father with his newborn baby who's, I think, days old, and the baby was sick, but he just sort of had this glassy look, and that comes from sustained periods of hardship and trauma. People are very resilient. However, you can see the experience of suffering and traumatic experiences lived in their expressions, in their eyes.
Don't you think I'm very sad? I've given up my home in Myanmar. Lots of people were killed in Burma. I've suffered so much. Here in this camp, we are having a miserable life, yet I don't feel anything for life in Burma. Here I'm getting lots of assistance. They have built my home out of tarps, so at least I have a roof over my head. If I go back to Burma, who will look after me? I lost my husband, and my son is gone. I escaped here. I have shelter and food, so for that I'm thankful.
I think we're at the stage now where we need to be collectively recognizing that this is not a short-term crisis. These people are not leaving next week. They're probably not leaving next month. And I think we need to be prepared for the possibility that they're going to be here for many months, if not years to come.
Here in the camps, the days drag by. More than 1 year after they were attacked and run out of their villages, the Rohingya remain in Bangladesh. Citizens and governments are now working together on their behalf, but what will happen to them? And they are not alone. More than 60 million people around the world are counted as refugees or involuntary migrants. All have their own stories of hardships, secrets, and great need. They all face uncertain futures. But no matter where they are, they all look ahead with hope. The hope that one day they will no longer be displaced.
The Sahel extends almost 6,000 kilometers
3,700 miles along the southern edge of the Sahara, from the Horn of Africa on the east to the western Atlantic coast. There's little rainfall in the Sahel, and farmers struggle to eke out a living in some of the harshest agricultural conditions on Earth. As climate change brings more intense droughts and degrades land in the Sahel, intercommunal violence over dwindling resources has increased. Much of the conflict is between herders and farmers who vie against each other to use the land for their own purposes. Some in the region have joined terrorist groups, militants linked to Islamic State and Al-Qaeda, who ride into villages on motorbikes and attack civilians indiscriminately. They wreak havoc and make parts of the region uninhabitable for civilians. While weak states and lack of development are big factors in the conflict, climate change is rarely discussed beyond the level of analysts and warnings from the UN. Unlike terrorists on motorbikes, climate change is a cause of the conflict people on the ground cannot see. But it is there. We travelled to Dori in northeastern Burkina Faso, where people are living on the front line of war and climate change. We wanted to find out how the invisible enemy of climate change is affecting people's lives and driving them from their homes. But first, we had to get there. Dori is the capital of Burkina Faso's war-torn Sahel province and home to thousands displaced by the conflict. The road from Ouagadougou, Burkina Faso's capital, to Dori is dangerous because of IEDs and pop-up terrorist checkpoints. Just 5 kilometers outside Dori, terrorists have attacked civilians and UN vehicles multiple times this year. Bagaye Lamizana grew up in Burkina Faso. Today she's based in Bonn, Germany, as project officer for the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification.
Climate change is a kind of invisible enemy in the Sahel conflict. UK Ministry of Defense say that 60 million people will migrate from degraded land, part of Africa, if nothing is done. I think neighboring countries and Europe can see this migration affecting them.
Migration manifests itself in different ways in the Sahel. Some people, as farming becomes impossible, move to the cities in hope of finding work, but often they end up with low-paying jobs or living in poverty. Some of those migrants in turn begin to move further afield, often to Europe. They take trafficking routes through Niger, Algeria, Libya, and then take boats across the Mediterranean. The crisis in the Sahel has displaced nearly 3.5 million people, according to the UN. We met Zara Ureta, living in a host community on the edge of Dori. She's one of the 1.3 million internally displaced people in Burkina Faso. Zara came to Dori from Arbinda, a town about 60 kilometers away, where extremists regularly terrorized the communities, killing men, women and children. An attack on Arbinda in August left more than 80 people dead. She describes the raid that led her to flee Arbinda 2 years ago.
Il n'y a pas ce qu'on, puisqu'on pensait même qu'on ne va même pas sortir, puisqu'il y a deux fois, il y a des balles perdues là même, c'est pas facile quoi. Voilà. En tout cas, ce qu'on pensait là, on pensait que c'était bon, la fin du monde seulement, puisque les bruits de feu là, c'était trop. On a fui rentrer dedans, jusqu'à bon, les feux, bon, on n'entendait plus les coups de feu. Maintenant, on est sorti au dehors. Quand on est sorti au dehors, bon, on entendait des nouvelles qui n'est pas bon en tout cas. qu'on a tué plus de... Ce jour-là, on a tué plus de 18 personnes. Mais tout ça s'était passé dans le marché, puisque c'était un jour de marché. Ils ont rentré la première fois. Puisque ça fait que moi-même, je ne me sens pas. J'ai des ulcères, ça fait même. Des fois, même si j'entends cri ou bien quelque chose comme ça, ça me rappelle de ce qui s'est passé à Arville. Je suis une femme mariée, j'ai 5 enfants. Bon, des fois aussi, en tout cas, c'est que je fais le commerce, je fais le levage aussi. Bon, je fais travaux de ménage, travail de ma famille. Je m'occupe de mon mari et de mes enfants aussi.
In the years before she fled Arbinda, she noticed the weather starting to change. It diminished usable land and forced the community to change too.
Avant, il pleuvait, mais aujourd'hui, en tout cas, il ne pleut pas. Les gens mangeaient en famille, quoi. Et puis surtout, les enfants respectaient les grands. Les grands aussi respectaient les enfants. Les gens venaient, ils soutenaient. Par exemple, les baptêmes comme ça, les gens venaient, ils soutenaient.
Zara says that tensions between herder and farmer communities have increased, shattering the unity that once existed. Salem is also a migrant who fled terrorism. Like thousands of others in Burkina Faso, he's joined a state-backed militia group known as the Volunteers for the Defence of the Homeland. They act as auxiliaries and local guides for the military, but they've also been accused of carrying out extrajudicial killings against civilians they believe are linked to terrorists.
Pagla kam koda me sakda gulo sakda wala kodo butoto sakda pihla la terroriste huwa baras kalatin ko jere gulo kalatin gole ko kalatin ko ab kiha ton pil sora kom la ko yudu la nimbana e kalatin karmi lo tori yi kalibe terroriste namba hon ton nimbuide libra nimba ran tar ton pisla ton ko ta songre ton kam be pisi ton ay te yo rapport ton ka yo rapport ton ni wonta yo rapport wakat le nem tintin na bage yo abi ko lore tiam ta mi ti ka wa ne be jin kan yi kan lore la be ab tiesa ye yam kami This is what I have when I'm going to go to the This is model of cutting bang. Obsessed, I can now remember what on Bangam Tabam Lahwata. The problem of Pamton Zinis are ya lingri. Le problème de embuscade, embuscade na solo rien wat ndi conva la be kana mon on tara panga la rodo la tembo be ora ni ti zabra na sa ma ton pil fo bala ton kayay hede ton han yay se ton ne tenga na je kenga ye
Having lived in Burkina Faso for 2 years now, I've borne witness to some of the worst effects of climate change anywhere in the world. It's a big factor in this country's conflict. Step outside of Ouagadougou and into the countryside and you'll find vast numbers of internally displaced people living in extreme poverty. There are IEDs on the roadside, terrorists roam the countryside freely. The state is unable to provide security with an overstretched military and people are living in fear. It seems where people clamour for resources diminished by climate change, they go into fight or flight mode. For those who want to fight, it means joining terror groups. Those groups mostly do not have a religious ideology as their primary aim. Instead, they're financially motivated. They're looking for resources to survive, resources that are being diminished by climate change. For others, like Salem, the effect of climate change means joining a local self-defense militia to try and fight back against the militants. But even he had to leave his hometown, just like Zara Oreta. Resources are simply becoming too scarce, and it's too unsafe to stay. All of them are bound by the same thing, the enemy they cannot see, the man-made warming of the planet. Climate change contributes to conflict, and conflict leads to migration on an unprecedented scale in the Sahel. Analysts say the Sahel is a prototype for what will soon start happening in other parts of the globe as climate change continues and nothing is done. But aside from the devastation, people in the Sahel want to take back control of their futures.
What is the narrative of the Sahel which we could put out there? The Sahel is not only the land where it's a black doom and dying. It's a land of opportunities, having the two faces of the coin, not only the dark one, but also the lightened one. It's a region where you had the great kingdoms. It's a region where you have a vibrant youth. It's a region where you have a massive natural resources. Climate change is not just happening in the Sahel or in Africa. It's a global issue, and it's undermine health, it undermine agriculture, peace, security, in employment, and even economy. So by bringing together and intervening the political will with the action on the ground, we could really change a bit the narrative of the Sahel and give hope.
Ce que, en tout cas, moi, je pense tôt ou tard, en tout cas, il y aura la paix. Et moi-même, je souhaite que la paix règne sur cette terre. C'est ce que, en tout cas, je prie Dieu chaque fois et que je demande à Dieu que la paix règne pour que toute personne déplacée puisse retourner dans son coin et que la vie continue comme avant.
Tondo kota wende ti ton kamba to lebagan dik ton naure bala tondo ya buri kon ya buri kimbi la patrie où la mort nous vaincrons.
pushed to the point that I had to start something not norm. And I'm a big risk taker, and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
The issue of FGM is the most polarizing issue I've ever seen in the Gambia. I had no idea that there were people this passionate about cutting the clitoris of women.
Female circumcision is a cultural significant practice supported by Islam, values and tradition.
It's a conspiracy that the West want to upload into Africa.
People will be cutting left, right, and center. Those who don't know what they are cutting.
Is equal to removing the entire penis of a man. It's about our dignity, it's about our bodily autonomy. This is the future of my country, it's the future of my continent. What we are seeing is bigger than FGM. This is an attack on women, and it scares the hell out of me.
For 21 years, I've been researching to see where it is stated in the Quran that this should happen. I've not seen it. FGM is banned as from today from the surface of this country.
10 years ago, the Gambia passed a law against female genital mutilation, and I was involved in that fight. And now, they're trying to take that law away. Before, people would practice FGM in the open, but now FGM is practiced behind closed doors. It's happening in people's kitchens, it's happening in their backyards, it's happening in their rooms, it's happening everywhere. Usually there's a woman, an older woman, but not someone that's a medical doctor, not someone that knows what body parts they're cutting or what those body parts represent. They'll pin a girl down and someone would hold her legs, someone would hold her hands. And without any anesthesia, medicine, or sterile equipment, the most sensitive part of her body is cut off. And she's expected to bear that. My marriage was arranged to a family friend of ours that lives in New York, and then a few months later I turned 15, so they brought me to New York to unite me with my husband. I think it was only when I was sent to my husband's house and he couldn't take my virginity the first night, and was when I discovered that I went through FGM. That has been the fire that has pushed me to become this person and doing this work right now.
Oh, I miss you.
I'm going to talk to members of our community. I'm going to make sure that survivors' voices are heard. I'm going to keep waking up every single day doing what I can so that this law stays.
There's a lot of misconceptions and misinformation out there. The only way we can end FGM is through dialogue.
In our society here, we believe that doing FGM is the best way to prevent pregnancy before marriage. So do you have a best idea or an option that we can try to implement and to avoid or to discourage FGM?
100% of girls in my community are subjected to FGM, but still there are cases of teenage pregnancy. I think what's important is knowing your value as a young girl. But going through FGM does not prevent you from getting pregnant as a teenager. That is not accurate.
So I don't know what you're going to for media in car control. Let's talk about it.
Very good. Now, Bulabara, man, no, see happy. They were the master of the Burka for me. Amanke lebo wodo damale aka muso soto. So ngamira ilafta no ole understand la. Ni risata o muro ya kuntu. Scar tissue minka toji. Time do yalo kunturo ni naman seneya. Ha modo fanandije ni ka kuntu. Tumado because imanke doctoroti, imanke nosoti. Imalong ibemin kuntula, amin ibemin tulula je. So ni efen kuntu duma je. Ole ka ke Paul.
Mini ka ke yake, mini ka ke ye fonyo. Ngada ha. Masiko, ngado mandim bondi je. Domandi e bondi je rabanta. Iya mo e bang. Ngole mira, ala baraka ba.
Because a lot of times they're like, okay, they're lying, that happens in other places, it doesn't happen in the Gambia.
Yeah, that is because the woman with the garment flag, she's a Kota.
Yeah, she's a Kota. Yeah, she's a Kota. Didn't you hear me call her like our Ngansimba?
Yeah, she's a Kota.
She's a Kota.
So without FGM, she will not have business.
You saw in the group that there was a kid that died a few days ago from going through FGM. You didn't see the message? Bled to death, right? And then the nurses are scared to actually report the case. But even if you report the case and come forward, nothing will come out of it.
Great.
So this is the studio.
This is the studio where we make the magic.
Okay.
It's finalized, but it's yet to be finally finalized by you.
No, I'm sure we're going to do it.
Let's cross our fingers now.
Priceless, discussless, and female genital mutilation.
Let's go.
Anaga kacha, anaga kacha, balong kacha,
Asuna liona kachae. Nyole nyuatan. Nyole nyuatan. Everybody come, let's dialogue, let's discuss, let's end female genital mutilation. Let's go. Como sete peseta. Jiggen you body gypsy betiti FGM. Yes, ma'am. I love it. What's your take?
I love it. We have to be creative to say that we're not going to do activism in the usual style of just shouting, but sometimes it's this way. Like when I was out in the field with you guys, kids were dancing.
A human approach.
Exactly. There's a human approach to it because when you're there, they want to see what you have to say.
Some people are ignorant. They'll be like, oh, FGM, no, it has nothing to do with a guy, you know. It's only women and the survivors.
If you don't have a girlfriend who has actually gone through this, you have a sister, or you have a mother, or you have a grandmother who actually went through this, and then you are seeing these daily struggles that you go through.
There's a lot of times when maybe I can't get through to people, but you guys can.
Everybody come, let's dialogue, let's discuss, let's end female genital mutilation. Let's go. Anaga kacha, anaga kacha, balon kacha, asuna liona kacha, nyole nyuatan, nyole nyuatan. Everybody come, let's dialogue, let's discuss, let's end female genital mutilation.
We are National Assembly members, and we are just listening from them. Hear from their experiences, and then from there we'll have our decision made.
Lombalialem, because naman ke lombaliat, they no binte si la jan. We cannot make hadama dingola, I cannot make tol a dingola. Naya lonko nung ibe menkela na woman toro nteni wobe betar la balu kon sanji tan woro anim feng. Iten dundi la kon. Musolta ibukaje fa. Saka beben kuntula ni ke osoro ke killing ibe konding wo kewaye wo long ito ayaji ito nde sonna party fana ngel nangay boje.
A particular group of women are saying that all what the other group is saying is lies. I've been circumcised, I went to labor easily, I have orgasm, I enjoy sex. You understand? The other group is saying no. And you women again are here. How do you think we can handle your other group? That's the question I ask.
That's your job now.
Yeah, no, allow them to tell us. They will give us opinion. They will give us opinion.
Fake. Women are very good at faking it. Ngafale sign alialo.
Ike ma beka komi fado. Amalo nyanta kamuneke. Nila muso nyanta dialo na nyadile. Ya tara. Men ka ke o man fango men ma ko ide ya be kuntu ya bondije ite be laari ke o bulu komi ni yotti aboto da firi min tole kabuda ale musol la nyanto tinya musol la nyanto tinya tan
ndefa de muso dingo abe karkilin nata kombo janne be sayla ya sammanko par kabirin dino yen kenata bimbe biomento bilam nyina na sanjilu akatale karfula nabe sumuna kala nta fanka kumbole billahi wallahi taala hanimbe biomen kon
ala kedi ko ni manta ni muso manta wulo na am bakati muso senangoti dale gani ko mo fonde fo ko mo to nyalti bam fo aman to nyati lafta mo fanan understand atol fo wulo na.
When we look at Islam as a religion, it doesn't prohibit slavery, but the Constitution of the Gambia prohibits slavery because we know that it's harmful. So if our religion doesn't specifically tell us that FGM is haram, as a human race, we have seen the impacts that this has on women. I have a sister that died from going through FGM, and say that all of these people are doing this work because of the white man, then you're telling us that we don't have enough in us to care enough about our community. This is not about money. It's a law that is here to protect every single woman and girl in this country.
When this issue started last year in around September, and I went on Facebook and saw some of the comments from men saying we're lying. I cried, and I cried because I went through it. What other proof do they need? They need everybody that has gone through type 2 and type 3 to open their legs and so that this actually affected them. And it is for him to listen, not to discredit what I said.
If you guys decide to end this today, we go back to our daily lives. We don't want to be here.
Anything that is religious, anything that is cultural, anything that believes in Quran and Sunnah as Muslims is not harmful. My mom had got 20-something children. I'm just telling you. Wait. I have sisters whom, they have no complications.
No, we are not saying, not everyone that has been through the practice of FGM
And I can also tell you, I can also tell you
that
there are problems through circumcision are facing a lot of hell.
I know.
It's a conspiracy that the West want to apply into Africa, in which the genuine ones, people who believe in culture, norms, and values in our religion, we are saying no.
Mr. Jiba, you may not know this, but I said I will never speak on FGM or this issue ever again. It's because of this bill that I'm back on this. And as soon as you guys are done, I'm done with this. For the rest of my life, I'm tired. I'm getting accused. People are
misquoting you. They'll do that.
They are misrepresenting who I am. I'm having issues with my family, and people think that I'm too Western. Like for instance,
very well.
I'm not Western. I'm from Gambisara.
Let them believe in their culture. I cannot go to the West today or in England and say, go and accept polygamy. Do X, Y, Z. Why are they even so crucial? Thinking of or coming to Africa and teaching us our morals, teaching us what we do, bringing laws that doesn't suit us. It is a law that I believe.
The amount of madness that I have to go through is insane. No one really understands. And but yeah, this is what we are dealing with.
So many infections every time, and yet still they're saying it's a good thing. Like, how can someone be that heartless? How?
It's okay. I don't even know where to start and where to end. That we have to deal with this again. We have been into this advocacy for a decade now, and it's just crazy, unbelievable.
For the Gambia, our homeland, we strive and pray that all may live in
unity,
freedom,
and peace in peace.
Everyone knows where I live and where my house is. And the reason why I can't return to my house is because of security. So part of the reason why I'm here is that.
Hey baby. I'm good. How are you? You miss me? On June 13th, hopefully everything will be done in Gambia, and then we'll travel together, okay? I don't know yet. Abu, what's wrong? Are you crying? You just want to come back home? Abu, I told you, I know you want to come home, but right now it's just... I know you want to come home, okay? Okay? Okay, now the other one was calling me too.
They were here not too long ago. They were here for Eid, so yeah. So my kids were here for Eid. I mean, I try to see them a lot, and you know, even if they don't come, I always go. And my kids are very demanding, so sometimes even the people that are closest to me don't always understand like why I choose to do this work. because I know some of you have changed your mind since last night. And I'm just, Honorable, I'm pleading with you guys. Honorable, kasi kahininga. Giranyo kahininga. The lives of Gambian women, that's what we have at stake today.
My bill is very clear. What I'm just working is the liberalization of the choice of people. That is, if all the 32A is deleted and the 32B is deleted, everybody has the leverage right to perform his or culture already. That's my proposal. Thank you.
Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. No. The noes have it. The Women Amendment Bill 2024 is hereby deemed rejected and negative.
My hope for Gambia is for women to live freely, to be able to do the things that they love, and for them to thrive in a wholesome way and be whatever it is that they want.
Now you're saved. This was for you, and you're saved.
We have beautiful laws on paper, but when it comes to implementation and enforcement, that's where the problem comes in.
Praise the Lord. If we are here for the best use of the women.
So for us now, it's time to work with our communities and reunite people and educate them. This is not the end of our fight.
Let's discuss less and female genital mutilation. Let's go. Anaga kacha. Anaga kacha. Barong kacha. Kasuna liona kacha. Nyole nyuatan. Nyole nyuatan. Everybody come, let's dialogue, let's discuss less and female genital mutilation. Let's go.
A new documentary each week on 52 Documentary. VOA Plus. Scan the QR code and watch it on your phone or smart TV.
My name is Mona Lisa Chinda. You're watching Plus TV Africa.
Hollywood actor and comedian Michael Blackson is one of the few African comedians to break into Hollywood. Known for his distinctive accent and his comedic style, which often involves blending African and Western cultural references, Blackson has gained a large following on social media and has performed at various venues around the world. In the second part of my exclusive interview with him, Blackson talks about the factors driving global interest in African culture. Let's take a look. What do you make of this interest in African culture in the last couple of years? What do you think is driving it?
I think everybody get a time. I think it's just our time as Africans.
It's our time.
It's our time.
I love
baby.
it.
Our time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I came here in the late '80s, and you know, it wasn't about, you know, it was like doing the Elder Barge and I'll Be Sure and Michael Jackson. You know, a dark-skinned complexion man. We were like, would look down upon it.
You were
made
the butt
fun
of the
us.
joke.
We're the butt
Yes,
of the joke.
yeah.
Like, the thing about it, you know, being raised in, being in Africa, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, Liberia, we never saw complexion. We never did.
Yeah.
We all thought it was just all the same.
Right.
I did not know I was dark skinned until I came to America. I didn't know I was dark skinned. I never heard of that.
Right.
You know, because we never looked at complexion. I came to America, I'm hanging out with some kids. They said, "You black?" I said, "Of course, we're all black." He said, "Oh no, you black as hell." I said,
You
"Well,
black.
I said, "How black am I?" He said, "You look like under the bed." That's dark. He said, "I look like I have no bright ideas." He said the difference between me and midnight is 11:59. He said when God He said when God said let there be light, I was out of town. He said I look like I smoked cigarette backwards. He told me I have to wear white gloves before I eat chocolate so I don't bite my fingers. He told me if Black lives matter, mines matter the most. I'm done with you guys. I had no idea so, you know, and now, guess what? Everybody wants to be Black. Everybody wants to find their identity. Right. Because it's our time.
It's our time,
guys.
yes.
You know, everybody get the time. Right now is our time.
This is our time.
And
we're here, we're shining.
We're shining.
Michael Blackson, man. Really proud of you, man.
Appreciate
really
you,
proud
man.
of you. I remember when I first moved here, you're one of the comedians. I mean, I love stand-up comedy. It was not really part of our culture. But I used to look at you and hear your voice, and I would connect easily with your material. Not necessarily the material, but just the voice and the speech. And the fact that you maintain that authenticity up to 20 years and you're able to leverage it to this type of success, man. Kudos to you, and whatever they gave you in Nigeria in those 3 seminal years, I think
shout out to Nigeria, shout out to the Igbos in Nigeria.
Now, before I let you go, I want to ask you, what is in the works for you? Like, are you any sitcoms, any specials that
well,
you're working on?
The thing with television, you know, you always advise don't talk about it
until it happens,
until it be released. You know what I mean? So I can't even talk about any television show right now. But I am in the verge of putting out a special. I'm going to work on my special this year. I want to work on my 2 personal movies this year. Besides that, I'm touring. You know, my personal mission for this year also to start the school in Liberia. I'm going to definitely do that this year. I'm going to start
this year already, 2023.
This year, I'm going to start it. You know.
So you're gonna be busy. You're always busy. You're always working on something. So
but you know, like I told you, this is how the plan that God had for me. You know, I'm just not. You know, I realized the other day, like, you know, God picks people to do certain things. I think I'm specially picked, and I can't stop.
Absolutely.
I have to keep going, you know.
Ghana's rich cultural heritage is the source of pride and employment for thousands of local artisans who make textiles, pottery, and jewelry. The products are often made using traditional techniques that are handed down from generation to generation. I met up with Francis Kweku on Labadi Beach of the Atlantic Ocean in Accra, Ghana. He makes and sells colorful bracelets that are highly regarded by tourists. Let's take a look. I'm in Accra, Ghana to meet some of the young artists that are creating works of art that we see in Europe and in America in galleries and magazines. They are transforming the global culture around the art scene. Some of them are doing art, painting. Others are just creating some bracelets. So Francis, when did you start making this work? Is this something that you studied in school? Is this something that you were self-taught? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I studied this on the street, you know. A certain man from the Caribbean who used to teach me this, you know. By now it's no more. So this is what I learned. Now I'm using it for living, you know.
Street knowledge.
Yes.
How long have you been doing it?
For 15 years now.
Talk to us about this art.
This is a hand bracelet, you know, and it's a traditional bracelet. All the Ghana, the regions in Ghana with their traditional wear, you know. So it's different bead all around, you know. It's not the same, you know. I use the agate and the baobab and the lucky seed and the coconut shell.
Why don't you show us what? So
this is the coconut shell I use. The coconut, the finishing one you drink before, you bust it before you drink. This is the shells, and this is the lucky seed I used to make the locket, you know. And this is the thunder stone. If the rain is falling, this is what we get from it. It's a royal bead. You know, we black people naturally we make as a king and queen. And this is our nationality, our royalty, you know, our pride, you know. And this is the Africa. It's made from the mahogany tree, you know. And this is coming from the northern part of Ghana, the baobab, the tree without no leaf, you know.
This looks like really. It might take a lot of time for you to make one piece.
Yes, of course.
How long does it take to make one
For
piece?
the necklace, it can take me like, I can make 5 pieces a day. you know, because I can't spend all the time. I have to come and make some money to feed the family.
So you go home and make and then come and sell?
Come and sell.
So where do you sell it from?
You know, I sell it at the beach, you know, all my life, because in the town, a lot of people have a shop and it's a competition, you know. When the tourists arrive, I make money, but when they are not in, it's like the business is slow. Like I can remember the year of return, you know,
That's 2019?
2019.
Right,
it was good. The business is moving because a lot of foreigners are in this country, you know, so you can make it. You know?
And you're hoping that this year, this December is also going to be a good year for you.
I can see for far, you know. That's what I'm seeing, you know. Yeah.
Right. Some of these look like they're painted. Is that the natural color?
No, it's not. I never selling mass product. You know? I'm selling natural product because I sell for foreigners. So I have to respect what they are buying from me, you know.
Home decor is becoming more accessible. Affordable items and creative DIY tips offer households a variety of choices to decorate their spaces to reflect personal style. One of the in-home designer trend is the Afro-Bohemian or Afrohemian decor that fuses elements from African heritage with the relaxed, eclectic vibe of Bohemian aesthetics. This vibrant style offers a unique way to express your identity and create a space that feels authentically yours. Hello everyone and welcome to Our Voices. I am Ginny Niwa, joined by my co-host Oriane Tangishaka and Simine Shiekoye. In this episode, we'll explore how Africans can create homes that are both culturally rich and comfortably chic, styled with traditional African treasures. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Yes. Hi.
So, please tell me, what is your style, and how would you describe it?
Well, I don't think I have not decorated my house in a way I would say, this is me now. I'm not there yet. I'm still discovering, but in general, I like simplicity. I don't like bulky furnitures or screaming colors. I like something calm. I like having light shining into the rooms, and I like having space. But as we saw on the pictures, I like also having small displays of cultural elements, something that shows our African identity. It can be an art piece on the wall or a wood piece on the table, but something that says who lives in the house. Something, as I said, our African identity or our religion, or something that says whose house it is.
That is amazing, because when I come into your house, it is bright and it has space.
Yes.
So you are right. But it's amazing
So that means I'm getting there.
Yes. But I'm also discovering myself. I realize how subconsciously people decorate their house without knowing what they're doing until the end, and that's exactly what happened to me. I just went out and got pieces, and eventually it came together nicely, and I didn't really go out there looking for, I'm gonna have this here and that here. No, I just went out as my wallet dictated and just got different pieces. Now, when I went out and got those things, I realized that now, when having this discussion to plan for this show, that identity is very important, like you said in the intro. Identity is very important in that when you come into my house, automatically what you see is a Burundian house. You see Burundian art crafts, baskets, and things like that. You also eventually see American pictures, which is the Burundian American culture and identity. I realized also people don't consciously plan for children decor. So I did that, and I have my children area because, you know, they're also part of the space, so they have to see themselves in the space. So I have that. My religion and my faith have to display, so I have those pieces. I like wooden stuff, and I'm realizing amazingly I'm Afro-Bohemian or Afro-chic, and I'm just like, I never planned it. But
That's something I'm going to be learning today, what those styles are and how they're different.
As I was learning, same thing. Like to me, I thought I had my own style, and then as I was learning, I was like, oh, so it's me. I'm not that unique, but it's okay. I can deal with that. And just like you, I think I'm also a minimalist, where I don't like too much information. Even portrait, I don't really like eyes in my home. Yes,
I don't think I have that either.
Yeah, or if it's religion, you know, a cross is enough, not the whole Jesus thing. So yeah, and Afro-Bohemian feels more like me, but I lean towards Bohemian more. I also love wood, beige, white, earth tone, and natural material, which is really what Bohemian is, I think. My style is very simple, not overly busy, and I say I'm 80% Bohemian, 20%, Afro-Bohemian.
Okay, wow, it's amazing. I think we have a lot in common when it comes to that. Well, Africa Bohemian home furnishings are gaining global recognition, blending traditional craftsmanship with modern aesthetics. One Nigerian entrepreneur, Esther Joel, is leading this movement, creating pieces that not only redefine spaces, but also promote African designs internationally. Ameka Gibson brings us this story from Abuja.
Africa Bohemian home furnishings merge vibrant colors, natural textures, and artisanal techniques rooted in the African culture. These handcrafted pieces celebrate heritage while meeting modern design trends. With global Bohemian decor market worth over $3 million, such furnishings are gaining traction for their sustainability and storytelling appeal.
As Africans, we have our taste and preference in colors and in styles. So I personally put together beautiful colors and styles that can also tell an African story, whereby sitting perfectly well in the innovative world.
At the forefront of this growing trend is Nigeria's Esther Joel, founder of Enos Interior and Ventures Limited. In just 5 years, her brand is combining traditional African craftsmanship with global Bohemian notes. From her factory to her showroom, Esther creates vibrant furnishings that blend cultural heritage with innovative designs for the home and the office. Esther says 80% of her materials, including timber, fabrics, and forms, are sourced locally.
So because of the uniqueness of these products, my business has been patronized by some persons outside Africa. Like my vision, my plans on taking the African Bahama furniture and interior to the level where it gets accepted within the world, around the world, not just in Africa.
Esther's vision is powered by skilled artisans like Gideon Chimezie, one of her 11 employees who have honed their craft under her mentorship. Gideon believes working with Enos Interiors has introduced him to techniques that rival global standards.
It's through her enlightening and her motivation that got me to the extent that I can beat my heart, that I can produce even a foreign chair, I can do any standard of quality of production of, as far as it has to do with a sofa.
Africa Bohemian home furnishings and decor has warmed its way to the hearts of many customers across the continent and beyond. The unique combination of vibrant colors, variety of textures, and functionality gives this style of furnishings an edge. High-profile clients like real estate developer Andrew Adama praised the creativity of Africa Boho Furnishings, as fondly called.
I've engaged as my major furniture maker to finish everywhere we are building, as long as this world is concerned, because we are going globally.
Despite its rising fame, the African furniture market faces challenges such as limited funding and competition from imports, says Joel.
I'm limited in some aspect right now because of the inability to get access to some amounts of funds or finance to enable me bring in more manpower and expand my production system in the furniture world.
Adama says local manufacturers need not only funds, but also the recognition so that their creations can hold their own in international markets.
So in terms of the African furniture markets, our youth are trying, but we need to encourage them more to enable them to do the right thing with the right resources that is available. We look down on what we have, and because of that, the imported furnitures are being sold on a very high price.
As African bohemian furnishings gain global traction, entrepreneurs like Esther Joel are proving that cultural heritage fused with innovation can create furniture that appeals to consumers across borders. With local resources and global ambition, Nigeria's vibrant furniture industry is poised to compete globally, one handcrafted masterpiece at a time. For Gibson Emeka in Abuja, I'm Vincent Makori, VOA News.
Thank you, Emeka Gibson, for that report. Joining us today is Ms. Nasozi Kakembo, interior designer of Accent Studio based in Washington, D.C. She's the author of the African Decor Edit, Collecting and Decorating with Heritage Objects, that provides thoughtful guidance on how iconic home goods from Malian mudcloth to Moroccan rugs can be used in home decorating with traditional African treasures. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
So nice to have
everybody.
you in the studio.
Thank you for
You're
having
a
me.
gem, I think,
Oh, wow.
because you are really accentuating what we should be appreciating even while we are on the continent or in the diaspora. So
Absolutely.
great
Thank
work.
you. I appreciate that.
So let me ask you this. How would you compare the Afro-Bohemian style to other home decor?
To other home decor, that's a great question. Initially, well, I'll start out by saying that the Afro-Bohemian terminology or characterization is not one that I personally or professionally subscribe to necessarily when I'm speaking to or working with African objects and art of specifically African origin from various parts throughout the continent. And the reason that I make that distinction is for a few reasons. Bohemia, if we want to be very literal and technical, is a region in Eastern Europe, in the former Czechoslovakia and current day Czech Republic, and there is an ethnic group called the Bohemians. So if we want to, in fact, be accurate and to give the credit where credit's due and acknowledgement, then we are, in a way, misappropriating their terminology and their identity and applying it somewhat arbitrarily to other ethnicities and other regions and origins. And really at the root of my work is accuracy and consistency in acknowledgement, in
So what would you call it? Yeah.
So I would call it African. I call it African.
Simple.
Yeah, very simple,
Yes.
simple, direct. And that is still an umbrella term, but if or when we know the origin of the object, then we refer to it as the country, from that country of origin, but then even better if we know the region or the people who created that object of art, then we refer to it by the people who created it or the name of the object. So
We'll definitely come back to that and continue
Yeah.
the conversation. With that said, let's hear from women in Accra, Ghana about their decor preferences and whether they incorporate African or Western elements into their homes. Take a listen to Farida Jibril, Margaret Ofori, and Mercy Boadu in our Your Voice segment.
My furniture, everything was made in Ghana. Yes, I'm a Ghanaian, so definitely I would like to purchase things from Ghana. Okay, but it's not everything. I can't get everything from Ghana. Definitely I would get some of the things outside the country as well. So I just decided to blend everything together. With my bed, my furniture, everything is in white. The petty decors, like to decorate the room, the lighting, the strip lights that I bought. That's what I ordered from China and other stuff. So when I was about to start thinking of decorations, I didn't want to do too much because I wouldn't be in my father's house for long. I would definitely get married and move out.
For me, I have a mixture of the African and the Western decor in my home. It's really difficult to choose between those two. I like the Western decor because it has a neutral color. I like it because of those neutral colors. But I really prefer the African decor because they are usually unique. Some African decor, like woven baskets, carved woods, like those things, they add like a sense of personal touch to the decor you have in your room. And I also like African decor because I like to support local artisans. So you always find these people in your locality, your area, and it's so easily accessible. Sometimes when you're driving around, you just see them crafting some nice decor you can use in your room, and it's very nice. So I like to support local artisans. I have a few of them in my room, and every time my parents are like, oh, this thing, do you know the history about it? I'm like, no, I thought it was just to make the room nice. They're like, no, then they'll start telling you, so back in the day, this thing came from here and that and that and that. So they always have a nice story about it to tell. So this African decor makes you feel like, yeah, you have like a rich heritage and something that you have to promote.
I would say the African decor is nice. So I prefer the African decor than the Western decor. It's what we have in Africa, so we can't prefer the Western one, then leave the African one. We have to be used to the African one. The African decor is special because it makes things easy for us.
Well, thank you so much for the women in Ghana for sharing their preferences and the style. So let me come back to you, Nasozi. If someone wants to convey, let's say, wealth or success or, you know, royalty with a style, how does African style, how do you achieve that with that style?
Yeah, so in that regard, there are a range of opportunities and objects that you can incorporate, primarily because a lot of them were developed with royalty and ceremony and value in mind. So, for example, Cameroonian juju hats with the feathered hats, originally hats, but now they're used primarily as wall decoration. They originate from the western region of Cameroon. So those were created for ceremonies. Those already have a very elevated history and tradition behind them. So that is one example of how you can instantly incorporate that aesthetic into your home that way.
Okay, I have heard about Afro chic. Yeah. And maybe you could tell me about that. And sounds like African luxury. How can you achieve that on the budget when you talk about, because you were talking about identifying the right way
absolutely.
African pieces.
So Afro chic, I will also, in the terminology dictionary, I will say my friends Janine Hayes and Brian Mason somewhat coined that term about more than 10 years ago in their book called Afro chic. Okay. And they were really among the first African-American designers to position our traditional wares, both African and African-American, in a modern, luxurious, chic way. So that has been a great reference point and inspiration for me, and their book launch was in fact the first I ever attended.
Nice.
And then in terms of achieving
affordability,
this,
because a lot of the pieces are imported. Can you,
So in some instances, and I'll be perfectly honest with you, you do have to save your money. We're saving money for vacations, we're saving money for our Prada bags, we're saving money for all kinds of other things. These are investment pieces.
Yes.
These are pieces They're conversation pieces. They're pieces that you can pass down throughout your family. Many of the pieces that I've brought to display here and discuss with you today were passed down to me from my mother, or I kind of just took them from her house, but they were passed down to me, and they have stories to tell. I'm here telling you this story and telling our audience this is Nigerian, exactly, from my mother's home.
Okay.
A Nupe stool.
We'll definitely hear the stories behind them.
Yes, exactly.
But how do you feel about mass product decor? You know,
right?
The authentic, but not the authentic.
Exactly. So I feel two different ways about it. If it is an object that is mass producing if it's a product that's mass producing an object that originates in Africa, and it's not mass produced in Africa, then I have a problem with that. If we're mass producing our own cultural heritage objects and exporting them and benefiting them financially, economically, culturally, then that's what I would love to see. That's what I want to see.
That's a great point.
But when we don't reap the benefit, then it's
that sounds like when we have the African print being printed out in China or something like that, right?
Well, we'll discuss more coming up, but it's now time for a short break. Coming up, interior designer Nasozi Kagembo will share tips on how you can become the queen of modern Afro-chic style for your home decor. So we want to also hear from you. Join us on Facebook, Instagram, and X at VOA Africa using the hashtag VOA Our Voices. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You should have done this show in your house.
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices, and today we're diving into Afro-chic home decor, the Afro-Bohemian way. We're still gonna use that for now. Here with us is interior designer Nasozi Kagembo from Accent Studio and the author of the African Decor Edit, Collecting and Decorating with Heritage Objects.
Yes,
So-
this book is like, it's very heavy. It has gorgeous pictures in it of African chic. And it has your home, I was saying, it has your home pictures in here. We should have done this episode in your house so we can get more inspiration.
Yes.
Now, tell us a little bit about how you put this together and what your thought process was.
So initially, because we know there's a wealth of and an abundance of beauty and objects from around the continent. So if I'm thinking of the scope of what I wanted to be able to cover, I really wanted to identify and represent the general 5 geographic regions throughout the continent. So to make sure that I shared stories and objects from north, south, east, west, and central. So to that extent, I really curated and sought out those artisans and those conversations, as well as those homes. If you pick up pretty much any interior design book, home decor book, and you look for the trends and the ideas and the tips, all of the homes are from the US and Europe. And I really wanted to flip that on its head because some of the most beautiful homes that I've seen in this world are in Africa. And some of them, not as many as I would love to see, but some of them also decorate with African decor and decor that reflects our respective identities and heritage. So that was really the scope that I narrowed down to represent in the book.
That's very interesting. And you were talking about, you know, representing or using African treasures for home decor, and you brought some here today, and you were telling us that some of them were brought down, were given to you by your family, right?
Yes.
So tell us about them, like how simple or how expensive do these, you know, things need to be for you to use them as a decor?
So I will start actually with the indigo on this end of the table. And this is a vintage piece from Mali, and if you look very closely, there's even a gold metallic threading through it. And this is not inexpensive. This will run you, if you're really paying a fair price, this will run you at least $100, maybe even $150, $200. But the thing is, this serves many functions. This is, and you'll see this in the book, this is a hand towel in my powder room.
Wow.
I've taken this to picnics to the beach. This is my beach towel.
Wow.
This is my towel when I travel because it folds up very, very, very small. And I have several of these, so it's not the same one for every purpose.
So this is a special stool that I saw in the book that you decorate
Yes.
very well into your house. Tell us a little bit about what does this, you know, represent?
Yes, so this is a Nupe stool, and this comes from Nigeria.
Okay.
And what I love about this stool, and as you can see here, what we use as an example to open the conversation with is that, you know, these represent or are similar, they're inspired by African decor, but they are in fact mass produced from a big box store in the US. And they're very likely inspired by these types of objects. And this is an authentic object from Nigeria. So you really see that connection, and I don't know if you can see it from where you're sitting, but from where I'm sitting, I can see that one of the legs on this is already broken. This will not break.
And you have been on the continent. You've been in Uganda, Ghana. What are you seeing in terms of like the industry, the tourism industry? Are they embracing this style, Afro chic?
Selling the culture?
Yes, they're really trying their best. A lot of the demand comes from tourism, which took a hit during the pandemic and is slowly getting back up. And then you have inflation and other global macroeconomic pressures that are kind of hampering that upward growth. But you also have a hospitality industry that's really embracing, incorporating African decor into their aesthetics, into their interior design. And I really have noticed that the hospitality industry at the forefront of embracing.
Like big hotel chains.
Exactly, the hotel chains, the restaurants.
That's good, they're bringing business to the local people.
Exactly. I stayed in a beautiful hotel in far western Cameroon and was just completely blown away by all of the, native, traditional Cameroonian pieces.
You're right. I've seen some restaurants who are out of this world with, African inspired.
So we really have to stop calling it bohemian. It's really African because these are African inspired pieces. These are foresty, natural things that you see on the continent everywhere and every day.
But they also know, depending on the architect, they also know how to modernize, the look. Like
that's what I was going to ask you. Like sometimes I go and I buy all these things. I bring them and then I'll put them in my closet because I don't know how to display them in a way it's attractive.
Yeah, so I think in that regard, in a sense, less is more. And I think I overheard part of our prep earlier where we all kind of leaned to an extent toward minimalism. And that's in fact, and I think that's in fact at the core of, an African aesthetic. There's this assumption that African aesthetics are like wild and all over the place and like so loud, but that's actually not the case. I think that's a caricature.
Well, this is where we conclude today's show. A big thank you to our guest interior designer, Sozika Kembo of XN Studio, and the author of the African Decor Edit for sharing her insights and expertise. Catch this episode and other Our Voices program on the VOA Africa website or our YouTube channel. We'll see you next week with another exciting program. Until then, keep living your best Afro chic life.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reassured Lagosians once again of more developmental projects in this year 2025. This development, he said, would be evident in transportation, agriculture, health, energy, environment, and other critical sectors. The governor said his administration will redouble its efforts in all sectors, keying into the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration and working with the federal government to bring prosperity to Lagosians. To this end, the governor charged leaders at the subnational and all levels to support the President Tinubu-led federal government in ensuring that the dividends of democracy touch all and sundry. This is a Greater Lagos vision. Welcome, I'm Love Oyedeku. On this episode,
infrastructure. Governor Sanwo-Olu pledges to address infrastructural challenges in Ojo and Oriade. Urban regeneration. No part of Lagos would be left behind,
says Sanwo-Olu. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu
has pledged to address infrastructural challenges in Ojo and Oriade. This move is aimed at improving the quality of life for residents of the riverine communities in Lagos State. Addressing the people during the commissioning of 4 newly constructed roads in Oriade LCDA and Amuwo-Odofin, Governor Sanwo-Olu expressed commitment to building bridges that will connect these riverine areas to the mainland. The roads commissioned represent a critical part of Lagos State's infrastructural master plan and aligned with the Themes Plus agenda. The governor emphasized that this initiative is part of a broader vision to transform Lagos into a state where modern and efficient infrastructure that serves all its residents regardless of their geographical location.
Like I keep saying, you may not like our face, but you cannot dislike what we do. You don't need to like us, but just like what we do, and that for us is more important. Today we stand as a proud government because we have started our journey here in Ojo and Oriade and Amuwo since 12 o'clock. Earlier today, we went on an inspection on an hospital project that will be the biggest hospital in the whole of Lagos West Senatorial District, which is in your domain here, which is a specialist multi-purpose Ojo General Hospital. You saw the edifice that is coming up there. We are promising you that within the next 12 months, we should be nearing completion of that health institution We will change completely the health challenges that you have in this community and the entire environs of Ojo, Amuwo, Oriade, and all of you into the communities in the Riverine. And that is what you deserve, the very, very, very best in your senatorial district. And so we want to give you the commitment. It's coming with accommodation for doctors, for nurses, and it is a total of about 280 beds that will be completed in that hospital. After that, we also look at the regeneration around Iba Junction. We have done the groundbreaking of 1,500 shops, 300 lock-up for your community. At that Iba Junction, there are so many people that are selling things on the main road. And you know we have done a lot of cleanup there. But we need to be able to relocate them into proper markets. So that's why we're doing the groundbreaking. It's a private sector with LSDPC that will be doing the market. And we told them that the market is for the locals, it's for the citizens, it's for the community that is in that place. And I'll personally supervise and ensure that no stranger, no foreigner come and take your market. It is your own. We'll make sure that the funding and the cost will be affordable and will be bearable. So you can see that the whole of Ojo Amuwo land is changing. It's changing, and it is changing very fast. I also inspected, as we were driving, the ongoing phase 2 of the Blue Line. I was just looking at bridge and bridge and bridge and bridge. We continue to wonder that what is going on? What is going on? And you can begin to see that the real infrastructure on that phase 2 of the rail project is going on, and is going on very, very well. My prayer is that we all live to see the completion of that phase 2 in no time, so that we can connect waterways infrastructure, we can connect road infrastructure, and we can connect rail infrastructure. All of the three together will be working, and they are in your community. They are where? They are in your community. Help me just tell them that I do not like the amount of refuse that they are dumping on the highway. I saw Loma working there, and we're going to come really hard on people that are defacing our environment. We'll come very, very hard on them, and please warn them that we'll ensure that we leave nothing undone to ensure that the very best is what is expected.
Governor Sanwo-Olu outlined plans to assess the best alignment for the proposed bridges to ensure it would effectively connect the riverine communities to the mainland, enhancing mobility for residents. He expressed his vision of developing Ojo and Oriade into prosperous localities comparable to Victoria Island and Ikoyi.
We want Ojo, we want Oriade to also be a small Victoria Island and Ikoyi. One of that, bàbá mi kábíyèsí òyekọ àbílẹ̀kọ́ ìmọ̀gbẹ̀yẹ náà ó máa di lẹ́kì ó náà máa di banana ó ń bọ̀ náà ní ṣáà máa ti tà tán ṣẹgbọ́ just preserve the land for me. We are coming for redevelopment and redevelopment and redevelopment. Thank you very much. So here now, this is our third of stop for today, and I stand here to express a very high sense of gratitude for all of you, for bearing with us, and for taking out time to join us at this yet another commissioning. These are 4 strategic roads that we've seen have changed and is changing the face of social economic development in Oriade, in Amuwo, and extending also to Ojo. We're bringing everything together. The first one is the Irede Road, which you know we have completed up to the Irede jetty. That jetty, we are doing something so that you can cross onto our riverine area. That has been completed. The second one is Adiomumuni Badmus. Because Badmus was Nurukoye. Adiomumuni Badmus. That road, 3-point-something kilometer, all the way to the jetty as well. That famous Ijegun, Abikiroko jetty, Ijegun jetty. Very strategic for petroleum products and all of the PMS that is coming into the interland. We know what the destruction had been. At one point, we're expecting Messrs. NNPC to help develop that road, but they didn't listen. But we've gone there now. We've done a total rebuild. We've extended it to 4-lane highways so that our people and our citizens can enjoy good quality life with drainages and with culverts, with walkways, with street lights. Everything has been handed over onto that road. The third one is the old Navy Road, Navy Town Road. Navy Town has the strategic, from the name, Navy Town Barracks. Our men of the Nigerian Navy that continue to implement strategic security on the waterways for us. This Navy Town is indeed, in my view, maybe their biggest barracks. And to see the deplorable rates of that road, we had to do something. It also goes to the CBN, very big CBN staff quarters and training ground. So all of that is things of the past now. That's why you see the entire men of the Nigerian Navy here appreciating it. The flag officer, Western Command, had sent a whole redneck to come and represent him. We want to say to you that our development cuts across every arm of governance, be it military, be it private, be it public. Will ensure that no one is left behind. The fourth one is the famous Old Ojo Road. Old Ojo Road. The name is as old as Lagos itself. That is a long stretch all the way that gets into Trade Fair, from Maza all the way there. Because of the strategic importance of it, we have to break that into 2 phases. We have completed phase 1. Gbogbo kúkúlẹ̀ tí Ramadan kúnlẹ̀ yẹn kì í ṣe phase 2 ẹ̀ ní. Mo dẹ̀ ti gbọ́ ìkúnlẹ̀. By the grace of God, we will start the construction of the phase 2 of the road, so that we will not give you half bread. We will give you a complete 3-course meal, because that is what you deserve in this part of the city. So that construction will take you all the way to Maza, which is getting towards Festac and Mile 2. You deserve it. It is what is expected. It is what we had promised, and we will do it. There are 1 or 2 other connections that the special advisor have also said we will be ensuring that all of that is also being done. Why do we do this? We do this because when this government came into power, under the team's agenda, we prioritize transportation, traffic management, we prioritize movement of our citizens from one point to the other. And I'm happy that we continue to keep that promise that we have given to each and every one of you. We know that with improvement in the movement, your social economic life will be improved upon. You can commune amongst yourself quicker, faster, and better. You can commune on your business to your residence, to your places of work, to your places of abode at short notices. And that's what we've done. Old Ojo Road runs parallel to the Lagos-Badagry Express Road. So you can see that it's a strategic relief for the Lagos-Badagry Express Road. And so it's a road that we believe will change life completely. The Mumuni Adio Badmos Road takes you from the Lagos-Badagry Express Road, takes you all the way to the Ijegun Jetty. Irradiate similarly takes you from the Express Road, takes you all the way to the Jetty. The Navy Town Road takes the connection and ensures that critical infrastructures on that road are completed. What better things can we do? When you tell us to do more, what it tells us that you believe that we're a responsible and we're a responsive government. And so we'll continue to do more for you.
In his remarks, Olufemi Daramola, the special advisor to the governor on infrastructure, noted that the roads were previously in poor condition due to heavy truck traffic. Meanwhile, Lagos State Speaker, Right Honorable Mojisola Miranda, represented by Honorable Desmond Elliott, urged the community to take ownership of the newly constructed roads.
The projects we are commissioning today are critical to the development and prosperity of Amuwo-Odofin local government area and Lagos State as a whole. Each of these roads serves as a vital transportation corridor that facilitates economic growth, enhancement of goods and services, and supports the social fabric of the local community. These roads improve connectivity and support intermodal transportation, linking key transportation hubs, cities and bonded terminals in the area. This project of the broader infrastructural vision aligns with the team, especially in the areas of transportation and traffic management. Firstly, let us celebrate the reconstruction and dualization of the road. Spanning 2.2 kilometers, this road connects Badagry Expressway at Trade Fair bus stop to the Irede Jetty, serving as a vital link for water transportation to several riverine communities, including Ibasa, Ibeshe, Ilashe, and Imore. Prior to reconstruction, it was a single carriageway road in a deplorable state, which hindered transportation and limited economic activities in the area. However, after reconstruction, we now have a dual carriageway with a CRCP finish, replacing the previously inadequate single carriageway. Thirdly, the rehabilitation of Navy Town Road, a 700-meter road that provides access to Old Ojo Road, the Central Bank Training School, and several Nigerian Navy installations. Prior to its rehabilitation, the two-lane carriageway was in poor condition, obstructing the movement of goods, services, and citizens in the area. The installation of a 80 mm 45 MPa interlocking stone pavement finish has upgraded the driving surface. Finally, the common denominator, Old Ojo Road, which spans 7.6 kilometers from Irede to Mazamaza, serves as a key alternative route to the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. The reconstruction of Old Ojo Road was conceptualized to the at this juncture. We commissioned the first phase, spanning 4 kilometers in length from Irede Road to Oluti bus stop. This major strategic arterial road provides connectivity to Irede Road, Mumuni Adio, and Navy Town roads, improving the transportation efficiency across the area.
To borrow the words of one of the commentators that we watched in the documentary, he said quality roads, and that is the watchword of Mr. Governor, Mr. Sellable, Mr. Doable, Mr. Keep It Going Able. Please, can we give him a resounding round of applause? I will not waste much time, but to say this road, ladies and gentlemen, is not a parking space. It is not for container to be parking or articulated vehicles. It's meant for people to move along the road with. It's meant for people to benefit. Please, can we discourage? Own your road. I speak to all residents, own your road. Discourage parking of roads, parking of vehicles by the roadside. That is all we have to say, so that people can enjoy the benefits of democracy.
Still talking infrastructure and road commissioning. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says no part of the state would be left behind in the urban regeneration drive by his administration. The governor also restated his administration's unwavering commitment to the delivery of quality infrastructure to improve the lives of residents of Lagos State.
The network of roads commissioned span a total length of 6.134 kilometers. The roads include Oba Dosumu Street, Oduduwa Way, Oduduwa Crescent, Shobo Arubiodu, and Shashegbon Streets. They complement Isaac John, Joel Ogunaike Street, Oba Ladejobi, and Harold Shodikbo, upgraded recently. According to Governor Sanwo-Olu, the network of roads would ease vehicular movement, improve interconnectivity, and also enhance the drainage network.
Ikeja GRA was once a primary residential area. It was known for its orderliness. However, and as recommended by Ikeja Model City Plan, it has evolved into a mixed development community. This growth in commercial and infrastructural activity, though very positive, has brought about a lot of environmental and infrastructural challenges. And for us to address those challenges, we have to accommodate future developments. We embark on infrastructural renovation to address and to reverse the flooding issues that you heard that people have complained about, the environmental and structural challenges that have been experienced by commuters, by residents, by business owners in this neighborhood. And our unwavering commitment at delivering quality infrastructure has been truly tested during the execution of this project. Of course, we were faced with several headwinds, particularly we saw all of the volatile, cost overrun, increase in construction costs driven by inflation. It created a lot of financial challenges for us. It at some point even threatened some part of the construction. But we're dogged, we're very resolute. We know that Ikeja GRA and Ikeja environment deserve the very, very best.
Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the residents to view the project as their own and be committed to responsible use of the roads.
You can see that this project, believe it has a lot of social economic benefits beyond the job that it created during the construction time. It has also provided an opportunity to have a seamless day and night movement. All of the flooding issues, all of the drainage issues are things of the past, and we know that it also will have reduced significantly traffic gridlocks and traffic congestions in and around this neighborhood. And so by extension, it has improved the social economic value that we have here, and it has increased the GDP, the gross domestic product of the state.
In their separate remarks, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and the Chief Executive Officer of Air Peace, Allen Onyema, commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for his administration's developmental strides and good governance in Lagos State.
And see tomorrow now what you are doing. This place is now our own Ikoyi. Excellency, coming to commission this place during the day, you cannot see the beauty. Come in the night. Come and see what you have done. You and your deputy have turned GRA to Ikoyi GRA. We are happy now Ikeja, the state capital of Lagos State. Ikoyi is not the capital of Lagos State. So, Your Excellency, you have to, by the grace of God and your deputy, come and complete your job. These other roads, Ikeja must be better than Ikoyi. It will be the works of your hand.
I'm very proud of you. But one thing I have to say is that Allen Onyema is calling on you not to go into business but to remain in politics. Because we need you someday at that level at the center. I don't care, I don't give a damn if the president, or the ministers, or the commissioners, or the heads of agencies come from one village, as long as we get good governance. So it doesn't matter. I don't even care about zoning. So remain in politics. The problem we have in Nigeria is that the good ones are shying away from politics and leaving politics for charlatans. In Babajide Sanwo-Olu, we have found a new Nigerian leader. Keep it up. Keep it up. God will see you to the next level.
Speaking earlier, the special advisor to Governor Sanwo-Olu on infrastructure, Engineer Olufemi Daramola, said the projects were part of the administration's commitment to the urban regeneration intervention policy of the government. Lagos State government has reassured residents of the state that 70 million gallons of pipe-borne water shall be made available to them daily.
Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said this during a citizen engagement forum organized by the Ministry of Information and Strategy.
Or you want to look at other infrastructure, such as roads. We are, as we speak now, commissioning about 35 roads, 5 bridges, and all of the projects spread across Lagos. Or you want to talk about food security, the kind of food hub that you have seen in Mushin, we are commissioning 5 others very soon. But we believe that Onjeko and the rest of the things that we are doing in Africa to pushing the effect of the national body of shortage of food and other things, and inflation generally. We believe that those things, 25% discount in markets, they cannot last forever. What can last, what can be enduring, is for Lagos to be able to have its own logistics hub, which we are building in Epe.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I am Love Oyedoku. Bye-bye now.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I know if you to wait the money, so I will take and establish myself, start business. So now that I go fit do that, so because if I carry the money, say I don't go lavish, I don't go, you just spend the money now. So I no value the person. That is, I no value what you do. You understand? So I no ever value what you do. So if I call him family, I will give the money to his family. But say I don't know everyone in the family, so just they make friends. So you just keep the money for myself. So I just saying that instead of me to damage the money, I'll take and start business. So just keep myself company. So later, if I call him family, I feel appreciate the family. That's all.
I will return the money to the family.
It has conditions. Number one, if to say that my friend there, he be Adenuga family, I don't go return them because I know say Papa don't get plenty money. But if the person is from a poor background, I may go to the person's mom or dad that my friend left this so amount with me. That what are we going to do about it? Even though the family go say they are going to you to take some of it, so that is the way we are going to share it. I think that is the best decision.
Money, I'll give it to if I happen to know the family, I'll go and give it to the family. But if I don't know the family, I'll give it to the appropriate authorities, probably the police.
30 million naira is a big money. I cannot keep it for myself because he meant well giving me. I will not keep it. I will return it to the family. In a case that I don't know the family, what I will do is that, go to the TV stations or radio stations, and then so person, so place, stay in so place, give me so amount, and now it's no more. I will return definitely I must make sure I return the money.
Eat the money because if I should know his family member or anyone related to him, I'll return the money because I didn't know how he gets the money. I didn't know how. So I can't just eat his sweat just like that because he's there. So I will return the money to his family. So if I didn't know any of his family member, I can take it to station, maybe if they can contact his family member. That's all.
I cannot return any money, yo. Me, I will chop the money. I'll carry some and go to the bank. No, go to the bank. Maybe I'll just carry some and go to the bank. Then spend the remaining one. Maybe start buying other things that I need, like landed properties and the rest of them. Who do I tell? Who do I tell that someone drops money? I should go and give the family member. Mbao, the money is my own.
I'll return the money to their family so that at least they can be happy and they will not lose hope. At least they will say, it's hard to trust someone. Nowadays, it's hard to trust someone, and you return the money. At least God will favor me too. So it's not good to take what is not yours.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. You're watching Plus TV Africa and the program is Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. Today we have another exciting episode for you, and I would implore you to keep with us for the next 45 to 50 minutes, because what you're going to hear could change your mind about how you look at the sports industry, and basically it could open up an opportunity or two for you or your organization. I always say that, but I mean it, because in Nigeria, we still don't see sports as a discipline in the sense of it being a commercial activity. But sports is big commerce around the world. And the consciousness is beginning to grow in Nigeria. And as much as the consciousness rises, I think the time has come for us to infuse more professionalism in how we go about doing things. And one of the ways to do that will be to embrace marketing as a discipline in sports. Now, if you follow the sports industry closely, you would find that most people don't, employ marketing marketing professionals, and there's very minimal marketing expertise in how our sports properties, our sports federations, and even our sports clubs go about how they run their businesses. Now, the thing about the marketing discipline is that it makes you see your entire business operations from the point of view of the customer, in this case, the fans, and your other stakeholders. So basically what you're doing is, marketing schools you to think that, look, you just don't dump products on your consumers. You've got to listen to them. You've got to collect from them insights, data into what they think about the service that you're offering or the products that you're offering, and what you need to do to be able to develop these products, based on the insights you would have received from them. Our football clubs thinking about the customers, our basketball teams thinking about, the customers, the fans. Is anybody talking to you? Has anybody talked to you before? I'm from Sporting Lagos or Bendel Insurance, and we want to know what your view is on what we're doing as a football club. Or I'm from the Nigerian Football Federation, and we want to talk to you about what we're doing and how that affects how you receive our products. All right. So marketing is that discipline that organizations use to reach out to their customers, to understand what their customers are feeling, what they want, and this then translates to product development in a way that make them sell more and gives them better competitive advantage. Today, joining me in the studio, joining me via Zoom to talk about this would be two marketing gurus in this country. The first is Mr. Kelechi Nwosu. He is the managing director of TBWA Nigeria. Mr. Kelechi Nwosu has over 3 decades of experience in advertising as well as marketing communications. Yeah, and he's a former president of the Advertising Agencies Association of Nigeria. Also joining us would be Mr. Tunji Adeyinka. Mr. Tunji Adeyinka is the Group Managing Director of the Republicom Group. He's vastly experienced in marketing, and he's also very deeply involved in sports, with sports in Nigeria. So we're going to be getting from him his insights based on his own personal and his own corporate experiences that he's had over the years. All right? So don't go away. We're going to go on a short break, as is the nature of the program, so that gives you time to get some water, to invite a friend or two to join you on the program. And, you know, like I said, it could be good for you. It could set you on a totally different trajectory when it comes to business going forward. All right? When we return, the business begins. You're welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga, and you're watching Plus TV Africa. We're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. Today we're going to be talking about the marketing discipline and why it's such an important dynamic for business success, and why the local sporting industry needs to, you know, embrace marketing as a way to grow the industry to become more a lucrative one. Joining me is Mr. Tunji Adeyinka, and he's right now on. You know, Tunji, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Kenneth?
I'm very well. Tunji, look, we've been on this. This is our industry. Marketing is critical, you know, to most businesses, you know, and it's something that, you know, I cannot see enough of in the Nigerian sports space. I don't know what you think, you know, but perhaps we should start first by you know, a rough definition of what marketing is. I actually have a slide. I can just quickly run through that, and then you can expand on it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kenneth. And I think it's important to launch from that perspective, which is really understanding what marketing is.
Yes.
And you know, if your slide is there, fine. If not, one of the simplest definition of marketing that I've heard is that marketing as a discipline is both art and a science that does maybe 3 or 4 things. First is that it helps to identify and anticipate and satisfy customer needs profitably.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be ever simpler than that. Marketing is a science, as a mix of science and art. And what does it do? It identifies, it's a process that identifies, anticipates, and satisfies customer needs profitably. So what that means then is that if you start by understand who your consumer is, right? But let's even start from, you understand who your consumer is. So it means
Can you relate that to sports, for instance, so that they can...
What did you say, Kenneth?
Can you just relate that to sports, you know, so that...
Yes, I will.
Okay.
I will.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So no product or brand is ever created for everybody. You have certain customers that you are serving, that, you know, as a product or as a service. Your service might appeal to everybody in the world. There's no service that appeals to everybody, but it appeals to a certain set of customers. And the other definition then is that in the product appealing to them, you understand what their needs are, then you craft your product so that it satisfies those needs, anticipates those needs, and then it delivers profitably, which is the last part of that.
Yeah.
If you look at it from a sports perspective, it means that your product, whether you're talking about a football league, you're talking about a hockey league, you're talking about a basketball league, first must identify who the consumers are or who the customers are.
Yeah.
The product needs to be properly crafted to anticipate the needs of these customers. Thirdly, the product needs to satisfy the needs of these customers or the requirements of this customer. And the customer needs to exchange. There must be an exchange of value, which means the customer pays something and then gets utility. It gets utility.
Yeah.
And so if you look at the fundamental difference, and that's why if you look at the way that, for example, the English Premier League has kind of defined what its product is. The male league, the football league, is different from the female league in terms of clearly identifying who follows the game. It's not necessarily the same set of people. Some people, the female game appeals to them, and for some, the male game appeals to them. Then how does it satisfy your needs? Because it's not just that I want to watch football, and I would take that again to the Nigerian league. It's not just that I want to watch football. I want to watch football in an environment that is, the hospitality is safe, and that I can also network. I can meet people like myself. I can bring my children. Because for me, it is a form of entertainment. It's a form of fun. So when I go to watch football with my family, with my son or with my daughter, I expect certain things. I expect to have easy access. I expect to have a place where I can sit and see the pitch very well. Of course, the core product is the game. I expect to see a very good game. I expect to be able to park my car in the parking lot and then to walk in without being harassed by anyone. And while I'm doing all of that, I want to buy a burger, I want to buy some fries, I want to drink water, I want to drink some other drinks. And then afterwards, I have had fun. And it is my association with that product or that brand and the fact that that brand has satisfied a need for me. In this case, that need is a need that is very critical, that I'm able to exchange for that value. I pay for the ticket, I pay for the hospitality, I pay for the merchandise, I pay for the shirt, I pay for all of that because I see a value exchange. And this product that you've spoken about is intangible, remember? Because I'm talking about, it's not tangible. It's not like I'm buying a phone. It's not like I'm buying a chair or I'm buying furniture. But the fact that it is intangible does not mean that it is not a brand or that it is not satisfying my latent needs. And it satisfies my needs differently from badminton. It satisfies my needs differently from handball. It satisfies my needs differently from any other sport. So it is, if you think about it in that manner, so it's first that you've crafted a proper product that meets the need of the consumer. Then you then think about the different P's, as you say in marketing, which is first is your product, which you have. Second, then you can then talk about the place, which is the channel. How do you sell? Where do you disperse it? Third is is the promotion, which is how do I advertise it? How do I is it digital? Am I going to use digital marketing to promote this product? Am I going to use outdoor, out of home? Am I going to use experiential campaigns, or is it just basic advertising that I'm going to use? All of that is promotion. And then the price, which is how much am I going to charge for this? Because I've built so much into this, therefore, and I understand what the utility is to the consumer or to the customer, I'm now charging a certain amount. And that is what marketing is. Marketing helps you to coordinate and to carry through this process and to properly coordinate this process so that you end up profitably. And everything is centered on the consumer or the customer, as the case is here. I hope that is clear, especially in terms of relating it to a sporting code or a sporting product.
I think you've done a brilliant job, Tunji. The thing is, what I would like to do now is to call your attention to some of the things that you said, so that you can further expand it for people in a way that it becomes easy to understand the marketing function. One, you talked about, if you want to go to the stadium, it is not just about the football. It is the surrounding experience that you have, the ability to buy drinks, nice food, to feel safe, and all of that. I've been to watch games in the MPFL games here in Lagos, and I did go for a few games by Sporting Lagos and a few games by Ikorodu City. There are two different experiences that you would have, right? That's on the one hand. So clubs have to be mindful of, that even in their experiences, they can track, what sports fans feel about them. That's number one. Number two, you talked about safety. When I went to the stadium, there were young children, there were, families from the Ikoyi neighborhood with their children as young as 2 years old and even younger in the stadium. It was safe. People had a good time and all of that. So isn't this something that we miss with marketing? Because with marketing, maybe the marketing guy would have tracked opinions and would be able to report to the wider, to his club or the wider sports community in the case, in the case of where, for instance, the MPFL has a marketing officer that goes out to say that, now it is very safe to watch football games or to watch basketball games or to do XYZ at the stadium in Nigeria. Isn't that what the marketing guy is supposed to do, to provide all of this data? So, and then finally, a lot of people think marketing is just sales. You go out and you go and sell club jerseys, or you go and sell one product or the other. Whereas marketing is a much wider function, not a sales function, a planning function, as you have explained. All right? Can you just further, so that the uninitiated would have a better grasp of what you have been saying?
You look at the value chain, the firm's value chain, you look at production, you look at distribution, you look at marketing and sales. Marketing, the job of marketing is to make sales easy. That's the job of marketing. So, because one of the elements of in marketing, which your definition, which you put up there just showed, is that there's a realization that you're operating in a competitive environment. What that means is that if I have 10,000 naira or 50,000 naira to spend on a weekend, I could either spend it to watch a game of any of the teams that you've spoken to, or I could spend it to go and watch the cinema, or I could spend it to on any other thing within that period. So if you look at the product and the composition of that product, there's certain things that you consider as things that are hygiene that must come with a product. They're just, it must be there or you don't. It's like water. If I'm buying a bottle of water, there's certain things that I am taking for granted. Safety, I'm taking that for granted, that the water is safe. So then I can now begin to say the reason I'm charging premium for my water is that it has vitamin C, it has this vitamin which has been embedded in the water. So that is why my water is more expensive than the other product. And it's the same thing with football, as you've said. We're operating in a competitive environment. So if you come out and you tell me that it is safe, that's a good thing, but that is the hygiene, it's part of the hygiene factors. Safety means, yes, I can come out there. But I need more than safety. First, the core product must be something that is attractive to me. First, I must be attracted to the values of that brand. What are the values of the Sporting Lagos brand? What are the values of the Ikorodu club brand? and they could be totally different, even though they're both football teams. Ikorodu United might be more community focused, might be more relevant in the community, might be more for young people who are just, thriving or building in that environment. So the marketing person or the brand person needs to build those values and build the identity around Ikorodu that makes it different innately from Sporting Lagos. Because what I am buying into and what I am, as a fan, what I am spending for is that I want to be affiliated with some of these intangibles or this essence that makes this club different. So it's not just, so the football that they play is important, the football is important. But again, if I grew up in Ikorodu, for example, Ikorodu United might be something that has been baked into the entire tapestry of Ikorodu, that it is pitching Ikorodu to the world, it's selling Ikorodu to the world, and therefore I associate with it, not because they play the best football, but because there's certain values of that brand which, though intangible, attract me. So those are the areas, because the more of those that you are able to build, the more you are able to charge a premium. Yeah. So when I see how much, our clubs make from gate tickets, I can tell very clearly they've not spent any attention or any effort on building anything called a brand. It's just the same club that has been playing football, and people come and people don't even want to pay. And you say fans don't want to pay because there's no value, there's no intrinsic value that the fan sees in that club. Yeah. Of course, while safety is hygiene is very important, because if the stadium is not safe, fans might not come. Okay. Thank you very much, Tunji. That's very lucidly put. We now have Kelechi joining us. Hello, Kelechi. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Tunji.
Okay.
Hey, afternoon, Kelechi.
Okay, Kelechi, we've been talking about marketing, basically what marketing is, and how it affects organizations and even the sports industry. I'll just quickly look through my slide if my producer is with me, so that we can just very quickly do that, and then Kelechi takes the floor or takes the mic. Now, the marketing concept is a strategy that focuses, this is AI, by the way, focuses on meeting customer needs to achieve a competitive advantage. It is a business philosophy that uses marketing data to develop strategies to satisfy customers and the company's goals. Now, in the other slide, what you'd find is that the marketing concept helps you maximize profits, helps you, outperform competitors, helps you find ways to satisfy customer needs, and helps you find ways to ensure that you have a solid competitive advantage. And how it works is that it identifies customers' needs, helps to create strategies to satisfy these needs, and this data and information you get on insights you get from the customers all lead to product development. So this is basically for, this is for the man out there, the investor out there who is thinking of getting into sports. And we're saying, and that's the whole essence of this episode of the program, that if you're an investor and you want to get into sports, you probably want to be talking to the marketing professional first. What we find is that they typically talk to the media professional, and media is just a sub part of the entire marketing mix. So, Kelechi, let's have your thought on that, and then would.
I've heard a lot of what Tunji has said, and Tunji is perhaps a much more practical marketing person than even I am. He's absolutely right. Marketing is about a bundle of benefits. It's meant to allow people to get the right products to the right people at the right price. If you want to do shorthand definitions, I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
If you want to do shorthand, sure. So you are absolutely right. If you want to get your sports brand. And actually, the role of marketing is also to build brands. That's the primary role of marketing, to build profitable brands. Using that insight, having an understanding of the customer or the consumer, using that to build brands that are profitable in the long term. And I mean, Tunji also mentioned that sales to happen quite easily on a long-term sustainable basis. And those brands are built in the hearts and minds of the consumers, in this case, the fans of the sports clubs. So I think there's room for people who own or who want to start sports clubs or football clubs or any similar enterprises to engage with marketing professionals. I also think that marketing professionals need to step up and perhaps reach out more to them, market them as well, as we would say in a loose way, provide the value proposition. Why should they come to you? Show them what they're missing. If you look at the numbers we have as a country, and I think there was somewhere I read that 1% of the world's GDP should go to sports, including all of the sports. And I need to, you can correct me on that one. I read that in an old article. So when I read that article, it was about 700 billion. Now I'm sure it's about 1 trillion in terms of the totality of the GDP around sports. And embedded in that GDP means that there's a lot of business that can be done by building sports brands and by building all of the accoutrement, the ecosystem of the sports. So we are losing money as a people. We're losing revenue as in terms of the value chain. Government is losing taxes if you have brands that are weak. And these brands are weak because their franchises are weak. Their positioning is weak. There is limited differentiation for these brands. I think that's a lot of what TJ was talking about in the past few minutes. And going back to the basic principles of marketing, not just the AI one, by the way, going back to the basic principles of marketing will allow you to go back to those elements. The fundamental 4 Ps that we talk about. What price are you delivering your product at? What is the product itself? Who is watching you? Who do you want? If you use a football club, who is your fan base? What segment are you appealing to? Not just by age, but by psychographics. You know, is it a family person? Is it a female-oriented? What is it? Then you target properly and then you position. The STP is what the short form for it. Those are elements that people have used to build strong brands all over the world and even in Nigeria. So I think as an action step, I'm not jumping ahead of myself to say maybe there needs to be a sort of immediate convo with everyone. We've tried to do this. I think you've done 1 or 2, Ken. Yeah. And Tunji, we've tried 1 or 2. But we shouldn't lose face because we're losing money if we don't have strong marketing sports brands, by the way, in the country.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's very, again, that's another excellent take. Yeah. Now I'm going to move to Tunji, but it will be after a short break. But here's what we will discuss when we come back from that break. There's an obvious dearth of marketing input in domestic sports. Why is that the case? Who needs to do what? Is it that the marketing industry needs to go after the sports opportunity, or the sports industry needs to go after the marketing opportunity? Who pushes, who drives what? That's number 1. And then number 2, why is there a dearth of marketing input? Why are the sports federations, the sports properties, even the sports asset managers not turning to marketing professionals? Is it that they do not understand what marketing really is, or there is a lack of respect for the players in the marketing industry? When we return, the business continues.
Hi everybody, my name is Beverly Osu. Shout out to Plus TV. Don't touch that dial.
You're welcome back to the program Sports Business with Owufo Ezaga. And with me on the program today are two marketing professionals. We're talking about marketing, the marketing dynamic in businesses and why it's important to domestic sports. And with me on the program are two marketing professionals, Mr. Tunji Adeyinka, who is the Group Managing Director of the Republicom Group, and Mr. Kelechi Nwosu, who is the Managing Director TBWA Nigeria. Both have been, given this subject some real elucidation, and it's turning out to be one of my favorite episodes. So let's go quickly so that I don't cheat you out of their knowledge. Yeah, sorry, Tunji, I asked a question before the break. I don't know whether you want me to repeat it or you can just go right ahead.
Yes. So the question you asked is that, what has been happening in the Nigerian space and why are the sporting products not embracing marketing? And should marketing professionals not go after those products? I think it's a very interesting question, but it's a question that has been answered time and time again. So if you start today, start to manufacture, let's call it a fizzy drink today, you set up your organization in a certain manner, and then you would have different functions. Let's not even call them departments. Let's say, so in-sourced or outsourced, you have different functions. You have your production facility, which will manage your factory. You will have your supply chain, which delivers raw materials and then also finished products. Then you have your marketing function and your sales function, because you know that you are building a brand for the long run. You want that brand to be well known and you want it to compete favorably against those that are already existing. And therefore, you would seek out a marketing professional or marketing company to provide advice to you from the beginning, because you know that you want to build something that is scalable and something that is worthy of the investment that you've made. But inversely, what you find in a lot of sporting brands in our culture is that our culture is they're looking more at sales, and the sales is a little bit more as selling the sponsorship to a brand rather than building the brand. Because number one, it could be from a management point of view. Maybe you have management that is in place that may not fully understand. In terms of engagement with owners or managers of clubs, that has happened since time immemorial. So many engagements have happened, but it's very clear that the managers are looking at the short term, because what they tell you is they don't have money to invest in marketing. And I say, you can, if you have malaria or you have an ailment, you can decide, you have to cure that malaria. So you have to decide if you want to go to the chemist or you want to go to a doctor. Your choice is going to have some implications. So maybe you went to the doctor and they checked and they say, well, this is not malaria, it's actually typhoid. You have some malaria parasites and you have typhoid, and this is what you need to do. Then the drugs might be different. But you rush to the pharmacy and you buy the classic malaria drugs, and you come back, and then 2 months later you go back again because that parasite is still there. So first is that it seems that our administrators are looking at short term. So first is a lack of clear understanding. Two is also that a lot of us as administrators do not really have a stake in the long-term essence of the organizations that we run. A lot of the clubs, as you know, are owned by state governments, and the officials are shipped in and shipped out depending on who wins an election. So there's no incentive for anybody to be building a long-term brand for anybody, because it's just about my administration and what I do. You've seen how AIMBA has gone up and down, depending on the governor that is there and depending on the administrator that is there. So that is one very important question. when you form a company and you're selling a product, you have a long-term view. You're not looking at 2 years or 3 years, and you're not looking at something that is, you are looking at scale, and you're looking at something that is long-term. So that is one of the biggest problems that we have, the management and the ownership of the clubs. And you're looking at the short term. I don't have enough money to invest in marketing. But I've had the experience at different times, and I'm not going to name names, with certain institutions that had very large sponsorships. And when we approached them in those days to say, set out 5% of this big money that is coming in to build this marketing trail, because down the line, this sponsor is going to abandon you. So you can build a proper brand, attract not just sponsors, attract consumers. That's the fans that come to you. But the choice that is made at that point is that the people do not spend 1% on marketing. Yeah. They don't spend nothing on marketing. So it's that motive. I don't think we get it. And also you then have the organizational challenges as well.
Okay. Kelechi, what do you think?
You know, I hate to go after TJ because he's covered all the points. I've got nothing more to add.
Okay.
But, you know, I think that he's been right on the money. Historically, a lot of the clubs, football clubs, were started by states as something for the boys to play with in many ways, if anyhow you understand that. So it wasn't really more about interest in from a point of view of business. Now there are a few more clubs that have been started from the point of view of business. So I think that affected how they thought about the marketing of these clubs. That's one, that's historically. But I also think that there's been really poor understanding of marketing in our market, in our space. There's an understanding of marketing as sales. There is the understanding of marketing now as social media, content, visibility. There's a poor understanding of marketing as media visibility. You give a press release, the journalists talk about you, the media talks about you, and you're important. And even for some people, there's the understanding of marketing as I went to a club, very prominent club in the East, and I was talking to them, and they said to me I should talk to their marketing team. And that time, the marketing team was headed by a pharmacist. And he said to me, I like what you're saying, but all I want is money. I want you to be able to attract money. I have people who will attract money. And once I get that money, I'm good. So for him, the whole point of marketing is sponsorship. Now, what is the quality of his brand? Like TJ was saying, what is the input? What is the long-term view of that brand? What are the numbers saying? Where are you recruiting from? He doesn't care. So for him, marketing is about sponsorship. So in answer to your question, that poor understanding of marketing, that history has affected a lot of this. What is happening is affected us. Then on the part of the marketing community, we have also not done well. We haven't done enough. We haven't showed enough value proposition consistently. So you can imagine the club I'm talking to, if I were to pitch them and say, this is it. I went with TJ, 3 of us went, and 3 people came and said, Lee, you're losing numbers. Maybe they'll wake up. Maybe if we did thought pieces, like this is why we appreciate what you're doing, maybe they'll wake up. But the whole marketing community needs to know that all of us are losing money because we're not putting together proposals, ideas to show the difference between the marketing we do and the sales they are doing or the play they are doing, because sometimes a lot of these clubs are just a play. So the management of the clubs is an issue. The understanding of marketing is an issue. The reticence of marketing professionals to go there, and there are good reasons for it, but it's not enough and contributing to it, which is why I said there has to be a good handshake with everyone just lowering their eyes, coming down from whatever high horses we are all on to say, money there, wakao. Let's see where the money is.
Okay. Okay, so let's talk about the marketing industry. And let's be fast now so that we can take a lot more before our time is up, because time is not our friend at this point in time. Do you think that the marketing industry understands the sport opportunity? And if they did, wouldn't that drive them to want to make sure that this thing is sorted out, and so that they can, like you said, stop losing money? That's Kelechi.
I don't think we have invested in the knowledge. We haven't. Well, our sports industry, again, is not that developed, but many of us have not invested in learning more about it. There are a few, the TJs and a couple of other people, but I can say for a fact that overall in our industry, around the whole marketing ecosystem, I don't think we've invested in learning a lot more about sports marketing the way it's done in very of the developed sports markets. We haven't. We don't have enough people who are pushing it. Maybe we haven't seen they haven't seen the opportunity, the numbers in terms of the revenues that can accrue from it, but a lot of us are seeing it. Or maybe we're just occupied with lower hanging fruits, but I don't think the marketing industry has put in enough effort into it. A lot of the things you hear about marketing sports clubs is not coming from marketing professionals, and enough of it is not coming. A lot of it is not coming from marketing professionals. It's coming from people who might be perhaps a little bit more tangential to the marketing industry, but the real marketing movers and shakers, the people who are doing work, a lot of us are not involved in sports marketing.
Tunji, what do you think?
So I agree with Kelechi, but if you take a segue and look at pharmaceutical industry, in certain developed markets, you have specialized marketing agencies that are branded and clearly specialized for pharmaceuticals. So you have agencies that are pharma agencies, and they're specialized in building pharma brands and in offering marketing advice to pharmaceutical companies. Now, the reason you find that is because they can see viability in that industry. You have, pharma is one of the biggest, massive businesses that you have across the world. So, but in our climate, in Nigeria in particular, you find that that is not the case, because a lot of us do not see the money trail coming from the sports side. But what tends to happen is that a lot of companies work with brands that are investing money in sporting organizations or brands. So you work with a brand that is a sponsor, and the brand is looking to get value from their partnership, which is what a lot of us do. And a lot, as Kelechi has also said, I've tried different times to educate club management to put materials out there. Yes, but the level of interest is not matched at all on that side. So it's always going to be difficult until you find one or two case studies where people are doing it right and where you're seeing the enhancement in terms of brand value and long-term sustainability of those clubs.
Okay, so this episode of the program is actually directed at, the private investors that are beginning to get into the sports space, right? Sporting Lagos, Ikorodu City, Doma United. All of these private investors who are beginning to see, the sports opportunity. And they're going to be looking at their clubs much differently to, for instance, the government-run clubs. And I also know that, in the league, it's a matter of time now before government ownership is no longer required. Maybe governments are going to be forced to divest. So we are getting into a period now where investors are spending big, and they need to understand, what goes into this and the role that marketing can play in their success. So what do you think we should do now? I mean, how do we move forward from here? Kelechi, what do you think the investors should be doing? Or again, is it us, the marketing people, that should go and meet the investors and try to convince them?
Well, it has to be a handshake. We meet halfway. I would say you try to organize this last year, which was that workshop. I think we should have another one. Those who are willing should come have a workshop where we'll talk through to them the opportunities that exist using proper marketing. If you remember the clubs you've mentioned now, for instance, the Sporting Lagos and all of those clubs, they ought to be looking very closely at their segments and analyzing them, using data to analyze them and to think about income streams that can come from, things they can do with them. What's their positioning? How are they distinct from the other brands? On and off the field, how are they positioned to be successful? Are they going to be quoted in the stock market? What are their plans? So we can sit at a good workshop and talk through this, see the opportunities, and keep pushing. Okay. We just must keep pushing. We must have that, idea that we can't give up. And I agree with TJ. There's been a lot of frustration for many of us, but it comes with a life. But if we get 2, 3, 4 successful brands coming out of this whole conversations, you see other people will be interested. There are people, sports agencies haven't specialized in Nigeria because we haven't seen the size of the market is still particularly small.
Yeah.
And I dare say here that one of the things that we shouldn't even forget is football can be a bit of a distraction to many of us. So you find that there might be things happening in other sports areas. There was a time I wanted to do a draft competition. I was looking for the draft players. There are different sports in the world. Football is just one.
Yeah.
So we must put it up to the space of opportunity. All right.
Okay, Tunji.
That's okay.
Tunji, please.
Yeah.
I think what we have been speaking to since, and what you alluded to at the start of the program, about differentiation and stuff like that, is something that, from my experience in recent times, can be described by what I see of the Lagos clubs. They're Sporting Lagos, and they say Lagos is their territory. Same thing Ikorodu City is saying.
What does that mean?
Same thing Inter Lagos is saying. So can you throw some light on how they should go about it?
I get the question. Yeah. Tunji is saying which Lagos? There are very many Lagoses.
I know. Let him break it down for us.
Okay. I said the club that you made a reference to and that says Lagos is our... So I think that kind of club, if you properly interrogate what the essence of that club should be and you deconstruct it, that club may be located in Lagos, but the lifestyle, the motivation, and the psychographics of that club is bigger than Lagos. It is speaking to a certain age group and lifestyle group that is represented across Nigeria. Indeed, that is one club that does not have the heritage of the old clubs, but has the potential of building a young audience. In fact, that is the one club that the league itself should be using to bring young people to the stadium.
Yeah.
So you need to do more than Lagos is our whatever, because at the end of the day, it is by digging deep into what exactly are we? What do we appeal to? What do we seek to build as a brand in the long run? And how do we do that in a way that, even though we're located in Lagos, but our appeal is so wide that young people within this age and with this kind of lifestyle in Ibadan, in Enugu, in Kano, are fans of this club, not just
gremlins in the system, well, basically that's been a bit of what the show has been about today, and I mean talking about marketing, the marketing discipline, and how, you know, organizations need to listen to their customers. Because when you listen to your customers, you hear what you need to hear to be able to satisfy
and therefore
their
marketing
needs
will be key
and develop
important.
and develop, you know, products that can then become winning products that become profitable for your organization. All right. With the sports industry in Nigeria, there's a lot that marketing can still do, and you know, sports property builders, asset managers, and asset managers, property builders, and the like. It is very important that you guys get involved in the, involve marketing professionals to do what you need to do, to be able to define your brands, to be able to, look for competitive advantages for you, to be able to segment your audiences and all of that. It is a whole big thing, of which media is just a very tiny part. What I see you guys do is go for media, media experts. Now, media experts are very critical in the success of any club or any sports organization or any sports product. They're the ones that tell the stories that, get fans, connected to your brands. But the point is marketing goes beyond that. Marketing goes beyond the fan. It goes beyond, just shouting about what you're doing, to what product you're building, to what price guarantees the customer the best value, to where you need to distribute yourselves, where you need to place your products or services to be able to allow easy access to them by customers. All right? Marketing is it's not just a sales function, it's a planning function. And they're the ones that drive all of the strategy with which organizations, become successful or popular with the brands, and which then translates to financial success. That's been it today. We're going to have another interesting episode next week. And when we do, we want you to be, facing your television and watching what we're doing, because there's a lot I'm sure you'll get as you have gotten today. Until we meet again next week, this is me, Orufo. By the way, let me say thank you to Tunji Adenka and Kelechi Nwos for being part of this program. So until we meet again next week, this is Orufo Ezaga saying, be productive, be good, and stay safe.
Hi, my name is Amal Medada. I keep watching Plus TV Africa.
Signature on my paintings are Kike Johnson, but I mean, I think so. Thinking about it now, I'm not even sure, but yeah, I think so. Most of them have my name on it, apart from my fashion brand though. My name is Kike Lomo Johnson. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by Black women, by colors, animations, different things. A lot of things that like inspire me, but I naturally enjoy drawing Black women. I think it's amazing. Yeah, sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something but I can't. I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, there's just a block, so sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else totally different from what I am doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to draw and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a lot of amazing features. As an artist, there are different things I see. Like I can see someone's face and I'm like, oh my God, I need to draw that, the angle, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, to visualize and to draw. And then we have different skin tones. So it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, and you can have 5 different women with 5 totally different skin tones. And it's just, every time I see someone, I always look through, look at those things, the shadow, the light, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product. After spending like 6 hours drawing something, I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like doing, so there are days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal. I can do like a minimal line art. And it's okay, this is all I'm doing today. And I enjoy the process of that. That might take me 30 minutes, but I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now. There are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. There's just so many things that Nigerian creatives are doing now that I think it's just amazing. To see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art is a good thing. Love it. I actually wish I did go to an art school. I think that way maybe I'd have been like Picasso right now. But no, I didn't go to an art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, so I've always enjoyed drawing. I've enjoyed the process. Yeah. All right. So for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I'll say they should go for it. In this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men. So it's a good thing to see women want to become artists and actually do it. One major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art has influenced my fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design, I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but at least we tried it, So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I look at every single object and I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now, in the international workspace, nationally, and just doing, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where, anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio create it. Different things from animation to illustrations to different type of artwork.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome to the program. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga.
Inside the Niger Delta.
The South-South Governors Forum has appealed to President Bola Tinubu to extend the proposed value-added tax VAT sharing formula to include other derivation-based revenue sources like oil and gas. The forum made this appeal last week after a joint meeting held in Yenagoa, the capital of Bayelsa State, where they reaffirmed their commitment to fiscal policies aimed at strengthening the nation's economic framework. They also declared their support for the ongoing tax reforms introduced by the administration of President Tinubu.
The meeting, which was held last week at Creek Haven, another name for the Bayelsa State Government House in Yenagoa, was attended by the governors of Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Delta, Rivers, and the host governor of Bayelsa, while apologies came from Senator Monday Okpewolo of Edo State. Discussions at the meeting focused on strengthening collaborations among states in the region in order to accelerate the pace of development and improve the socio-economic fortunes of its peoples.
There couldn't have been a better time for this forum to come together than now, that the country is restructuring and Nigeria is actually emerging as an economy. As the South-South state and the region, we must also begin to look beyond oil.
Some things have been of key interest to me, how we can connect the states within the region together. And that will ease businesses, to ease trade, to ease all of other collaboration.
Our collaborative efforts in constructive dialogue will always help us, and it will move the region forward.
Senator Diri, while presenting a 7-point communique on behalf of the governors at the end of their deliberations, appealed to Mr. President to revisit the 13% derivation formula for oil-producing states in the country.
We support Mr. President's tax reform bill, and the forum further urged Mr. President to extend the proposed VAT sharing percentages to other areas of derivation, such as oil and gas. You might ask, but there is already derivation in oil and gas. It is 13%. Constitutionally, it is stated that that is the minimum. That is the minimum. And what we are saying is an increase of the 13%. It has been the minimum over the decades, and everything is increasing. And so there is no reason why the derivation, if VAT will now be 60%, 30%, as the case may be, what we are saying also is that derivation of oil and gas should also be increased to 30 or 60%.
While acknowledging the need for expedited considerations on the state of the East-West Road, the governors lauded the federal government's ongoing coastal road project and appealed for work to commence simultaneously from the Cross River end of the project. Other issues the South-South governors touched on include the need for economic diversification, especially looking at their areas of comparative advantages in agriculture and aquaculture, investments in education and power, as well as the establishment of a regional security network to enhance the safety and well-being of the people in the region. They then took a moment to celebrate the governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Joseph Fubara, who just turned 50.
Inside the Niger Delta.
The Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, has reassured the leadership of the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, and the people of the region that the Commission will leave no stone unturned in its efforts to find lasting solutions to the numerous challenges facing them. Dr. Ogbuku gave this assurance last week while receiving the executive members of the socio-political organization led by its new national chairman, Ambassador Godnose Bolade Igali, at the Commission's corporate headquarters in Port Harcourt. For its part, PANDEF commended the NDDC board and management for its remarkable development efforts across communities in the region.
The leadership of the APEC socio-political organization of the South-South, the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, led by its new national chairman, Ambassador Godnose Igali, visited the corporate headquarters of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, last week in Port Harcourt. During the visit, which was its first since the new leadership was constituted back in October last year, PANDEF passed a vote of confidence on the current board and management of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, led by Mr. Chiedu Ebie and Dr. Samuel Ogbuku.
Well, since you and your team came on board, there's a change, visible change, that we can see all over the region. You have performed in an outstanding manner, including the completion of numerous high-impact projects, such as roads, bridges, and buildings. These, I must say, have significantly improved the livelihood of our people. We see what NDDC is doing in terms of the light up Niger Delta. If it had always been like this, the Niger Delta would have moved much forward. We, PANDEF, representing the people of Niger Delta, are pleased with your management. I will thank Mr. President for giving you this opportunity to serve. I will call on all the people of the Niger Delta to keep supporting this crop of young people working for us.
Welcoming the team, Dr. Ogbuku stated that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had given them a clear mandate to drive the rapid transformation of the region, and they remained fully committed to achieving that goal. He then assured that the Commission would continue to collaborate with stakeholders like PANDEF to find solutions to the numerous challenges bedeviling the people of the region.
Just be rest assured that as management and board, we have also decided to undertake that commitment that we are going to be united, no matter what, to ensure that this place is peaceful for the people of the Niger Delta to get the dividends of development.
The vote of confidence from PANDEF, the latest in a series of endorsements from institutions, community leaders and ethnic groups, is a testament to the widespread acceptance the NDDC enjoys in the region. This support is largely attributed to the Commission's ongoing consultations and engagements, ensuring that its policies, programs and projects align with the needs and aspirations of the people. Meanwhile, the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, last week also paid a courtesy visit to the Oba of Benin, Omonoba Nedo Ukwu-Akpolokpolo, Oba Eware II, at his palace in Benin City, Edo State. The monarch commended the leadership of PANDEF under Ambassador Godnose Igale and expressed his willingness to work hand in hand with the socio-political organization in advocating for sustainable peace and development across the Niger Delta region. Oba Ewuare II also appreciated Ambassador Igale for his personal efforts in ensuring that stolen Benin artifacts are returned. Additionally, PANDEF then joined the family and associates of the former military governor of Rivers and Akwa Ibom states and the pioneer chairman of the Presidential Amnesty Program, late General Godwin Abe, as the elder statesman was laid to rest in Benin City. General Abe, who served as Minister of Interior between 2007 and 2009 and Minister of Defense between 2009 and 2010, died on the 21st of December 2024 at the age of 75.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Right Honorable Sharif Oborewori of Delta State says his administration will spare no efforts in providing dividends of democracy to the good people of the oil-rich state in line with his social contract with the people, which seeks to bring meaningful development, opportunities for all, realistic reforms, and enhance peace and security, otherwise known as the MORE Agenda. The governor, who was speaking after receiving the award for Governor of the Year alongside 3 other governors at the This Day newspaper and Arise Television Awards last week, maintained that his government will remain transparent and accountable in managing the resources of the state.
The blueprint of Governor Sharif Oborewori of Delta State, encapsulated in the acronym MORE, which stands for Meaningful Development, Opportunities for All, Realistic Reforms and Enhanced Peace and Security, has come to mean more of almost everything in literal terms for the people in the state. Indeed, the last 19 months have been characterized by more roads and bridges, more social infrastructure in schools and other sectors such as the judiciary, which now boasts of a new High Court complex, amongst many others. The figurative and literal MORE administration in Delta is currently constructing 3 flyover bridges in Warri and its environs to ease traffic and rejig socio-economic activities in and around the oil city, along with other big-ticket road projects such as the ongoing Ughelli-Asaba dualization project and the Trans-Warri-Odei-Shekiri Bridges and Roads project. These and other social programs aimed at alleviating the sufferings of the people across the entire state put together tipped the governor for Governor of the Year award at the This Day newspaper and Arise Television Awards ceremony held last week in Lagos.
We start with a governor in Delta State who was underrated, but in his 18 months in power has not borrowed any cent from any bank. And he keeps building infrastructure.
The governor, who continues to set an uncommon example in ensuring continuity in governance and financial discipline in service delivery, told journalists at the event that the award and recognition serve as a call to remain focused on advancing the state in all fronts.
We are getting in touch with the people, so we are building the people, and also we are also building infrastructure. I give God the praise for this award. It will inspire me and all my people, the appointees and those in the government, to do more for Deltans.
The governor's commitment to meaningful development is evident in his signature project monitoring and supervision, where he holds contractors accountable to ensure the delivery of quality work and value for public funds. Governor Oborewori last week also interacted with civil servants in the state, where he admonished them to stay true to their duties and responsibilities in order to ensure seamless service delivery in the state. The governor was particular about stemming corruption and other administrative malfeasance that are capable of jeopardizing development effort in the state.
Let's continue to work together to build Delta State, to move Delta State forward. I love you people.
and I know that people love me. And
Inside the Niger Delta.
Standout Properties Limited presents a real estate opportunity of a lifetime. Bloom Towers, a waterfront twin high-rise buildings of 19 and 21 stories at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean in the prestigious Oniru area, Victoria Island, Lagos. Bloom Towers is a green and smart building project consisting of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom apartments and maisonettes, as well as 10,300 square meters available space for commercial and corporate use. Built for completion in 2027, Bloom Towers has 236 units available for sale with a starting price of 100 million naira. Lock down a unit today with a down payment of 20% and spread the balance over the next 24 months. Contact us on 080-693-47063 or 091-22-656-975.
It's a project that will bring huge return on investment.
Bloom Towers, from foundation to skyline.
Azikil Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Azikil Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development.
When the current board and management of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, led by Mr. Chiedu Ebie and Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, assumed office in the last quarter of 2023, they rebranded the Commission's Community Street Light Project into what is now known as Light Up the Niger Delta Scheme. The initiative aims to illuminate streets and communities across the 185 local government areas in the region using solar-powered street lights. In the following report, our correspondent examines how this initiative is not only transforming and beautifying communities, but also stimulating socio-economic activities across the Niger Delta.
In the past, street lights were a luxury that was not available to many communities in the oil-rich Niger Delta region. Those who had an experience of these basic amenities were those who worked at facilities and camps owned by the international oil companies, IOCs, operating in the region. It became a marvel for children who would abandon every other chores in the evening to stare at the brimming lamps hanging on poles away from their homes and playground. While this piqued the curiosity of these young stars with innocent minds, they could not fully grasp the true significance of the streetlights, which is lacking in their immediate environment. Beyond aesthetics, a well-lit environment helps deter criminals and their nefarious activities. However, its absence in communities leaves them vulnerable to crime and other social ills that thrive under the cover of darkness. This is the exact narrative that the Light Up the Niger Delta initiative of the Regional Intervention Agency, the Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC), is changing across the 185 local government areas in the region. Under the initiative, the NDDC has installed over 129,000 solar-powered streetlights that have not just brightened communities, roadsides, and street corners, but are also helping to complement security efforts across the region. For many stakeholders in the region, the initiative is boosting local economies, empowering communities, and fostering a sense of progress and hope for the future.
Under the emergency lighting up of Niger Delta, our headquarters, when you visit to Ibogen now, the OPD headquarters and its surrounding, it's like as if you are in Dubai.
If you move out to any community in Bukana, most of the communities that you see light, solar light, these are part of the modern development all over the world. We have made these things possible, and we are very grateful and happy.
While NDDC projects are often the most evident across hard-to-reach communities in the region, the symbolic blue and white light poles have become the most recognizable trademark in many areas. They are now a vital part of daily life for residents who continue to highlight the benefits the initiative has brought to their communities.
Light Up Niger Delta.
it's actually been effective, and it is enviable for that we all can attest that it has actually worked. The days of darkness in our local communities are over. During the nights, you could notice that Abo was lit up, Asaba areas are lit up, major streets and some adjoining streets are lit up.
There has been improvements, a very large improvement since the installation of these street lights. You know, I've been here doing my business. Sometimes we get scared of bad boys coming around to steal. But since the invention of these street lights, there has been great improvement. At least if someone is coming from the junction out down there, you get to see the person.
NDDC, we are grateful and we thank you for what you have done for us, because giving us the light, it has made our business to grow.
The single component light has also addressed the persistent issue of battery theft and vandalism that plagued previous street light installations in the region. Speaking recently, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Dr. Samuel Obuku, revealed that the Light Up the Niger Delta scheme was conceived to enhance earlier efforts in illuminating communities. He added that plans are underway to extend the initiative to more communities. The NDDC Healthman also disclosed that the intervention agency has established an internal monitoring and maintenance framework in partnership with contractors to ensure that faulty lights are promptly repaired and damaged ones replaced, allowing the initiative to continue serving the people.
Inside the Niger Delta.
The Benin Traditional Council says the indiscriminate use of the round coral beads, otherwise known as ikele, the Ada and Eben ceremonial swords by persons who are not chiefs in the kingdom, and the Okuku headgear by women other than the Oba's wives and princesses is not only an abomination, but also an abuse of the Benin customs and tradition. The council says henceforth, anyone using those items who is not entitled to will face the wrath of Benin gods and ancestors. Accordingly, priests and priestesses all over the kingdom have been mandated by the Oba of Benin, Amonoba Nedo Ukwu Akpolokpolo Eba Eware II, to lay curses on such people who the Benin Traditional Council describes as uninformed and disgruntled. The ancient Benin Kingdom, founded sometime around the 10th century, is known worldwide for its culture and tradition that has remained largely intact for hundreds of years. Not even the British invasion of 1897 or the Christian missionary expeditions into Africa could taint the cherished culture and tradition of the people. Its 40 traditional rulers so far, known as the Oba of Benin, have jealously guarded its pristine culture and tradition over the years. In recent times, some aspects of the Benin custom and tradition seem to have been infiltrated and abused by persons whom the Benin Traditional Council describes as uninformed and disgruntled. Amongst the aspects of the Benin custom that the Traditional Council says have been abused include the indiscriminate use of the round coral beads known as ikele by persons who are not chiefs or from the royal family. The Ebe ceremonial sword is an exclusive preserve of chiefs in the Benin Kingdom, which is principally used when paying homage to the Benin monarch, and is also now being used by all and sundry. The Okuku headgear for women, which entails the packing of the hair into a bun or beehive shape, is also being mischievously decorated with ornaments like brass blades that are reserved for the wives of the Oba of Benin and princesses in the palace. To halt this abuse, the Benin Traditional Council has announced a selective ban on the use of these cultural items.
The breach of this age-long custom and tradition would be met with serious consequences on those who involved and their generation yet unborn.
To enforce the ban, the Benin monarch has directed priests and priestesses in the kingdom to lay curses on anyone who disobeys this directive. However, this action has been received with mixed feelings by people in the kingdom.
It is a welcome idea for the Omonoba to put a ban on that Igele and Okuku, because our people seem to deviate from their traditional way of life, try to imitate. It's only the Oba's wife that used to put on Okuku.
That Okuku, whether they tie for burial or for marriage, is to show that we are a Benin woman. It's our culture. So our Oba are not supposed to ban it. So for me, what I see there is that that is just jealous.
Omonoba should use his good office to ensure that even markets, unions in the market, I know that he's the patron of all market unions. He should talk to them and control the prices of foodstuff. The people of the kingdom are dying. They are hungry because of the escalating prices of goods and services, products. And that is what I think for now should engage the attention of the Benin monarch.
While the pronouncement from the Oba of Benin and the Benin Traditional Council was directed to Edo people, other Nigerians who had been drawn to the beauty of the Edo culture were wondering if the ban and the curses also extended to them. The Esan people in Edo State, who share similar culture and tradition and are widely known to have migrated from Benin Kingdom, are particularly worried about their fate. To clear the air, Inside the Niger Delta visited the longest reigning monarch in Esan land today, the Onoje of Igwebe, His Royal Highness Ehizoje Eluejero, to provide clarity on the matter.
When we do burial, we do marriage, we have the limit to which ordinary people will make their head do, and it will be acceptable. Not that which is exclusive preserve of the royalties, the palace and so on. It's not a question of whether his rulership, the rulership of Oba covers the entire Edo State. I don't think that is the issue. Anything that is traditionally done in Benin, because we are offspring of Benin, and such practice is also done here. If there's a pronouncement there, we know very well that it embodies everyone.
That certain aspects of the Benin culture and tradition have been generalized for use by all and sundry to attend marriages, burials, and other ceremonies is a testament to the strong influence of current fashion trends, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa, where modern-day fashion designers with creative prowess are mixing both traditional and contemporary designs to produce looks and outfits that are not only pro-African, but also have global appeal. While fashion designers are keen to create new looks, they must take into cognizance respect for culture and tradition and ensure that their creations do not infringe on the sanctity of age-long traditional practices.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, that's where we draw the curtain on the program for today. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region, will be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles shown right now on your screens. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDN-TV Nigeria. Until next week, I am Mamode Akuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
It's also equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we celebrate Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country.
It's uniquely different from every other TV program. Why? Because it's a celebration of Nigerians, both at home and in diaspora, who have achieved in their various fields. A celebration of patriotism, hard work, role models. It's all about Nigerians as a people and Nigeria as a country. My name is Zaki Adze. Join me every Thursday, 9 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Sunday, 12:30 p.m. on this station to celebrate true Nigerians, heroes of our time.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we had not eaten, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that? That Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you dey go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go. Say, then go come carry you on tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information, and I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it get to go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And we're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of two things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually say. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hilux again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hilux, and then the guys would sit around the hilux. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hilux again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hilux and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I'm asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. You know, I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And you know, the Hilux, the speed at which the Hilux was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the Hilux and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language, they don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it. And you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they will serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you're not, the very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it, I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit. And the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky. And that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying. And when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves. And we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this way that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine. For good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see they're begging that please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful, he was angry, he went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. The head was actually bleeding at that point. And at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we're in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit there's probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wish to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. 2 of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. Then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the 3rd day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew the work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was, and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mashe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where she just one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she'll be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls and they run away with them and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad, that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy. Getting back to my feet, like I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not norm. And I'm a big risk taker and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you doing? And welcome to February, the month of love. The town is red from all the Valentine displays in the shops. If there's someone you're eyeing, you don't need Cupido, shoot your shot. My guest today is wise and witty, and he knows a lot about love and life. He's an author and a philosopher who delights in sharing from his wealth of knowledge. Grab your cup of tea and we'll get into the philosophy of life after the break. FGM Day, Female Genital Mutilation Day, is on the 6th of February to protest the dastardly act of cutting up and stitching up females like pieces of damaged cloth, from circumcision, excision, and the most egregious of all, infibulations. The integrity of womanhood has been under attack in some cultures for centuries. The reasons are ludicrous, warped, and most are to protect the fragility of man's ego. Unfortunately, female genital mutilation adds no medical benefit to these women. In some severe cases, it leads to VVF, vesicovaginal fistula, infections, and even death. Please make it stop. Let us respect and honor the dignity of womanhood. And China recently stunned the world with DeepSeek, their response to artificial intelligence phenomena. With less than a fraction of what the Western world has invested in AI, artificial intelligence, the revelation of DeepSeek shook the stock market and left industry leaders scratching their heads. I don't know much about technology, but I recognize the value of innovation. So I'm encouraging our Niger techies to put us on the map for technological advancement beyond Yahoo. Imagine in Nigeria where this endless fasting in churches turns into a 110-day challenge on innovation to impact our country for the better. Do we really need another set of laws to settle Islamic infractions or advanced skills training to help our society? Imagine in Nigeria where the very unimpressive political cross-carpeting morphs into a well-intentioned roadmap towards development. Interestingly, the book under review today contains nuggets of wisdom that we all need for personal and national development. After the break, we will go into the book with a very wonderful and special guest. See you after the break. Reverend Dr. Odeworishe Eyoyibo is a legal consultant and a personal and business development coach and author. Dr. Ode is a lawyer with a PhD in theology and a publisher. He is a senior pastor at Ezra House, a church founded on love, focused on transformational teaching, training, and discipleship. He is the author of Anon, the Voice of Wisdom. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. Good to be back here again.
Yes, that's why I said you are wonderful and you were special.
Wonderful, special. I like those words. Brilliant.
And when we call on you, you're always here.
There is that.
This is hot off the press,
yes.
Anon.
Yes.
So, what is Anon, first of all?
Anon is descended from the word anonymous.
Okay.
So and the whole idea, because behind the book is, let me just go back a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Benjamin Disraeli,
okay,
18th century Prime Minister of England, who said that the wisdom of the world is contained in quotations.
Oh, wow.
And when I read that many, many years ago, I thought, that's true. So I began to collect and compile sort of things. And then I also found out that the greatest number of quotations actually come under anonymous. Because they were not able to attribute them to any particular writer. So it's come, so you'll be shocked at how many thousands of quotes on different subjects are anonymous. So when I was compiling this book, which is what it was, a compilation, a curation of this particular one, I looked for anonymous quotes on various subjects. And it's amazing. I mean, it's totally amazing, the collection, the wisdom, the pithiness, and the depth of the words in those things, and how motivating and inspirational they are, yes.
Okay, because this is a philosophy?
Well, yeah, philosophy, practical philosophy, you can call it. You know, when we think about philosophy, we think of something very arcane and abstruse and difficult. But philosophy basically really is the way you live your life.
Okay.
Philosophy, philosophia, a love of wisdom.
Okay, but what I wanted to actually point out that in Africa, we have the sage philosophers.
Yes.
So our wise men and ancestors, uncles, and because in the villages, anytime they have to do anything formal, you have these guys who come and they keep giving you these proverbs and things like that. And it's never immediately attached to anyone.
Right.
So these nuggets of wisdom are everywhere.
They're everywhere.
And nobody has actually been able to say, okay, it was this person who said.
Yes, yes.
So one of the famous ones are, what an elder can see sitting down, the young person cannot see even standing on the highest mountain.
Yes.
And for me, it's a shame really that African philosophy is not recognized the way that all the names you call here, beyond the Mandelas, we don't have Uncle Taye or Baba Sule, you know, as one of the people that you can say, made a quotation.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do. Now, obviously, because most of our world is we're now also guided by Western philosophy, if you like. So the names that we rate, we think about Plato and Socrates and Aristotle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no Baba Sule inside.
Which is true. Although there are courses in universities now where you do African philosophy, which is really a compilation of some of this age-old wisdom keys, you know, from the pantheon of African gods and theology and all of that. We gather all of those things to deduce the wisdom, the collective wisdom of the. But to say this is one person somewhere, some sage like a Plato or Aristotle
from Africa.
From Africa, no, probably not.
We have a bit from Mandela now.
Yeah, but just is a collective wisdom
distilled.
Yes.
Over the years.
Yes.
But okay, I'll mention another person who I love very much. At least his has been collected and written down. The Prophet. Yes.
Khalil Gibran.
Yes. So, and when you gave me this book, I said, oh, this is like one of my favorites.
Yes.
And where he says, talk to us on marriage, and then you go into that, you talk about it. So this is a very, it's very easy, thank you.
Easy, thank you.
Because you blew plenty grammar, but this one is so easy for all of us to understand. So if at the beginning you start off by talking about what is excellence, and I think that goes, to me, that goes a long way in actually describing the person that you are, because you go in to whatever it is, you don't do half measures. And so that is already excellence. And I'm happy you introduced this book on excellence.
Thank you.
So I will task you on that and say, talk to us on excellence.
Well, can I just
of course
take a pick? Yeah, right. Talk to us on excellence. You know,
yes.
I mean, there's somewhat in here, so we're not going to read. But essentially, he says here, excellence is the quality of being outstanding or exceptionally good in something. Now, the sort of way I picture excellence is, the word for it is huper balu. Huper balu is a Greek word. Greek, that just means going beyond the mark.
Okay.
So going beyond the mark, that's his excellence.
Oh, right.
So you're doing more than is expected of you, going beyond. So if you have a job, for instance, you have a job description and a person's specification. So excellent at your work, it is going beyond your job description. Now it's interesting that the opposite to excellence is hamatia. which is another Greek word.
Yeah,
It's fine.
started.
It helps. Because now, hamatia means falling short of the mark.
Okay.
That's mediocrity.
Right.
So the opposite of excellence is mediocrity. So excellence is going beyond the mark, doing more than is expected of you. Right? So can you imagine if we had that kind of feature in every aspect of our lives? Where you do more than is expected of you, where you go beyond the mark. You're the first person at work. You're the last person at work. You're the person working whilst you're supposed to be working. You're doing your work when you're working, right? Now that is excellence. Now, hamatia is mediocrity, which is falling short of the standard.
That's Greek too.
That's Greek too. In fact, it's interesting because in theology, we have a course called hamartiology. That's a doctrine of sin.
Sin.
Sin, S-I-N. So one of the Greek meanings of sin is falling short of, one of the Greek meanings of sin is mediocrity, falling short of the standard.
Wow.
Yeah. So when you're slip-shoddy in your work, you're in sin, really, in that sense, because that's hamatia. Hamatia, you're falling short of the standard. You're mediocre.
Doctor, pastor, you don't start to.
And the Bible here says, whatever you do, do your work heartily, as for the Lord and for men. That heartily, just with your whole heart, going beyond whatever is expected of you. That's Colossians 3, verse 23.
Okay, and of course, because you're a pastor, you link all of this to
Scripture.
To the scripture.
Yes.
Okay, I would look at number 21. Excellence is a mindset, a habit, and a way of life, and that is part of the anonymous collections.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then excellence is not a destination, but a journey of continuous improvement.
That's right. There's Kaizen. Again, the Japanese concept of Kaizen, continuous improvement. You're just incremental, you're just improving all the time. You're getting better all the time. You're not getting better than somebody else. That's not your target. You're getting better than yourself and what you're doing. And you keep going that way.
Okay. So now that we're done with excellence, this is the love month. This is Valentine coming up.
Well.
So before anything, guys like to tell women, oh, this Valentine thing, I don't believe in it. It's too capitalist. It's this and that. You know, the ones chasing you now disappear to return after Valentine. Husbands speak quarrel and say, I don't believe in all those things. But just make a woman happy on Valentine's Day. It may, we don't care. Stop whining. Just make a woman happy. All that grammar is not for us. So what do you say to that, you know?
Well, in my particularly utopian conception of it, right? You should be making your wife happy every day.
Okay.
Anyway. But I know that doesn't happen a lot. Okay. So yes, it is true. It is true. If it's that meaningful to the woman, it should be, then we should make the effort, put out all the stops. But not from some kind of, my own thing, where it gets overly materialistic and capitalistic, if you like. But in terms of showing love, yes, I think, yeah. And really, you got to show love to the woman the way she wants to be loved, not the way you think she should be loved.
Correct.
But I hope you realize there's also vice versa to that. You don't hear that one. Well, there is a vice versa to that.
And if you water the ground, love will continue to grow. So Anon on Love says, page 23, the best of love is the kind that awakens the soul and makes us reach for more, that plants a fire in our hearts and brings peace to our minds.
I love it.
See?
I mean, that is just a perfect description. You know, when you love a person.
Yes.
Again, the vice versa. Whether it's a woman loving a man.
Yeah.
Or
Okay. Seriously now. Yes.
But that's what it does, right? That's the kind that awakens the soul and makes you want to reciprocate. Makes you want to. You know, the way I sort of picture it sometimes is that, you know, you're so in love with one another, with each other, husband and wife, that you want to overdo each other.
Yes.
You want to overdo each other. And that is a consequence of that kind of love. What it does is it awakens your soul. It makes you reach for more because you want to do more and to be more for this person. And then it plants a fire in your heart. and brings peace to your minds. I mean, all of it just all works together. This is what the entirety, the totality of this love is about. But remember, this is love in expression.
Mm-hmm.
This is not just some love in some kind of elaborate theoretical fashion. You've got to be expressing this for you to get this kind of results.
Okay, and then following up with that, this one is very common to all of us. They say, I'm looking for love. I'm looking for somebody.
Yes.
So, and here you pointed out love is not something you find, it's something that finds you.
Yes.
How's that?
Well, you know, it's like someone says to you, how do I know when I'm in love?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you will know when you are. That's the way it is. You know. It's not something. It's not a program you can work to. It's the same sort of thing also. You're not going to go out, I'm looking for love, I'm looking for love. You got to be in the process. You're doing something. But let me give you a good picture for this. When Abraham was looking for a wife for his son, you know, long story, the servant, after he prayed and all that, the servant says, being in the way, the Lord led me.
Okay.
In other words, you're in a way, you're doing other things. In fact, sometimes finding love can be almost like a serendipitous operation. Serendipity. You find something where you're looking for something else.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So you don't set out to look for love, just like you don't set out to look for money, by the way. People set to look for money and they never find it. It's elusive.
Mm-hmm.
You do something, you bring a product, a service or something, and that product now generates the money. But if it's the money you're looking for, you end up becoming a gambler or a thief. You know what I'm saying? Same way with love.
Okay.
Yes. So, okay, let me to give it some legs here. It says, a woman says, I want this kind of man, a man who's like this, who's like this, who's like this. It says, no, that's not the wrong question. Wrong question. It's not a man who is like this. Really, it's a woman who is like this.
Can you define love?
Love, well, you don't define love.
Your version of it.
Love. Well, my version of love always starts with God. God is love, which is not a definition, but a description. Okay. God is love, and all love flows from Him. Right? So, when we talk about describing love, which is what we can do, right?
Okay.
So there's a love of God, of course. Then there's a love a man has for a woman. There's romantic love, there's sexual love, there's family love, there's love between friends.
Okay.
Yes.
There's so much to unpack here. We'll take a short break, and when we'll come back, we will take a few more. But I just encourage you to get this book. And this is such a wonderful book you can get even at this time and give to your loved ones. The sale is going on right now online?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Join us after the break and we'll continue. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is a literary bar with Dr. Pastor Ode Eyoyibo, one of my favorite guests, if not my favorite guest.
Yeah.
And I'm always happy when you are here. So we're talking about his latest book. It's called Anon, from Anonymous, The Voice of Wisdom.
Yes.
So before we went on break, we're talking about love. And you said you have to love somebody for who they are.
Yes.
So following up with that, I mean, you don't just present yourself to someone anyhow.
No.
So there's a part of personal development that would also enhance the quality of your being.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have something to say on that on page 99. So what is personal development? How do we achieve that?
You know, it's interesting. There's this quote by Benjamin Franklin, which is not here, of course, because it's not Anon.
Oh, yeah.
It says that if you pour your gold into your mind, your mind will pour gold into your pocket.
Okay. Okay.
The whole idea essentially is that really it's as you develop yourself, your spirit, your soul, your mind, your will, your emotions, your intellect, your body, you develop yourself, you become this kind of person that attracts the kind of person that you want in your life.
Oh, yeah?
That's essentially what, so that's for me what personal development is all about. And of course, in all of those areas of life, your spirit, your soul, your mind, your will, your emotions, your intellect, your body, right? That's the essence of personal development. And personal leadership and personal integrity and personal anything really. It's just personal. That means it's work you got to do yourself. It's not dependent on somebody else. It's not my brother, not my mother, not my negative relatives. It's you doing something about your own life.
And that's also part of loving yourself.
That's what, in fact, that is the central part of loving yourself, really. I remember saying to one of my parishioners, don't let me love you more than you love yourself.
Okay.
Because if I discipline you, if I'm the one who is correcting you and disciplining you and making you do the right thing, basically I'm saying that I love you more than you love yourself. Because if you loved yourself, you would discipline yourself.
Yeah, the Bible has something on that. Love your neighbor as yourself.
As yourself, which is a standard, yes. Yeah. So I mean, that's for me, the personal development thing has been, if you like, the center focus of my life. For me personally, and for the teaching I would do. To help people, in a sense, maximize their potential. I think somebody put it this way. It says to me, Ode, you have a ministry of hope. H-O-P-E. Helping other people excel.
Okay.
I thought that was about 20 years ago. I thought it was a brilliant summation of what we do.
Okay, and there's something here on hope as well.
Yeah, there's something on hope also.
There's a non on hope.
Yeah, hope is a big thing for me, actually.
Yeah, because I think hope is everything.
Yes.
God, we can just keep going back and forth. Okay, something just caught my eye. A non on character.
Yes.
Yes.
69.
69,
yes. And on character. I mean, you know, when we think about our leaders, for instance, we think about character, competence, courage, compassion, consistency. Now, you can keep going on and on and on, and suddenly just putting those words out there shows exactly what we're missing out. Because we're going to talk politics, but those are all the things that are totally lacking in our body politic at the moment.
And you have something on politics
Politics
here.
also, yes. Character is the foundation upon which all of the virtues are built. You know, I was talking about some political characters in intelligence scene at the moment, and I remember saying to some of my colleagues, Christian ministers, when we were growing up, here's what we're taught. We're taught that character is king. Whether you're a politician or you're a minister or just a human being, you've got to be a person of character. How did that turn? How did that change? Suddenly cash is king. Currency is king. No more character.
I mean, okay, let's just go directly to your quotes on politics.
Politics.
That's 101. Because you find here that I don't know if our politicians lack vision, because the things you see every day, because we're in Lagos.
Yes.
So on a co-bridge, I keep asking, is it that we lack traffic governance? The Okada riders are coming back and forth.
Yeah.
At a point, I wondered if I left the road and I was in some jungle school, because there are children from 3 to all over the streets cleaning your car, begging.
Right.
Women are suckling 2 children, you know. And a few feet from you, you're seeing somebody dressed in official government outfit, and all this is happening.
Right.
Okada drivers are wondering why you are driving on the right lane.
Yes.
And so if we don't have traffic governance and we're asking people to come into this town to invest, there's a politician who is supposed to be in charge, our locus parenti. Where are they? Well, where is this character you're talking about, that politician?
See, think about it this way. Somebody said, he said it was actually Peter Obi who said it, somewhere in 2010. It says our problem is not corruption as such. Our problem is greed. Then somebody else said, our problem is indiscipline. Now, that's my view. We're fundamentally indisciplined people. Now, when I was 20 years old, 1983. I just left law school then, and I went to Yaba. I think Buhari and Diagma were in power then. I went to Yaba, and I mean, I stood in the center of Yaba. I could not believe where I was. I looked everywhere. The place was swept clean. All the mollowers and the drivers were in a straight line. Everybody was, you could have used a ruler. Oh my God. See, that thing. I mean, permanent secretaries were being frog jumped for coming late to work.
Yeah.
In Benin City, in Zapla.
Yes.
Right?
Everywhere.
That was, it was trying to establish an ethos, a discipline.
We need the enforcement from government.
Everywhere in Singapore, that's what it is.
Yeah, Lee Kuan Yew, everybody's paying Lee Kuan Yew. And I'm saying that guy
Lee Kuan Yew was a dictator.
He was
with
some benevolence.
It was a benevolent dictator. It was a benevolent dictator. Kagame.
It's a benevolent dictator.
He's not benevolent, but Kagame is a malevolent dictator. He's a dictator. But the point is, sadly, unfortunately, right, for development to happen, wherever development has happened, that's always been the foundation.
Yes.
The foundation of discipline, where the psyche of the people is trained. So there's no point, it's not some politician somewhere or some functionary somewhere. Basically, in this sense, that almost become a national ethos, national character. And if you don't deal with that, we're not going to make any progress anywhere. Doesn't matter what it is.
It's crazy. The going around Lagos is so scary.
Yes.
I remember sometime in December, I was going to about 7:38. Of course, there was no light on the Coe Bridge, and then your Okada riders, full light on, were just coming at me.
That's it.
Anyone who knows me know that I'm scared of going out at night because there are no street lights. There are even no reflectors on the road for you to know, oh, there's a border here or there. So on politics, I think I'll just tell the government office to take this, go to the part on character and politics to educate their people. It's crazy. We live in a jungle.
Yes, that's it. I mean, I remember I was in South Africa a few years ago, and I was in this vehicle spinning down. We got to an intersection, and the street lights were not working. I saw a miracle. When they got to that place, everybody stopped. Street lights were not working. The streets were there, but they were not functioning. Everybody stopped. And then cars went. After some time, this one stopped. And we went. I cannot believe it.
It's,
exactly.
I don't know what to say again. Anyway, hold that thoughts.
Hold the thoughts.
We'll take a short break and then we'll come back. See you after the break. Well, the voice of wisdom is unending.
So much to say.
So much to say, but thank God most of the things are captured in this wonderful book. It's cute, it's small, but it's handy, and it's something we can go about with. I really encourage schools, offices, and everyone to have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pastor Ode, for being here.
It was a wonderful pleasure and privilege to be here.
Yes.
Always.
Don't forget, the sales are going on right now, so please make sure you get this book. So thank you for bringing love to us, or TIME, time as you call it.
Yes.
It's always a delight to have you here with us at the Literary Bar. And to you out there, I appreciate your time and I love you for watching. Don't forget that the Literary Bar is always open, so join me and let's keep love alive. Please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can watch us on DSTV channel 408 and on YouTube. Make your life a great story. My name is Chinidu. Bye-bye.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back
and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Lights, camera, fashion. As you can see, today I brought all the identity to the building. It's a Mental Health Conference, and of course, you are watching. In short, no, you're not even watching. You're tuned to. You can see the really share on Plus TV Africa. Now, if you want to flip that channel because you've seen all my go, probably that's trying. See, my face will haunt you. Your TV will blow, your remote will explode, and because you're in Nigeria, your generator will Africa. We don't want that to happen. Plus TV Africa, the brand that puts a full stop at the top spot and the under promise but over deliver. If you like, I put this at their mic for my head.
Now, the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA, was established in 2019 to strengthen Africa's economic status and stability. It is now the world's largest free trade area. Now, one of its key objectives is eliminating tariffs on goods traded among and between African countries. So far, 48 countries have ratified the AfCFTA as state parties, with 7 of them already implemented and trading under its mechanisms and protocols as of October 2024. Now, the projected economic impact of the AfCFTA is significant. The combined GDP of the participating countries is expected to reach $7 trillion by 2035 and $29 trillion by 2050. Now, the World Bank also forecasts an increase in foreign direct investment in this trade area of up to 111% by 2035. Now, as the AfCFTA continues to gain momentum, Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation and largest economy, with an estimated population of over 200 million and a GDP of around $450 billion, faces a crucial crossroads in harnessing the economic opportunities it presents. Now, given Nigeria's viable market, sizable customer base, and high purchasing power compared to other African countries, its participation in the AfCFTA agreement is of paramount importance. Now, we will closely follow this developing trend on the show today. Welcome to Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. All right, before we get into the conversation proper, to provide the critical information and insights needed for business success, the Lagos Business School launched a new magazine called Insight Edge. The magazine's launch coincided with the Lagos Business School Alumni Day Conference, which focused on navigating disruptions, harnessing artificial intelligence for business and economic success. Details in this report. The Lagos Business School Alumni Association is hosting the 2024 Alumni Day Conference, organized by the Ember Class 11. The conference, titled Navigating Disruptions, Harnessing AI for Business Success, brings together government, business leaders, policymakers, experts, analysts, and entrepreneurs. They explore how artificial intelligence will transform Nigeria's business landscape and economy.
It must bring insight in, and this insight is the sort of thing that artificial intelligence can give us. When we take AI can help us truly understand how to change the way we cultivate our lands. AI can help us understand how to manage things like weather better. And when we understand how to manage weather better, we can have better ways of cultivating that will lead to better yields and outputs.
We must ensure AI serves not only our business goals, but also the broader good of our country and our continent. I believe in Afro-capitalism, that business should do good and do well. With AI, it is no different.
The event features presentations, remarks and economic sessions which highlight issues on inflation, the downstream oil sector, as well as the challenge of insecurity.
But until we're able to train you with the appropriate data, then we're going to get Malden.
However, panelists harp on the need for governance framework for the AI space to ensure fairness and transparency, as the Dean of the Lagos Business School speaks more on the essence.
We need to tame insecurity to address the food inflation. We also need to address the post-harvest losses. Post-harvest losses for vegetables and some perishables is almost 50%, about 46%. So if we can address that, we'll save more food to eat and we'll have more food.
Well, an event like this enables us to see those who we regard as our superstars in business, but not only as in business, but also in government. We go have some of our alumni working in the public sector. A lot of governors that were elected in the last election happen to be alumni of Lagos Business School. So we are proud of them and we are happy they are there, but we also want them to be our ambassadors.
It unpacks the AI revolution ongoing globally, so that participants are able to really comprehend what it's all about, the various transformations that it has the potential to unleash in different industries.
A key feature was the unveiling of the Lagos Business School Insight Edge magazine, which according to the school's then is a great navigation through the stormy, turbulent business environment in the country.
So their own contribution to this to see how we can help them make sense out of this and also figure out how best to navigate the turbulent environment. So the magazine itself is not just an academic magazine. It's a practice-oriented magazine.
The alumni pledged to support the school and continue to participate in all of its accomplishments. All right, welcome back from that report now. Numerous factors have been identified as contributing to Nigeria's prolonged postponement in ratifying the agreement. Now, these include apprehensions regarding the increase in smuggling activities, a surge in import resulting from the trade liberalization with a parallel expansion in the export of Nigerian product, and ultimately the concern that the agreement may transform Nigeria into a dumping ground for goods from outside Africa. Now, research analyst Edidiong Ikpoto joins me now for more on this conversation. Many thanks for joining me, Edidiong.
Thank you very much for having me, Justin.
All right, let's talk about the AFCFTA. It's been a long time coming. One would have thought that we would have just keyed in big time because the advantages and the benefits are so numerous, but yet we are sort of foot dragging. What are the issues, Edidiong?
Well, I think the issues, you need to look at it from the fundamental point of view, which is lack of a real industrial policy in Nigeria to guide trade and industry. That is what I would say is the fundamental of the problem. You see, when the president came aboard in 2023, one of the first things he did was to set the tax panel led by, of course, Oyedele, and we've seen the result of that initiative, which is the tax reform bill that we have today. We ought to have had something similar with regard to trade and industry. Put together a committee, put together a panel. Let us come together and see what are the issues, what are the challenges, and how do we surmount the challenges. You know, I've said on this show maybe a couple of times that when you look at the countries that are doing well with regard to trade and industry, it is never, it's not an accident, just there's a high level of intentionality that comes with it. And we've seen it with China. We've seen the same thing that happened with Korea. So that, unfortunately, Nigeria has been what has been lacking. And we've seen several levels of engagement from manufacturers trying to engage the federal government in terms of this is what we want to be, to stay productive. As long as the issue, and these issues are so many, and I've talked about them so many times that, I'm even beginning to sound like broken records. This wide array of issues, forex illiquidity, talk about energy, and, so many others. Are we going to talk about cost of funds? Of course, like I said, I begin to sound like a broken record, really, talking about these issues. So what needs to happen is for Nigeria to get back to the basics and maybe come up with an industrial policy as to what is going to guide Nigeria with regard to trade and industry, and that is when we'll begin to see Nigeria reaping the benefits of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement.
Okay, Ididong, thanks for that introduction, but let's really talk about some of the issues that are closer home. Specifically, let's talk about our local manufacturing, for instance. I've had the opportunity to speak to some of the manufacturers. One thing that actually struck out was that even if we are saying that the FTA is there, but are we ready? Our own goods, that in the ones produced locally, are they competitive enough to compete in the trade area?
No, unfortunately, the answer is no. Our goods are not competitive, and they cannot be competitive unless you remove the bottlenecks that have been hindering manufacturers, like I said, for a very long period of time. When we talk about being competitive, it's just, is it able to stand shoulder to shoulder, pound for pound, with what is coming from outside, with what is coming from your counterparts? That is what it simply means to be competitive. And we cannot be competitive when we have the Nigerian manufacturer, for instance, buy foreign exchange for 1,600. Meanwhile, his counterpart in Ghana is having a relatively easier exchange rate regime. His counterpart in South Africa, in Ethiopia. So these are the issues. Okay, let us look at a specific context, for instance.
Okay.
Let's say a local manufacturer who is into textile production. He has to run diesel to power his factories. He needs foreign exchange. He's also paying through the nose for the energy that he's not getting. He's also trying to get funds from the Bank of Industry. He's also trying to get funds from the commercial banks. He's also having to battle with the influx of smuggled textile materials into the country. So he also has to battle with having to deal with multiple taxation, especially when it comes to moving his goods from point A to point B. There are many states in Nigeria, I don't want to call names, where non-state actors have basically become law. And I'm talking about non-state actors, people who should be behind bars, have become law. So by the time you move your product from Agbara in Ogun State to Lagos, you have had to settle different non-state actors collecting all sorts of informal taxes, which again takes us to another issue, talking about taxation. So the president set up this tax committee that have come up with the tax reform bill. And when you look at this tax reform bill, someone like me, from my perspective, because of my, of course, relationship with the manufacturing industry, I'm looking out for how does this benefit the manufacturing industry? And we've seen how they said it's going to reward productivity and all that, but the language fundamentally is very vague. So we don't really know how this tax reform bill is going to impact the manufacturing industry positively. So by the time you lump all of the issues that I've raised together, the manufacturer will definitely have to compete because he needs to maintain a profit margin. So ultimately, he has to put together how much he has paid the non-state actors from having to, the logistics of it. And at the end of the day, the guy who is producing in Zambia is not going through the same hassle. So you put your goods shoulder to shoulder with the guy from Ghana, with the guy from South Africa, and your own will be more expensive.
I was going to even.
And we're not even talking about.
You're not even talking about. Finish your statements.
And we're not even talking. We're not even talking about the impact that this will have on quality of products. We've seen many times how Nigerian products have been rejected on the international stage because of issues that pertain to quality. So, unfortunately, Justin, no. The answer is no. We are not competitive.
Okay, so what about issues like maybe strengthening diplomatic ties, or maybe issues of immigration specifically? For instance, now there are talks about the Trans-Saharan gas pipeline. So I don't even know how our diplomatic relations are like with countries, neighboring countries like Niger, and maybe I don't know, to push some of this, trade facilitation through these countries. That's one. On the other hand, how are the visa policies like? Are they really in tune with driving this free trade area, the trade agreement and all of that? For instance, now what is our relationship like in terms of visa and visa restrictions with countries like South Africa? How can we harness these opportunities of diplomatic ties?
Well, you do make a great point, Justin. And I've been in a lot of meetings where there's been conversations around the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I've listened to Awolowo, who is the chairman of the committee here in Nigeria, and there isn't a lot of conversations that have even bordered on, like you said, diplomatic ties. So we are saying this continental free trade area is supposed to lead to a reduction in tariffs.
True.
But you put the cat before the horse when you've not even talked about issues bordering on visa restrictions and diplomatic relationship with some of the African countries. And we've even seen a lot of uprising in some of the African countries that have subscribed to this. The uprising in coup d'etat in Niger, we've seen in Gabon and some other African countries. Burkina Faso. So these are some of the issues. But then again, with regard to these countries, you might say, okay, because of the political instability, it's not even maybe the wise course of action to begin to talk about trade with them. But I think for me, the fundamental issue, in all of that being said, is actually having a fluid payment system across Africa that can facilitate this trade. And this is where I want to give kudos to the Afreximbank for initiating the process of doing this. That is with the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, PAPS. But again, there's an issue about the adoption of PAPS. From what I understand, we don't have up to 20 African countries that have adopted this payment system. Nigeria, fortunately, is one of the countries that have adopted the Pan-African Payment Settlement System. I think one of the biggest forms of new colonialism that we have today is for an African to buy from a fellow African, and he's paying in dollars. So, yes. So if we're able to have this integrated payment system that is adopted across Africa, across all the countries that have signed on and ratified the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, then, yeah, of course, we will be in business.
Okay, earlier, when you talked about some of the issues, you talked about the need for to have a very robust industrial plan, which is something that we've not really had over time in Nigeria. I want you to still, throw more light on that. And specifically, let's talk about our imports to export ratio. I know we've not been exporting as much, so some of these factors are ever-present issues. We've been talking about them, like you said, and we're sounding like broken records now. But what do we need to do in the short term?
Well, thank you so much for that question, because I feel like I didn't really buttress the point I wanted to make earlier. Mm-hmm. Now, I want to go back to a platform that came before the AfCFTA, which is the AGOA, the African Growth Opportunities. This was signed into law by President Bill Clinton in the year 2000. So it's supposed to provide a platform for African countries to export to the US with no tariff restrictions. Yes, so this was supposed to be, because when you talk about laying the groundwork, what is the dress rehearsal for African Continental Free Trade Area? For me, it is the AGOA.
Okay.
So what Nigeria should have been doing with the platform is to take advantage, but unfortunately we haven't done that because there's no industrial policy in place. We continue to brag about being Africa's largest economy, but when you look at the AGOA, the statistics going from 2001 to 2022 shows that South Africa imported products worth $55 billion, while Nigeria has been able to export.
Okay.
Nigeria has been able to export only 11 billion within the time.
A very wide margin.
So, yeah, so there's a difference. And this goes back to, just laying that groundwork for an industrial policy that would look at our, areas of strength and see how we can, consolidate this. One of our great industry journalists, Mr. Dinaka Anudu, did a piece on Aba-made products, for instance. And we've seen how a particular section of the Nigerian geography is showing this high level of inventiveness. Why not support Aba-made? Because the difference between Aba-made and what you call original is just a function of quality raw material, not necessarily in terms of the expertise. So you see that what we call Taiwan goods today started the same time when we started this whole Aba-made that has become synonymous with fake and substandard. But today, Taiwan has improved to the point where they are selling in the American market. But today, Aba-made still remains fake, substandard. And it points towards the lack of investment into the inventiveness of, this expertise the expertise that we have. So unfortunately, these are some of the issues. Much of the government intervention into, manufacturing and industry has always been, on the level of conversations. We've not seen concrete action. Okay, so in drama, for instance, if you have a performance and you've not done well in your rehearsals, you've not done well in, the build-up to that performance, it's highly unlikely that you are going to have a good show. And that's what is happening today, with regard to Nigeria's trade. Okay. So you said something about balancing
import-export,
our trade, which is which is also a very critical point. So I want to also say that when the guided trade initiative of the AFCFTA started in 2022, Nigeria wasn't one of the 8 countries that came aboard. So our first participation in the guided trade initiative was, I think, sometime middle of last year, maybe July last year, when we sent our first shipment. Justin, what did Nigeria send as the first shipment for AFCFTA? Black soap, shea butter. Come on. It's not like I'm being critical of our exports, but this is not going to help your balance of trade.
All right.
It's not going to help your balance of trade. So we have to do better than we're doing, and we have to do it faster.
Okay, Edidiong, it's a good thing you mentioned, we need to identify our competitive advantage. As we begin to round up for sake of time, let's talk about next steps and the key priorities. As much as we need to identify this competitive advantage, what about the issues of maybe customs, building institutional capacity? How do we handle all of that?
Well, then you're talking about some of the bottlenecks, and the issue of customs specifically, hopefully, is something that will be addressed if the tax reform bill is fully implemented. Having that level of harmonization of taxes, where the likes of customs, immigration, and some other government agencies will not be able to collect taxes anymore, because I think that customs duty and some of the bottlenecks around importation, again, going back to customs, is another issue that manufacturers have had to deal with for a very long period of time. And we go to an issue like the price verification portal. Okay, so customs, I think this was, customs, CBN saying, customs and the CBN saying that your price needs to align with what they have in the system. Meanwhile, we have issues where there are lots of price fluctuations between when a manufacturer initiates the process of getting his raw material and when his raw material finally arrives. Issues all around, Justin. So that particular problem, hopefully, if the tax reform bill is fully implemented, we don't hope to be, that the manufacturing industry will encounter these issues going forward. But what are the next steps?
Very quickly.
I talked about identifying our competitive advantage, which is something we haven't done. Today, Nigeria is, do you know that Nigeria is importing palm oil from Malaysia? Did you know this? So, and this is one product that Nigeria used to be the global leader in the production back in the day, going back 50, 60 years ago. So Nigeria needs to, we just need to put off our dependence on crude oil, because crude oil is maybe the major reason why we lost competitive advantage.
All right.
In most of these things. And we talk about, I want to talk about another product. Nigeria is the fourth largest producer of cocoa today. But how much is Nigeria earning from cocoa? Roughly around $700 million a year, which is not good enough.
All right, Edidiong, there's so much we need to talk about this. We might not be able to exhaust all of them in one. We need to come back on this and talk about some of the other issues, some of the other bottlenecks, and the measures we need to address. But it's been a very exciting time talking about all of these issues and how Nigeria can indeed harness all of the opportunities and benefits of the AFCFTA. Many thanks, Edidiong Ikwoto, for your time on the show.
Thank you very much, Justin.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. My name is Justin Akadonian. Many thanks for being there. We'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
Hi everybody, my name is Beverly Osu. Shout out to Plus TV. Don't touch that dial.
But worry for that. Already enter reptiles, so they disturb the dad.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to meet up with responsibility.
One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this year with you. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I find myself jobless now. Presently, I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now. Just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work. But if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these three reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs, when you that were able to put food on your table, you are now struggling, you that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you are the one that is now begging 5,000 naira, it affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children, or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We are in I'm in a room now, and I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares. And some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look. So people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youth have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youth as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes like the N-Power, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs. So we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs. And then they will give you the guidelines. And then in the guidelines, you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have a financial statement. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem? If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that we should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys know they smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.